Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Ash got up early in the morning before Pikachu had risen and then stretched and did a few exercises while he watched the sun rise. He was right when he told himself that sunrises on the road would be different than they were all the years he had watched them from the roof of his house. Even though he wasn't that far away from Pallet Town, it was still at an angle that he had never seen the sun rise at before, and he wanted to soak up every moment. After the sun came up and he finished his exercises, the boy sat down by the fire pit and, after lighting a fire, began cooking for himself and his Pokémon. Though they ate Pokémon food, he still liked making new batches daily over the fire so all the flavor could bake into the pellets just right. They loved it, and since he made their food fresh, daily, instead of carrying around days-old helpings, which could easily get stale, it was healthier too. No sooner had the food started cooking and Pikachu come out of the tent, looking hungry and sniffing the air as he ran up to Ash's side. "Hungry, buddy?" he asked his first Pokémon in amusement. The yellow rodent nodded his head furiously in affirmation while holding his arms out. "Pika Pikachu." Ash chuckled upon hearing that and then released his other two Pokémon, Budu and Spearow, so they could eat as well. After he finished making breakfast, the black-haired boy and his three companions settled down for a nice and relaxing early morning meal. At least, they would have if Ash hadn't heard something riffling through his backpack, which was sitting near the tent. He quickly turned around to see what was going on and spotted a Pokémon he recognized all too well. It was a Rattata, and it was currently picking through his backpack in a search for food. Ash simply guessed that the smell of the cooking had lured it in, and now it was trying to find the source of the delicious odor. The amber-eyed trainer quickly grabbed some of the leftover food that he had on his small travel plate and slowly walked over to the foraging Pokémon. When Rattata noticed him, it went to take off until the boy suddenly put the food out in front of it. Seeing this, the purple-furred rat cautiously sniffed at it for just the briefest of moments before, with a final glance at Ash, Rattata promptly devoured the scraps. While the wild Pokémon munched away at the morsels of food, Ash withdrew his Pokédex and scanned the diminutive little thief. Pokédex entry number 019. Rattata, the mouse Pokémon. Its incisors grow continuously throughout its life. If its incisors get too long, this Pokémon becomes unable to eat, and it starves to death. This Pokémon is common but hazardous. Its sharp incisors can easily cut right through hard wood. This Rattata is male and has the abilities Run Away, Guts and Hustle. This Pokémon knows the moves, Tackle, Tail WHP, Quick Attack, Focus Energy and Bite. The black-haired boy looked back at the wild Pokémon after hearing all of that and thought to himself. This Rattata actually seems pretty special. To know all of those moves already and to possess all three abilities that a member of its species can have. Pretty impressive indeed. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts though by Pikachu, whom was bounding over from his place near the fire to Rattata. There, he sat down and began talking animatedly to his rodent kin about whatever it was they fancied discussing in Pokémon speech. While they did that, Ash returned Spearow and Budu, who had just finished eating, and then began tearing the campsite down and packing everything up. Once he was done, he went to get Pikachu but found him standing there behind him with Rattata by his side. The messy-haired trainer was confused at first, at least until his first Pokémon began explaining everything to him that he and Rattata had been discussing. Apparently, according to Pikachu, Rattata had dreams of becoming strong and standing out amongst the many thousands of brethren he had in just the Kanto region alone. And so, he went everywhere he could, challenging strong wild Pokémon to battle any chance that presented itself. He had received plenty of experience and learned the moves he now knew by battling on a regular basis, but he wanted to become more powerful. The only problem was, he didn't know how to achieve it. Fortunately, Pikachu had told Rattata all about Ash and what he was like as a trainer. He also spoke about how hard that he himself, Budu and Spearow trained on a regular basis and about how much stronger they had all become in just a short time of being under the young man's tutelage. Gaining strength and power had apparently been a big point Pikachu had driven home. Rattata came up to Ash soon after Pikachu finished his explanation and then just sat and looked up at the young trainer. The boy bent down and addressed the normal type curiously. "Is it true, Rattata? Do you want to become strong?" The purple rat nodded vigorously. "Rat-ta-Rattata." Ash smiled at hearing that and then asked, do you want to come with me and be my Pokémon? I'll help make you strong if you do, and that's a promise. Rattata nodded again in confirmation. Rattata. Rat. Rattata. Seeing the choice had been made, Ash pulled an empty Pokeball from his belt and lightly touched Rattata on the head with it. The large fanged rodent was quickly SCKED inside of the ball in a beam of red energy, and it didn't even wobble once before dinging to signify a complete capture. As it did, stars burst forth from the red and white ball. After capturing his third wild Pokemon, Ash stood up and smiled joyfully before attaching the Pokeball to his belt. He then looked down at Pikachu and nodded, thanking him for his help in capturing Rattata before announcing that it was time to set out on the open road. Agreeing with an enthusiastic chirp, Pikachu hopped up onto his shoulder and then, together, they set off for the main road and left the field behind that they had called home for 2 long weeks. Some time after finally starting out on his journey proper, Ash Ketchum could be seen walking along the road to Vidian City. He was coming closer to the part of Route 1 that cut through a small stretch woods, but just as he and Pikachu were about to enter the forest thicket, he heard what sounded like a battle being waged off to the right-hand side of the road. He and Pikachu looked at one another and nodded before the boy took off and followed the sound of the brawling. Eventually, he came upon the scene of 2 Pokémon, a Nidoran male and female fighting viciously in a stretch of open field. Almost immediately, Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the 2 fighting Pokémon. Pokédex entry number 029. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokémon. Nidoran has barbs that secrete a powerful poison. They are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokémon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. This Nidoran is female and has the abilities Poison Point, Rivalry and Hustle. This Pokémon knows the moves, Scratch, Poison Sting, Double Kick and Bite. Pokédex entry number 032. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokémon. Nidoran has developed muscles for moving its ears. Thanks to them, the ears can be freely moved in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokémon's notice. Its large ears are always kept upright. If it senses danger, it will attack with a poisonous sting. This Nidoran is male and has the abilities Poison Point, Rivalry and Hustle. This Pokémon knows the moves, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick and Poison Sting. The boy put his Pokédex away after listening to the scan and then watched, with enraptured attention, as the 2 small Pokémon battled it out with one another. Each one was fighting with higher than normal levels of skill than a wild Pokémon should have, which led Ash to his next decision. He then walked out into the clearing and addressed the 2 Pokémon who, by that point, saw him and stopped fighting. "Hey you two, I see you like battling. I have an offer for you." Grinning, he pointed with one finger. "I challenge you both to a 2-on-2 battle. You two against my Pokémon. If you win, then I'll give you each a week's supply of Pokémon food. If you lose, you'll let me catch you and then I'll train you both up and show you what true strength is. What do you say?" Both Nidoran thought about his offer for a moment or two, looking at each other, and then finally nodded to him in agreement. Ash smiled when he saw that and pulled 2 Pokeball from his belt. "Alright, let's get started. Spearow, Mewtwo, show your power." After enlarging and tossing both balls into the air, they snapped open and released Ash's first 2 captured Pokémon. In flashes of light they soon appeared with cries of their names and then settled on the field, ready for battle. "Are you two ready? This is your first battle after all the training you've been doing. You ready to show what you're made of?" Ash held his fist up and looked between the 2 of them as he said those words. Mewtwo and Spearow looked back at him and nodded before facing forward and giving twin battle cries. "Row! Bud!" Ash rooted himself in place and prepared for battle while Pikachu jumped down beside of him. "Alright, let's go." At that moment, both Nidorans started to charge and the boy moved swiftly. "Dodge those incoming charges. Spearow, use Aerial Ace on the female Nidoran. Mewtwo, jump out of the way and then hit the male with Absorb." Spearow flew out of the way of the incoming blue-skinned Pokémon that was about to use Scratch on him and then followed up with an Aerial Ace that hit Nidoran and sent her skidding through the dirt. Mewtwo jumped to the side of the male Nidoran, just barely avoiding a peck attack, and then hit the poison pin Pokémon with the tendrils of Energy Sking Absorb. Nidoran quickly grew weak as his energy was stolen and started to fall to the side just before the other Nidoran came in suddenly and hit Pewter. The surprise hit sent her flying away from her target and thereby also cancelling Absorb. Pewter landed near Spearow with a cry of pain and that immediately garnered Ash's attention. "You alright, Pewter?" Pewter slowly nodded and stood back up, but both Nidorans were ready to go again and they were already preparing their next attacks. The male Nidoran began using focus energy while the other one launched a poison sting at Pewter. Not about to be left flatfoot, the prepared young man called out. Pewter jumped to the side to avoid that poison sting and then follow it up with Stun Spore. She did just that and dodged the attack before releasing a cloud of small, yellow paralyzing spores that quickly floated towards the female Nidoran. At the same time, the male of the pair took off at Spearow, fully energized from the use of focus energy. As soon as he reached the hovering flying type, Nidoran began using Peck repeatedly, trying fiercely to hit the tiny bird Pokémon. Ash was faster though and commanded Spearow use agility to dodge. Before his feathery little fighter could execute the move and dodge though, Nidoran suddenly transitioned into a double kick and managed to hit Spearow, which sent him falling towards the ground and landing with a grunt of pain. On the flip side of the battle, the female Nidoran was about to get overwhelmed by Stun Spore. However, just before that could happen, her male counterpart appeared and used double kick in order to kick up a bunch of dirt into the air. This clever tactic caused the dirt itself to collide with Stun Spore and cancel out the attack. Ash remained calm and looked at Pewter and Spearow, who had just gotten back to his feet. "Are you two okay to keep going?" Bud. Pewter. The small grass type replied readily. "Row." Spearow. Spearow echoed with a determined squawk. "Alright then you two, let's end this," their trainer announced while raising his fist again. "Spearow, pick Pewter up. Then use agility and fly toward the Nidorans." Spearow did just that and soon, he was flying at high speeds toward the poison pin pair of Pokémon with Pewter grasped securely in his clawed feet. Smirking, Ash yelled. "Now Spearow, let Pewter go and use that momentum to hit the male Nidoran with an aerial ace." Pewter, use the speed of Spearow letting you go to smash all of your body weight into the female. Spearow and Pewter obeyed perfectly and performed their commanded attacks. The Nidoran pair wasn't prepared for the smooth and swiftly executed teamwork strategy and thus, they took the full brunt of the attacks. Spearow let Pewter go and the small grass type smashed into the female Nidoran at full speed, like a small torpedo, which sent her sailing through the air. Spearow likewise utilized the momentum of agility and turned in mid-flight toward the male Nidoran, rocketing at the unprepared poison type with a high-speed aerial ace. Within seconds, the small but fierce bird hit his mark and sent Nidoran careening back towards its partner. Ash, however, didn't let up. "Now Pewter. Use Leech Seed on the female Nidoran while she's down. Spearow, I want you to get in close to the male and use a Rapid Fury attack." Immediately after giving those orders, his Pokémon attacked their opponents again, viciously. Pewter launched a small pod of Leech Seed from the bud atop her head, which implanted itself onto the female Nidoran and wrapped her up in energy-stealing vines. As she cried out in pain, the male tried to get up and assist his downed comrade, only for Spearow to appear in front of him and start using Fury attack viciously. After the small flying type had finished his attack, he made use of one more smack of his wing and sent Nidoran flying into his partner, whom was still struggling inside of the health-sapping vines of Leech Seed. Due to this, the pink-skinned male slammed into the blue-skinned female and they both fell completely to the ground. Ash was just about to call out the final attacks until, suddenly, Pewter began glowing green. A second later, she caused small roots to appear out of the ground that went creeping rapidly towards the downed and intertwined Nidoran pair. The roots themselves soon encircled the poison pin Pokémon duo and aggressively started sapping precious energy from the pair. The stolen energy then began tracing back along the roots, just the way they had come, and found Pewter. The health that had been stolen from the Nidoran pair was then used to nourish her back to full vitality in what seemed to be only the blink of an eye. Ash knew, as soon as he saw what had happened, that Pewter had just learned and used Ingrain and was about to comment on it until something else happened. Long, dark green tendrils of energy, much larger than those of Absorb, began flowing from Pewter like a host of ethereal tentacles. The surprising and completely unexpected second new move struck the downed pair of Nidoran and started draining large amounts of energy from them. The recovered energy then began speeding back towards Beauty, who redirected the flow towards Spearow and started restoring her partner's own health back to normal. Ash himself was stunned. Beauty had just learned Ingrain and what he knew had to be Mega Drain, both at the same time. Allowing his mind to process what had just happened, he simply could not believe how fast Beauty was growing. Even for a grass type. After Spearow had regained his health, he chirped a quick word of gratitude to Beauty, whom smiled in response, effectively showing that any lingering hard feelings she held against her small, feathered partner had truly been forgiven and forgotten. As for Ash himself, now that he saw both of his Pokémon fully recovered, it enabled him to call out what he hoped would be the final attack of the battle. "Alright you two, let's end this." Spearow, pick Beauty up again and then speed toward both Nidorans as fast as you can. Once you get right on top of them, stay together and then start spinning to gain more speed. After that, hit them with all your combined force. His Pokémon did as he commanded and began their combination attack. Spearow picked Beauty up again and took off with a screech, and within seconds, they were right on top of the Nidoran pair. Unfortunately for the two wild Pokémon, all they could do was brace for impact with wide eyes, their bodies too exhausted to move. Soon, Spearow and Beauty smashed themselves into their poison-type opponents like a twin body slam, causing a big dust cloud to kick up from the sheer force of the combined impact alone. Out of the cloud of dust soon emerged Spearow, once more carrying Beauty, and both of them quickly returned to Ash's side. Together, they and their trainer, as well as Pikachu, waited for the smoke cloud to settle. After it did, the anxious boy in question saw both Nidoran laying sprawled out on the ground with swirls of unconsciousness in their eyes. Knowing they had won, the victorious young rookie smiled and then pulled two empty Pokeball from his belt. After enlarging them, he tossed both ball at the two unconscious Pokémon, and immediately upon making contact, they were sekked inside. The following few moments were somewhat tense as Ash watched the two Pokeball roll and shake on the ground before finally going still and erupting with stars, the sign of a pair of successful captures. Satisfied with the results, he walked over and picked up both Pokeball before turning to Spearow and Beauty and congratulating them. "That was an awesome battle, guys. I'm so proud of you. Your training is really paying off, and I'm super happy with how far you've both come in only a week." At his words of praise, Spearow and Beauty vocalized their joy and embraced their trainer in the best way they could. After returning the hug, he congratulated them again before returning the conquering duo back to their Pokeball. Finally, Ash turned to look down at Pikachu and smiled. "Well buddy, you want to meet the two new additions to our team?" The spunky little electric type nodded excitedly. "Pika." With that, Ash pulled out and enlarged the two Pokeball he had just filled with new friends and released both Nidorans, whom appeared and looked to be quite battered. Seeing this, the boy knelt down and took off his pack before fishing through it to find his medical supply case, which was chock full of all kinds of medicines, potions, and recovery items. He quickly selected a hyper potion and 2 oran berries and then went to work on healing his two newest Pokémon. Once he was done, a few minutes later, both Nidorans appeared good as new and were now sitting down comfortably while staring up at Ash. He looked at them both in return and then spoke kindly. "Look, I just want you two to know how impressed I was with you in that battle. For wild Pokémon, you were really good. I can train the both of you to be just as strong as my other Pokémon if you want to." He then smiled and clenched his fist. "We all work hard to reach the top on this team because we want to be the best we can possibly be. But for that to happen, in order for us to achieve our goals, we train hard, very hard. Are you two interested in being part of that? Do you want to be the best?" Both of the poison-type companions looked at each other for a few seconds, unable to deny their longing to become stronger, and then turned back to Ash before excitedly nodded and calling out at the same time. "Nido! Nidoran!" The black-haired young trainer beamed brightly at their reply and then reached out and started gently rubbing both of his new Pokémon on the sides of their cheeks. "Okay then, you've got yourself a deal. We're a team now. Pikachu Pie." Pikachu chirped in greeting as he bounded up as well and started to become acquainted with his two newest teammates. After a few minutes of bonding with his newest Poke partners, Ash returned them both and then looked at Pikachu. "Come on buddy, let's get going. It looks like a storm might be coming and I want to get under the shelter of some trees when it starts to rain. I think the remainder of the way between here and Vidian City is lined with nearby forests though, so we should be good. The electric mouse jumped up onto his trainer's shoulder and nodded in agreement. Pika Pi, Pi Pikachu. With their little side adventure finally ended, they set out on their way, locating the road again rather quickly and once more setting course for Vidian City. With storm clouds gathering above, however, both of them were secretly hoping that they would make it to the city without any further detours. Ash had indeed been right about the possibility of running into rain. They had been on the road no longer than 10 minutes when it started pouring rain. He and Pikachu had to take shelter in the hollow of a nearby tree while they waited for the storm to subside. Once it did, the traveling duo emerged from the tree and looked around at the soaked terrain. Ash eventually made his way back onto the main road, and just before he started out, Pikachu suddenly poked him on the side of the head. The boy turned around to see what his Pokémon wanted and saw the electric mouse pointing up toward the sky. When he looked up, his jaw almost dropped. There, high in the sky, was a gloriously full rainbow stretching across the sky. What caught their attention even more so, however, wasn't the rainbow itself but the strange creature who seemed to be making said rainbow as it flew out in front of the arching bough of multiple colors. Ash knew that the creature in question was a Pokémon as soon as he saw it, and he immediately, with great shock, was able to discern its identity. He recognized it from all the books he had read and from the many lectures Professor Oak had given him over the years. The Pokémon he knew he was now seeing, unless his eyes were fooled, had not been seen by human eyes in hundreds of years, until now at least. The creature flying high and loftily above the rain-soaked earth was none other than the fabled and legendary rainbow Pokémon Ho-Oh. Ash and Pikachu could only stare in stupefied awe of the magnificent and majestic Pokémon whom was flying overhead. As its large, rainbow-colored wings carried it across the cumulus heavens, they heard a loud, high-pitched and powerful screech emit from the fabled bird, as if to cement what they were seeing. Ho! The young trainer and Pokémon alike watched with wide eyes as the legendary flying type flew on until it began to disappear out of sight into the clouds. Only when it had vanished did they finally look at one another. Wow, Pikachu! That was just amazing! I can't believe we actually just saw the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh itself. Did that really just happen? The black-haired boy looked up at his small starter, as if hoping for confirmation that he hadn't just been seeing things. Pikachu, whom was still staring skyward with sharp dark eyes that revealed the inner wonder he too felt, nodded slowly. Pika. Pika Pi. Do you realize? His trainer had to swallow in order to get his words out, eyes glued back to the sky again. How many people go their whole life hoping to see what we just saw? And we're not even that far from my own hometown yet. Once more, Pikachu nodded, still in a state of disbelief himself. Pikachu Pi. After a time, the two of them finally recovered from the shock of what they had seen, but, just when Ash was about to start walking again, he felt something very light fall down and rest upon his head. Reaching up, he grasped the strange object and then brought it down to eye level. What he saw shocked him all over again. There, held between his thumb and forefinger, was a rainbow wing. A feather from the legendary Ho-Oh itself. Ash stared at it with wide and wavering eyes for a long while, his attention utterly captivated by the sparkling beauty of the multicolored feather. Pikachu. Do you know what this is? He spoke with a tremor in his tone. This is a rainbow wing. This actually came from Ho-Oh itself. The small electric type on his shoulder also stared transfixed at the feather his trainer held, eyes entranced by the soft, luminous, and sparkling glow of the incomprehensibly valuable item that Ash now grasped firmly. Pikachu Pi. Pika Pi Pikachu. The fascinated young man stared at the feather for a time and admired its multicolored beauty before, finally, he knelt down, removed his pack, took out a strip of blue cloth from one of the pockets and wrapped up the precious item. He then stuck it into his pack for safekeeping and looked up at his partner, smiling. You know what, buddy? I'll take this as a good omen for our journey. Pikachu smiled down at him and nodded in agreement. Pikachu Pi. With a fresh spring in their step and a heart lightened by newfound hope, the two closely bonded partners set off again, their spirits uplifted and both of them possessing a positive outlook for the future as they made for Vidian City. Neither of them knew, however, that, high up in the sky and some ways away, Ho-Oh was thinking to herself at that very same moment. Take my wing as a gift, dear chosen one, and let it bring you good fortune for the ventures that lie ahead. We shall meet again, once you are ready for the trial that wings shall bring. The two travelers from Pallet were close to Vidian City and they were, at last, coming close to the end of the forest. Just as they were about to make their way through the last small stretch of woods, however, a loud scream echoed up to them from down the hill they were standing atop, the sound emanating from somewhere close to the nearby river. Ash turned to the sound while Pikachu's ears perked up and, without needing to discuss the matter, they both came to the conclusion that someone must have been in trouble. Brow furrowing as he went on high alert, Ash prepared himself for action and then started running down the hill as fast as he could. When he finally made it to the source of the distressed call, which was indeed right next to a wide and fast-moving river near a powerful waterfall, Ash saw that a young girl was the one who had given off the perilous cry. The girl in question looked to be a little older than himself and had bright orange hair, which was tied back to the right side of her head in a short ponytail. She was wearing a yellow shirt that was cut low around the stomach, jean shorts that had two red suspenders coming up and attaching over her shoulders and white shoes with red and yellow designs on either side of both. She was also carrying a large red bag on her back, which was slung across her right shoulder by a similarly colored strap. The young girl was crouching down by the edge of the river with her hands over her head and, towering over her, was a huge and ferocious-looking Gyarados. The infamously foul-tempered water-type serpent was glaring down at her, enraged and ready to attack at any second. Not wasting a second, Ash sprang into action. Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt on Gyarados and get it away from her. Smirking, Pikachu jumped off of his trainer's shoulder and high into the air. Pika! Chew! The powerful bolt of electrical energy sped through the air and hit Gyarados head-on, causing it to bellow in rage and pain as it was lit up like a burning Christmas tree. Pikachu, for his part, landed in a battle stance on the rocky riverbank, his cheeks sparking as he prepared to launch himself into combat again. The furiously riled up atrocious Pokémon looked around for the source of the bolt of lightning that had struck it and, upon laying its eyes on Pikachu, Gyarados became even more incensed and roared. Jai-ah! Pikachu, get ready! Ash called out as he anticipated the aquatic Leviathan's next move. Pika! He replied while crouching low in preparation for the next move. The surly and cross dual-type Pokémon soon opened its mouth and then fired a large torrent of water from its mouth straight at the small mouse. Luckily, Ash was ready. Pikachu, dodge using agility and then start running at Gyarados. The fast and agile electric type swiftly dodged the powerful hydro pump that came exploding from Gyarados' mouth and then started running at it using the speed and evasiveness increasing move his trainer had commanded. Snarling as Pikachu deftly feinted to the side in order to avoid the powerful blast of water, Gyarados opened its wide mouth yet again and charged up a swirling white-blue sphere of energy. In mere seconds, it fired a huge beam of raw draconian energy at Pikachu with all the rage it could muster. Pikachu! Use Thunderbolt on the ground and combine it with focused lightning. Aim it at the ground and the force will send you into the air. Ash swiftly ordered his counter-strategy just as Gyarados unleashed its attack. Pikachu did as he was commanded without flaw, charging up and releasing a bolt of electricity at the ground, while running, which sent him flying skyward. Fortunately, the last-minute maneuver allowed him to avoid the incoming Dragon Rage attack just as it hit the spot he had been occupying mere seconds before. Gyarados didn't stop there though because as soon as the beam of energy struck the ground, the wrathful water serpent brought its tail out of the water and swung it around to hit Pikachu. Ash, for his part, thought fast. Pikachu, hit the ground. Quick! The fast little mouse quickly dropped to the river rocks below his belly just as the thick, meaty tail swipe from Gyarados passed over his head. At that, his trainer spoke hurriedly again. Now, get up and use Double Team to throw Gyarados off. Then start forming a Thunder Wave cage around it with your clones while it's readying its next attack. Pikachu concentrated and then formed 4 duplicates of himself around Gyarados on the river bank. Immediately after forming, they all began discharging a widely arcing Thunder Wave attack that started to take shape as an electric cage around their target. Gyarados itself was at first confused and tried to escape the electric prison. However, every time it touched the electric bars, it would get shocked and recoil back. The enraged Pokémon became even angrier at this and then opened its mouth, forming an orange ball of energy from within that spelled trouble. Ash knew what was coming as soon as he saw it and urgently commanded. His first Pokémon, Pikachu, don't let it use Hyper Beam. Use a max power thunderbolt on Gyarados and finish it off. All of you. The powerful and power-packed electric type nodded and then hurried to stand at the head of his clones, his much smaller body only a few feet away from Gyarados' far larger one. Then, with a few seconds of crackling from his now sparking cheeks, along with his doubles, he cried out loudly. Pai-ai. Ka. Choo. The group of Pikachu let loose 5 powerful bolts of electricity that replaced the electric cage and instead struck Gyarados with all possible high-voltage fury. The blue-scaled water Pokémon bellowed aloud in great pain, the water of the river conducting and worsening the shock, but kept charging Hyper Beam regardless. Ash knew that Gyarados couldn't be allowed to use such a powerful attack but luckily, an idea struck. Pikachu. He called out quickly. Aim your own Thunderbolt right at its mouth where Hyper Beam is charging. Gritting his teeth, Pikachu struggled as he started to redirect his current of electricity toward Gyarados' open mouth instead. Then, just before the resilient and stubbornly hardy Pokémon could release its most powerful attack, Pikachu finally hit the mark dead on and started to electrocute the inside of Gyarados' mouth. This caused the monstrous evolved form of Magikarp to roar again in terrible pain and Hyper Beam to also fully dissipate. Once the brutal and overwhelming electric torture was finally over, Gyarados slumped heavily down into the water, covered in singe marks and burns. Then, with a final glare at Ash and Pikachu, the defeated Titan accepted its loss and slowly started diving back down beneath the surface of the river. Before long, it had utterly vanished. Pikachu, even though victory was clearly theirs and his clones were no more, stood his ground, breathing and smirking all the while. Ash himself pumped his fist into the air, cheered and then ran over to his Pokémon. Sliding next to Pikachu, he picked him up and hugged him tightly while congratulating the evolved form of Piku on his victory. "Alright buddy, you did it." Ash laughed happily. "You totally showed Gyarados who was boss. Great job Pai." Pikachu smiled and held up his little fist in victory. Pikachu Pai. After enjoying the moment, Ash finally put Pikachu down and then stood up and made his way over to the orange-haired girl. Even as he approached, he could see that she was now staring at himself and Pikachu in a way that did little to hide her shock at what she had just witnessed. "Are you okay?" the black-haired boy asked with a smile. The girl looked at Ash. "How did you do that?" The track-suit-wearing trainer seemed confused. "What? The Gyarados thing you mean?" The girl stood up and put her hands on her hips. "Of course the Gyarados thing. How did your little Pikachu beat that huge thing?" He merely scratched his Pokémon behind the ears, causing him to make a cute cooing sound of happiness. "My buddy is strong, that's how. He's been training really hard and that battle we just had proved it." Ash looked back at the girl and held his hand out. "I'm Ash by the way. Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. And you know my partner now, Pikachu." The spirited electric type gave a peace sign at the girl and smiled. "Pika, Pikachu Pai." The girl eventually overcame her perplexity at the sudden turn of events and was polite enough to stretch out her own hand, shaking Ash's. "Nice to meet you both, my name's Misty." She then had the decency to give a small smile and add, "Thank you by the way. For saving me." The younger trainer shook her hand firmly but gently. "Nice to meet you Misty and no problem. If you don't me asking though, why did Gyarados attack you?" Misty seemed to flinch at the mere mention of her attacker but managed to compose herself well as she formed an ashamed look on her face. "I was actually fishing for water-type Pokémon and I ended up drawing the attention of Gyarados. They're really territorial and it must have not wanted me here. It attacked me and my own Pokémon were no match for it." Ash placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and shrugged. "It wasn't your fault Misty. Gyarados are very difficult Pokémon to handle and anyone could have made the same mistake. Don't be too hard on yourself." The orange-haired girl returned the smile that the boy was giving her. "Thanks Ash, I appreciate that. So, what? Are you and your Pikachu pro level or something to be able to handle that Gyarados? I mean no offense but you look a little young to be a seasoned trainer." He scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "Actually, I just started out on my Pokémon journey 2 weeks ago and Pikachu here was my first one. Anyway, we stopped and did some training for a while after I first left home and now we're heading to Vidian City." It'll be Pewter City afterwards. We're gonna enter the Indigo League circuit and I know they have a Pokemon gym there. The thin and athletic female was completely silent. This young rookie trainer before her and his Pikachu, whom he had only been training for 2 weeks, had just stomped a high-level Gyarados. A ferocious and powerful opponent which she, someone that had been training Pokemon far longer, couldn't even scratch. How such a thing could even be possible was far beyond her. The strange young man did say that he and his Pikachu had been training hard, and indeed, they must have. They would have needed to train exceedingly hard in order to get to the level they were now at. And in only 2 weeks' time as well. Misty was suddenly brought from her thoughts by Ash looking at something which was laying broken and mangled on the ground near the river. She followed his gaze and upon laying eyes on it, she gasped. "My bike!" Her distressed voice came out in a wail as she ran over to and then crouched down beside of her destroyed bike. Ash himself stepped back and he and Pikachu remained silent. "I don't believe it. That Gyarados must have smashed my bike when it was trying to attack me. What am I gonna do now? It'll take forever to get anywhere on foot." The boy behind her took that opportunity to speak up. "I'm really sorry about your bike, Misty. If you'd like, you can come with me and Pikachu to Vidian City. I'll carry your bike there on my shoulders and then we can see if someone will fix it in the city. What do you think?" She looked up at him in awe because of his offer and saw him smiling at her. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. "Would you really do that, Ash?" The gentlemanly young man nodded readily. "Well, of course. It wouldn't be honorable or right to my mom's teachings if I didn't help out a lady when she needed it. I'd be glad to help." Misty smiled again, gratefully this time, and stood back up. "Thank you so much, Ash, I really appreciate this." He just waved it off and then hoisted the broken bike over his strong shoulders. Together, he and Pikachu, plus Misty, set off for Vidian City. Pikachu rode on top of the bike's wrecked handlebars and the newest female addition to their company stayed right in line with her impromptu savior the whole way. The trotting trio arrived in Vidian City just as the sun was beginning to set, and with it, the sky could be seen turning a deep purplish-orange as night slowly fell. The whole way to the city, Ash and Misty had talked about all kinds of topics, namely their dreams and respective goals. Ash had obviously spoken of his longing to become a Pokemon Master, and Misty told him that she dreamed of becoming the world's best Water-type Pokemon trainer. One who was even better than her idols. The first was Prima, whom was part of the Kanto and Johto Elite Four and a literal expert in the field of water and ice types. The second one was a man named Wallace, the reigning Hoenn region champion and Pokemon coordinator genius. He was not only a regional champion and water-type Pokemon Master, but he also had his own Pokemon contest tournament named after him, the Wallace Cup. Just as both the black-haired boy and his orange-headed companion entered the outer suburbs of the city, Ash still carrying Misty's bike with Pikachu sitting atop it, they saw a small police station ahead on the left-hand side of the road. As they walked past it, Misty suddenly stopped and looked at a poster that was hanging on a pole near the station. Getting a closer look, she examined the object in question for a time before gesturing to Ash, whom had stopped and was now curiously looking to see what she was doing. "Ash, come and look at this. It might be a good idea to see what it's about." He did as she requested and stepped up onto the curb beside of her, looking at the poster itself closely. When he got a good look at what it was, he soon found that it was actually a wanted poster and had the image of a man and woman on the front. Their faces were shaded around the eyes so as to not give the full identity, however they looked distinct enough to pick out of a crowd even without a clear face to go by. They were both wearing a white uniform with a large red R printed on the chest and what appeared to be black gloves on their hands that went up to the elbows on the woman and just to the forearms on the man. From what was visible of his one arm at least. The man's white shirt apparently had long sleeves and a slight V-cut at the sternum that showed a black undershirt beneath. He had blue hair that hung down to around neck level, and in his left hand was a red rose, which he was smelling while looking away from the picture. The woman looked to have magenta crimson hair that seemed like it was long and styled into a very unusual fashion, though all of it could not be seen. She was wearing green, bauble-shaped earrings, red lipstick and her own white uniform and black undershirt, which were identical to the man's, only they were cut off at the middle to show her smooth and slim belly. The female in question was holding her left hand out in the picture, as if trying to stop it from being taken. Though, by the smirks on both of their faces, it seemed they didn't overly care who saw them or not. As Ash examined the pictures, Misty held her finger near the writing at the bottom of the poster and read aloud. Wanted, known thieves and Pokémon kidnappers. Crimes are listed as but not limited to, larceny, destruction of private and public property, breaking and entering, disturbing the peace, evasion of police, unlawful operation of hot air balloon in private airspaces and kidnapping of Pokémon. Ash's right eyebrow raised, with Pikachu also looking at the poster now, while Misty's eyes squinted as she moved to the next paragraph below the first. Suspects are male and female, ages unknown, and identities are likewise unknown. Appears to work in only a team of 2 but could be involved with others. Uses Pokémon in their crimes, Ekans and a coughing. Potential danger of suspects is unknown but if seen do not approach, rumored to be affiliated with mysterious criminal organization Team Rocket. She finished with her finger tracing the last line at the bottom of the poster. If spotted please notify nearest police station or call emergency hotline to file a report with proper authorities. Once she was done, Ash frowned. Team Rocket huh? That's really bad, those guys aren't good news. Misty looked at him. What do you mean? You know about them? He shook his head. Not these 2 specifically, no. But Professor Oak has told me about a shadow organization of criminals based here in Kanto that commits a lot of really bad crimes under the radar. Stealing and trafficking Pokémon are supposedly their biggest operation but because they're so secretive and well organized, not a lot is known about them. She nodded and then looked back at the poster. Yeah, I think I've heard a rumor or 2 about them before as well. We'll just have to be careful, especially with our Pokémon. Ash put her bike down on the sidewalk for a moment and then went up to the glass double doors of the police station. I'm gonna find out more about these 2 criminals, he informed just before knocking upon the cool surface. Misty walked up to join him just as he knocked and a short time later, the glass door opened and a blue-haired woman could be seen standing in the entryway. The woman in question had slightly curly, teal-blue hair that was tied into a bushy ponytail in the back with a few strands of hair hanging down around her face. She had a very attractive, pale-skinned complexion and wore red gloss upon her lips. Her eyes were similar to Ash's own in color, which was a light amber. The young woman wore a dark blue police shirt with 2 pockets that had gold buttons over the BRSTS. The center of the uniform tapered into a lighter blue V-shape and both the collar, as well as arm cuffs of the short-sleeve shirt, were colored red. On her lower body was a very short skirt of the same color as the shirt and it rose high enough on her thighs that the entirety of her long, shapely legs were left exposed. Around her waist was a black belt with a gold buckle, cinched down tightly, and across her right shoulder was a black strap that held up the black bag holding all of her police gear. To complete her ensemble, the pretty young woman was wearing black, low-heeled shoes, white gloves and a blue police cap with a dark brim, red trim around the top and a golden star in the center. When the woman stepped out of the station and saw the 2 young trainers standing outside the door, she looked at them and then blinked. Yes. May I help you? Ash smiled politely at her and asked. Yeah, I was wondering if you could please tell us more about the criminals that are wanted in that poster please. Me and my friend just came into town and we saw the wanted sign. Since we both have Pokémon, it made us a little concerned to hear that there are people running around the city trying to steal them. The female officer looked at him and then at Misty before glancing over at the wanted sign. Oh, you mean those 2? She looked back at Ash again and then stepped fully out onto the sidewalk. They're Pokémon robbers and are also wanted for a host of other crimes, as you probably read. She held a hand up. Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about them or who they are. Those photos were taken by a security camera when they tried to break into a Pokémon Center at Vermilion City. They haven't actually been spotted here in Vidian but we've been keeping our eyes out just in case. She then looked over the 2 young trainers before asking. May I ask who you are? Ash nodded and gestured at himself. I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and this is my buddy Pikachu. He gestured at the small electric type on his shoulder and then pulled his Pokédex off of its clip on his side, sliding it open in the process. I received my first Pokémon and this Pokédex from Professor Oak. He then held the small device up as Dexter started to speak in his robotic voice. My name is Dexter, I am registered to Pokémon trainer Ash Ketchum and was programmed and given by Professor Samuel Oak. Misty went. next and smiled at the woman, holding out a small white card that she had taken out of her red bag. "My name is Misty and this is my official trainer ID." The blue-haired policewoman looked closer at the card and saw that it had a picture of Misty's face on it, as well as her personal information and a licensed league seal at the bottom indicating her official status as a Pokémon trainer. She also saw something else that caused her to blink in surprise before looking at the orange head and smiling. "Well, that's definitely enough for me." She then looked at Ash. "Both of you. Thank you for your cooperation." Gesturing at herself, she revealed her own identity. "My name is Officer Jenny, would you like an escort to the Pokémon Center? I'm going through a pretty slow PRD right now, so I can drive you there if you'd like on my motorbike." The young preteens looked at each other and smiled before looking back at her and nodding, thanking the pretty officer at the same time. "Thank you, Officer Jenny." She smiled as well after looking at the mangled bike on the sidewalk. "Looks like you could use it too. One of you can hold that thing in the sidecar on the way. Just let me lock up and then I'll meet you over at the garage door." Jenny went back inside to lock up after that, leaving Ash and Misty to walk over and wait for her next to the small garage that was built onto the side of the police station. Although, he first had to go and retrieve his new friend's destroyed bike for her. A short time later the metal door slid open and Jenny could be seen inside of the parking garage sitting on a sleek-looking, white police motorbike with sirens mounted on the sides. It also had a sidecar attached to the right side of the sporty vehicle. Having replaced her hat with a blue helmet that had a clear visor, the fit policewoman looked at the kids she would be ferrying and gestured behind her. "Grab some helmets off that shelf over there behind me and then climb on, I'll get you to the center in no time." Doing as instructed, Ash and Misty walked into the very neat and well-organized garage and went up to a shelf on the back wall that had a few helmets on them identical to Jenny's own. After picking two and slipping them, Misty climbed onto the back of the bike with Jenny and Ash took the sidecar. Then, with Pikachu sitting on his lap between himself and the ruined bike that he was holding between his legs, Jenny slowly pulled out of the garage. Once they were out on the pavement of the driveway, she pressed a button on the console pad of her bike and the garage door automatically shut and locked back. Then, pulling out onto the main road, she called back to her passengers. "Hang on, we're gonna make these roads hot like slugma in a magma cone." She then hit the accelerator and sped down the road with a loud screech of the wheels as they tore up the pavement beneath. The skies above the Vidian City Pokémon Center seemed quiet enough. Evening was nearly at its full coming and the skies were almost dark. The large white building with a big red ball on the top stood secure and firm in the midst of its own private lot, which was also shrouded by well-maintained trees and other shrubbery throughout its entire circumference. The oval-shaped Pokémon Center with its raised pavilion hosted many different sets of steps that lead up onto it from all sides, each one broken up by a section of neatly planted bushes. The white stone surface of the ground was free of any litter or trash whatsoever and the large red P atop the center roof was now glowing as darkness descended, effectively turning it into a brightly shining beacon of hope for any weary trainers and their Pokémon. However, the peaceful tranquility of the atmosphere was soon to be broken since, unseen by all eyes, an invisible foe was slowly lowering itself down into the lot behind the large medical building. As the hidden object in question came closer to reaching its intended landing zone, the foreign invader finally started to become clear since, like a Kecleon shedding its camouflage, the odd craft in question became visible. As if it had been painted to blend into the scenery but a pail of water had washed it away, the slow-moving object was soon revealed to be none other than a hot air balloon. A flying craft which was actually shaped to resemble a Meowth's head and paw. An exceedingly strange sight indeed. However, what was more important were the three individuals riding in the green basket directly beneath the balloon itself. Even more surprising was that, as the engineless transportation aircraft finally reached the ground and silently touched down upon the stone surface, the passengers' identities became clear. The one was a woman with dark magenta hair and the other, a man with light blue hair. They were both wearing the same white uniforms with a big red R on their chests and from their faces, it was clear that they were the same individuals from the wanted poster back at the police station. As the balloon settled on the ground, the woman jumped out first and landed on her long, black, high-heeled boots that went up to her knees. She was also wearing long black gloves that reached to her elbows and a very short white skirt that showed her smooth upper thighs. Which, combined with the matching top, did little to conceal her shapely form and long legs. She smirked haughtily and looked around. Such a sleepy little city, we were able to get here with no interruption or suspicion. It's almost too easy really. The man jumped down after his curvaceous female companion and showed that he too was wearing black boots, though they were shorter in length and his long white breaths were tucked into them. He was wearing gloves also, but they only went to his forearms. Well then, I guess their lack of proper security is on them, he replied with an uppity laugh that made him sound like some rich snob. Like they could ever hope to prepare for the illustrious Team Rocket. Yeah, well, don't forget Jamesy boy. A high-pitched, somewhat accented voice spoke just before another figure jumped out of the balloon and landed on 2 feet between them. The cloak and tech in the balloon made it easy by turning us invisible. The speaker turned out to be none other than a Meowth, whom was actually standing on 2 legs like a person and smirking with his paws on his hips. They really hooked us up back at headquarters with this beauty. The astonishingly talking Pokemon reached back and patted the green basket of the balloon. Yes, and now it's time to pay back the boss by snatching him some rare Pokemon, the long-haired woman snidely remarked as she crossed her arms and looked back at the center. Right, James? Right, the man now known as James flipped his hair back and then looked over at his companion. We still going with the original plan, Jesse? The now identified and skimpily dressed young woman nodded. Of course. She then looked down at the talking Pokemon beside her. Give us the rundown again, Meowth. The self-named Pokemon in question just stepped forward a few paces and looked at the center for several moments before beginning to respond. The plan is pretty simple, and if you follow my instructions, we shouldn't have too many issues with it. The talking Meowth raised his paw and looked across between smug and confident. First things first. We're gonna have Ta dig a tunnel underneath the center. After that, we'll place charges in the hole and then go hold 'em up for all the Pokemon they have. Once they find out we got bombs hidden under the building, they'll give us whatever we want to keep from getting blown all the way to sin no. Jesse and James both looked at each other and cackled gleefully before nodding. Right. Let's link up our telepads and get some explosives sent over from the supply warehouse at HQ. The blue-haired man eagerly nodded to his female companion's suggestion and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black device. Holding it in his hand, it was about palm-sized and looked like a sleek, dark circular disc with a few buttons on one side and 4 metal prongs on the other. The pronged side had a sloping dip in it. Jessie likewise pulled her own out of a small inner pocket she had on the inside of her skimpy white top and held it up. Okay, let's set up the connection. Her blue-haired companion nodded, and then they both walked a few feet away from each other before kneeling down and placing the black discs onto the ground. The devices in question had little feet on the bottom that held them up in a backward-leaning position, which left the button console facing the ground and the side with the metal hooks pointing skyward. They almost resembled 2 small black satellites. Even though they seemed insignificant and odd, the black discs were actually some of the most cutting-edge teleportation technology that existed in the Team Rocket organization's criminal arsenal. Indeed, working together they actually formed a 2-way teleportation gate which allowed back and forth transaction from both ends. Jesse and James took a few seconds to input a couple of commands into the intricate little control pads on the back of the black discs and then looked up as they started to activate. The metal prongs on the front side of the disc started to spark and crackle with electrical energy before, converging into one center point via multiple arcs, they erupted into a bright glow of pinkish-yellow light. At the same time, 2 beams of equally bright light erupted from the discs and met in midair, a few feet above the ground and perfectly on center. As the beams converged upon one another and combined, an even brighter light started to shine and a small portal, like a wormhole between dimensions, began to take shape. The portal itself took on the appearance of an oval, and as it grew larger and more pronounced, Jesse and James both backed away a few paces to give it time to stabilize out. Finally, after several long moments, the man-made teleportation wormhole stopped increasing in size and evened out when it was about the size of a large wall mirror. The now softly gleaming portal of light hovered in place, sustained in form by the 2 arcs of oddly glowing electrical energy that were being fed into it via the discs down on the ground. After a few seconds of allowing the portal to stabilize, it started to shift it and change color. Soon, the mirror of shapeless color gave way to an image that showed an entirely different scene from the landscape around the portal. Like a hole had been ripped between the veil of space and time, a man could be seen on the other end of the dimensional gateway. The man in question was smoothly shaven with dark eyes and he was wearing a black cap on his head, which covered his apparently short dark hair underneath. He also had on a black, long-sleeved shirt with the same red R on the front of it that Jesse and James themselves donned. On his hands were white gloves that went up his forearms. The man had a very serious and stony expression, and in the background of wherever he was, it looked like he was in some kind of a giant warehouse. One with pallets, crates and shelves that went all the way up near the ceiling. It appeared as though he was probably standing someplace elevated as well, because down on the ground and moving about the warehouse were several more men and women dressed just like him. The women, however, wore black skirts and white, thigh-high heeled boots instead of breaths and normal boots as the men did. Seeing who it was that had established the connection, the stoic-looking man frowned and then spoke in voice that showed his obvious frustration. "You three? Oh great. What do you want?" Jesse and James both straightened up their posture as the former replied. "We need you to send us over a few crates of explosives for an operation we are about to initiate." The man raised an eyebrow. "Really? Aha. An operation, eh? Is this gonna be any more successful than the last dozen failures you've had? The equipment in this warehouse isn't for third-rate morons like you who can't even pull off a single successful heist. Some of the most high-tech and expensive inventory in the entire Rocket organization are kept here." James smiled nervously and wrung his hands together. "Well, I wouldn't say we've failed that many times." Jessie, however, immediately resorted to anger as she growled and shook a fist at their Team Rocket comrade. "Listen you. It isn't your job to tell us what we can and can't have. We're equal parts of this organization just the same as you, and besides, you aren't our superior. Now give us what we called for." Rolling his eyes, he sighed and shook his head. "Whatever. You mess up, it's on you. I'll have your order filled and sent through one of the teleporter pads. Stand by." With that, the image in the portal went back to taking on the form of a shining surface of light. However, after a few minutes of impatiently waiting and tapping her foot, Jessie smiled in satisfaction as the portal began shifting and distorting again. "Ha! Finally, took them long enough." Her words were followed by the portal growing and expanding in size until it eventually touched down on the ground and started to resemble more of a doorway. The brightness of it continued to get stronger and stronger until all three of them had to finally look away. When the glowing died down and they were able to look again, they saw that, in place of the portal, there were now 5 large crates of explosive munitions resting on the concrete ground. The black discs that had made the portal were also inactive now, having returned to their resting state after the teleportation transaction had been completed. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Meowth cheered as he ran up to the pallet of explosives and started to look them over. "With this we'll be able to get those saps in the Pokémon Center right where we want them," Jessie foretold with a sneer. James agreed with her and crossed his arms, smirking. "We'll have enough firepower to blow them to the moon and back." "All right." Meowth turned around and looked back at his teammates while grinning toothily. "Time for the next phase of the plan." The 2 human members of the trio went over and picked up the small black discs, storing them away in their uniforms again while the talking Pokémon raised a clawed finger. "Now we'll need to tunnel our way under the center and then place these charges. After that, we can begin phase 2 of the plan, stealing all the Pokémon." With that, they ran over to the back of the Pokémon Center, and as soon as they reached the southward-facing wall, Meowth stopped and pointed down at the ground. "Here, Jess. Have Ekans burrow underneath the building right here." Pulling a Pokeball out from inside of her white vest, which she kept attached to a small loop, the reddish-haired female criminal sneered. "It'd be my pleasure. Ekans, come out here." With that, she released the Pokémon from within, which appeared from the ball in a bright burst of light and materialized to show the long purple snake that was Ekans. Giving a hiss of its name when it took full form and shape, the poison-type Pokémon looked up at Jessie, whom pointed in turn to the spot on the ground that Meowth had directed. "Ekans, I want you to burrow a deep hole underneath this building and get right under the center of it." Nodding at its given command, Jessie's loyal serpent hissed again before turning and looking down at the ground. After that, with a strong recoil and forward fling of its body, Ekans threw itself into the concrete ground. However, instead of bouncing back or hurting itself, the powerful snake was able to smash right through the solid ground and immediately begin burrowing a tunnel straight under the Pokémon Center. Smirking as they watched, Jessie cackled. It won't be long now. I hope there's rare Pokémon in this center, James stated while flipping his hair back. Just you watch, Meowth began with a confident smirk. This plan'll work out perfectly. We'll get a bunch of Pokémon and the boss'll finally make me top cat again. The two simple-minded humans with him just raised their hands and cheered. And we're gonna get a raise and a promotion. Woohoo! There it is. Officer Jenny called out over the roar of her motorbike as they approached the tall, glowing form of the Pokémon Center at a reasonable speed. While not going at a breakneck, ballistic pace by any definition of the word, the female officer still had a heavy foot and she was able to ferry them across town just as fast as she promised. In only a short few moments, Jenny was pulling up in front of the large building and stopped just outside on the street corner. Ash and Misty got off and removed their helmets while the former carried the ruined bicycle out after him. Thanks for the lift, Officer Jenny, Misty said gratefully. We really appreciate it. Ash nodded and Pikachu smiled and chirped in agreement. Yeah, we do, thanks, officer. You helped get us here a lot quicker than we would have on foot. The shapely policewoman smiled at the two kids and waved to them. It was no problem. Now you kids stay safe, don't get into any trouble and make sure you watch out for those Pokémon kidnappers, okay? Ash and Misty agreeing to her request, Jenny saluted them and then pulled her bike around and drove off while yelling back. Tell Joy I said hey. With that, the two traveling trainers turned and walked up the steps that lead onto the raised pavilion that the center was located upon. A short time later, they were stepping through the front doors and entering a massive lobby that looked big enough to hold a large crowd of people and Pokémon. There was an oval-shaped front desk at the center of the lobby and a video call station on the far right end. There was also a second level to the center which had a walkway stretching from one end of the lobby to the other on the back wall. The front door area was entirely comprised of a long glass surface. Together, the two preteens walked up to the desk and, not seeing anyone, Misty pressed a button that was attached to a device on the counter and read. For assistance, please press pager. When she did, a loud buzzing sound filtered out through the Pokeball-shaped speakers suspended above the front desk and alerted the center attendant that there were patrons. In what could only have been a minute, at the most, the double doors at the back of the lobby opened and out came walking a young woman with pink hair tied into what looked like two bows behind her head and ending in a puffy crown at her forehead. She had a soft complexion, blue eyes, and was wearing a very short and visually appealing nurse's uniform. At least, to Ash's eyes it was appealing. The outfit in question consisted of a white apron-like dress with a pocket down on the left side of the material near the belly. The apron was tied into a bow behind her and underneath of it she wore a pink, short-sleeved shirt with a folded-down collar and puffy shoulders. On her feet were white nurse's shoes. The pink-headed young woman walked up to the counter and smiled upon seeing her waiting visitors. Hello and welcome to the Vidian City Pokémon Center. My name is Nurse Joy, how may I help you? Pikachu jumped off of Ash's shoulder and onto the counter just as he responded. Can you please heal our Pokémon up for us, Nurse Joy? Misty took her red pack off and opened it, reaching inside and pulling out 3 Pokeball. Yes, please, Nurse Joy, we would really appreciate it. The Pokémon healthcare professional smiled sweetly. Well, of course we will. She then pressed a button on the intercom system behind the desk and spoke into the microphone. We need a transport table out here for 2 teams. Shortly after saying that, the doors in the back opened again and out came 2 Chansey pushing a big cart with 2 trays on top that had slots in them for Pokeball. The normal-type egg bearers hurried up to the counter with one of them looking at Nurse Joy and nodding. Chansey. Smiling at her assistant, Joy thanked the round-shaped Pokemon. Thank you, Chansey, go ahead and place the Pokeball onto the cart and then take them back. I'll be there in a minute. Doing as told, they both took the shrunken-down ball from Ash and Misty and put them into the trays on the cart. Saying his goodbyes with Pikachu, the messy-haired boy watched him jump onto the cart willingly and then disappear through the double doors a few seconds later. Okay, we'll take your Pokémon back for a nice long rest under the PRM and then we'll bring them out to you once it's finished. It shouldn't take too long. Nurse Joy then looked at the mangled bike Ash was carrying and gasped. Oh no. Did something happen? Misty, for her part, just sighed. It's a long story but no one got hurt, that's all that matters. My bike is just wrecked now and I won't be able to use it like this. Joy tapped her chin in thought for a few moments before smiling. Oh, I know. There's a bike shop here in town that could probably fix your bike for you if it isn't too destroyed. I'll give you the address before you leave and you can try taking it there. Brightening at that, Misty smiled gratefully. Really? Oh, thank you, Nurse Joy. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. She answered kindly in turn. And since it's getting late, may I recommend you both stay here for the night once your Pokémon are done? We have rooms here. The two kids looked at each other and smiled. Sure, Nurse Joy, thanks. We'll just get a room after you square away our Pokémon. Oh, and by the way, Officer Jenny wanted us to tell you hello. The pretty nurse tilted her head and smiled. So you already met Jenny then, huh? I hope you two didn't get into any trouble. Misty shook her head. No, she actually gave us a lift here. Joy nodded in understanding. Well, that was nice of her. Though I'm not surprised, while she can be stern, Jenny has a heart of gold. I should know, we've been friends for years. The young nurse then held up her finger. Well then. We'll come get you as soon as your Pokémon are ready. In the meantime, please make yourselves comfortable. After she walked off, Ash looked at his female companion. Hey, I'm gonna go call my mom and see how she's doing. You wanna come? The petite orangette shrugged. Sure, don't really have anything better to do while we're waiting. She then followed the younger boy as he walked over to the video phones and, after sitting himself down, Ash picked up the phone and dialed his home number. Once the black screen and call icon came on, the computer rung for a few moments before the call was finally connected and Delia Ketchum answered. As soon as Ash saw her, he figured that his mother was doing her nightly rituals since she had a towel on her head, a green mud mask on her face and a pink bathrobe on with a red sash around the waist. Hey Mom, did I call at a bad time? He asked in amusement when he saw the state of his mother. Eyes brightening happily as she saw her son on the other end of the line, Delia smiled and exclaimed. Oh Ash, it's you. No sweetie, it isn't a bad time at all, just give me a second. She then turned away from the video phone, which was set up in the living room on a desk near the TV, and ran upstairs as fast as she could. Once in the bathroom she had in her bedroom, she removed the towel covering her hair and quickly took off her mud mask before running back downstairs and sitting in front of the phone. Smiling excitedly, she looked at her son and said just as enthusiastically. Oh sweetie, it's so good to hear from you. I've been worrying about you so much over the last 2 weeks, how has everything been? Are you eating enough? How's Pikachu? Did you catch any new Pokémon? Are you making sure to regularly change your dash? With Misty beside him, Ash interrupted his mother before she could go any farther and embarrass him. Mom. Hey come on Mom, I'm fine, really. And yeah, it's been really great. Leaning forward, he smiled. Me and Pikachu did some pretty tough training for 2 weeks and yes, I did catch some new Pokémon. All in all, it's been good. We just arrived here at the center in Vidian City and we're waiting for Nurse Joy to take care of our Pokémon for us. She smiled happily at the good news from her child. That is so wonderful sweetheart, you're already starting to succeed in leaps and bounds. Even though you took longer to get to Vidian than your father did since you stopped to train for a while, he told me that when he first left home on his journey, everything was a disaster. Nothing went right for him. He even told me that a flock of Spearow attacked him. She and her son both shared an amused smile and a laugh at that, but, upon seeing Misty next to him, Delia adopted an expression of curiosity. Ash, who is that with you? Looking at Misty, the boy smiled and then glanced back at his mother. Oh yeah right, Mom, this is my friend Misty. We met her when we were on the way here to Vidian City. At that, the younger girl moved in and smiled politely at the older woman. Hello Mrs. Ketchum. Ash told me a lot about you on the way here to the city and it's nice getting to talk to you. Delia I smiled at the orange head. Oh you are just as pretty as a Bellosum dear. It's so nice to meet you too Misty, I'm happy my Ash has already made a friend on the road. And such a pretty one too. Misty's cheeks turned a little red at that but she retained her composure as she gave a small laugh. Well I should actually be thankful that I met Ash really. He and Pikachu came along when I was being attacked by a wild Gyarados in a river and they saved me. If it wouldn't have been for them, I might not be here right now. I owe them both my life. Ash even carried my bike, which Gyarados destroyed in its attack, all the way here for me on his shoulders. Your son is a real gentleman, Mrs. Ketchum. Delia's eyes went wide. Really? A Gyarados? He saved you from a Gyarados? At the girl's nod, she looked at her son. Ash, that was so incredibly brave of you. I'm terrified to hear that such a thing happened to you, and I'm relieved to know you're okay, but to be told that you went to such lengths to save this young lady. And then to carry her bike all the way to the city for her. She smiled and leaned forward. That makes me so proud of you, sweetie. You did a wonderful thing and you should be very proud of yourself. I know your father would be too. Good job, Ash, I am so proud of you. Feeling a little uncomfortable at all the praise, he smiled and rubbed the back of his head while changing the subject. Yeah, so, how's everything there, Mom? You doing okay? Leaning back in the desk chair again, his mother nodded with a small sigh. Yes, I'm doing just fine, honey. It's a little lonely without you around, but I'm managing well, don't you worry about me. She then held up a finger like she had suddenly remembered something important. That reminds me, Ash, you need to call Professor Oak too. He's really been wondering about your progress and how you've been doing over the last 2 weeks, so make sure to call him, okay? Her son nodded in assent. You got it, Mom, I will. I should actually probably let you go now so I can call him before it gets too late. I just wanted to call and let you know how I was doing. The brunette nodded in agreement and smiled into the camera again. Yes, you're probably right. Well, thank you for calling and letting me know how you are, honey. Please keep me updated and call home anytime you feel like it. I love you so very much and I couldn't be prouder of the young man you're turning into. She then looked toward the girl next to her son. And Misty, it was so nice to talk to you. If you and my son end up traveling together by some chance, then I hope to actually meet you in person someday. Please take care, dear, and if you go with him, help look after my Ashie. Misty smiled kindly back and nodded. You got it, Mrs. Ketchum, and it was very nice meeting you as well. Have a good night. With that, Ash told his mother goodbye and gave her his love before hanging up the call. Afterwards, he turned and went to say something to Misty before calling Professor Oak, but right then, his eyes caught sight of a strange anomaly. Standing up, he furrowed his eyebrows and then walked forward a few steps to see what had caught his attention. Once he did, with Misty looking after him in confusion, he finally was able to see just what it was that had grabbed his attention. So there, suspended on the wall behind the front desk, was a large monitor. However, it wasn't the screen itself but what was currently being displayed on its surface that had caught his eyes. There, taking up the whole large screen, was the computer image of 4 individual Pokémon that were drawn on what seemed to be some form of ancient stone. As he moved closer to the image that was being displayed on the monitor, Ash examined the 4 drawings carefully in order to decipher what they were. It took him a little while, but after intently staring at each one for some time, he finally understood who the Pokémon were. Ash, what is it? Misty asked as she walked up to stand beside of him. Turning to look at her, the boy gestured back up at the image while explaining. This image caught my eye. It may just be a digital replica, but this picture must have been taken from an actual ancient drawing of 4 unique Pokémon. She looked up at the image as well and stared at it for a few moments. Who are they? Ash reverted his full attention to the image and then pointed, one after the other. Well, the first is of an Arcanine. They're pretty rare in the wild and used to be classified as legendary Pokémon back when Professor Oak was younger, though I don't know why. An enthusiastic smile came over his features then. These other 3 are real legendary Pokémon. The Mirage Trio and legendary birds of Kanto, Zapdos, Moltres and Articuno. Misty shared his enthusiasm as she stared at the image and smiled fondly. Wow! Wouldn't it be amazing to actually get to see those Pokémon someday? Her male companion nodded in agreement, and then, after a few more moments of staring, he looked away. Alright, well, I should call Professor Oak and let him know how things are going. Misty readjusted the bag slung over her shoulder. I'm gonna go find the bathroom while you're doing that. See you in a little bit, Ash. After she had wandered off, Ash went back over to the video phone and sat down before making the call to his mentor. It didn't take long either because, in only a few short rings, the screen lit up and Professor Oak's face could be seen on the other end of the computer. Seeing who had called him, the elder man smiled and gave a hearty greeting. "Ah, Ash. So you finally made it to Vidian City. How did your first 2 weeks go?" The boy smiled fondly at the memories. "It went great, Professor, really. Me and Pikachu did a lot of training and I caught a few Pokémon. I captured a Rattata, a Spearow, the Nidoran duo, and get this, I actually found a Mewtwo." Hearing that, Oak's eyebrow arched. "A Mewtwo? Really? How in Arceus Green Earth did that happen?" He shrugged. "I don't know, Professor, I really don't. All I do know is that I found her getting attacked by a flock of Spearow, headed by the one I caught, and saved her. Sometime after that I caught her when she expressed interest in coming with me." The aged Pokémon professor put a hand to his chin and hummed in thought. Very strange indeed to have encountered a wild Mewtwo out here in Kanto, they usually aren't found here. Interesting indeed, my boy, and regardless, it was a slide of good fortune for you that you made such a rare capture. It sounds like you're doing quite well for yourself already." Ash nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we are, so far at least. Me and Pikachu met a girl named Misty, who we saved from a Gyarados, but it destroyed her bike in the attack. We decided to come with her to Vidian and I carried it here for her. We're in the Pokémon Center right now waiting for our Pokémon to get rested up and will probably crash here tonight." The older man smiled at his student. "My, it sounds to me like you've already experienced quite the adventure, my boy. Well, make sure to keep me up to date on how things go with you and I look forward to hearing what Pokémon you catch next. Do you know where you're going after this?" The black-haired trainer nodded again. "Yeah, I spent the last 2 weeks looking over the GPS in my transceiver and I think we'll head through the Vidian Forest next and on to Pewter City." His mentor laced his fingers together. "Well, that sounds like a plan to me, Ash. Just be careful though, the Vidian Forest can be a dangerous place." "You got it, Professor," he assented with a nod. "We'll be safe and I'll call you again as soon as I have another chance." Just then, with those last words, his memory was suddenly jogged and Ash snapped his fingers. "That reminds me, Professor, can I please ask you a favor?" "About my Pokémon?" The short-haired older man nodded. "Of course, my boy, what might it be?" Leaning his elbows on the desk, the boy explained. "Well, I want my Pokémon to keep up their training schedules, even when they're with you at the lab. But they can't make their own food and I have a specific diet I'm keeping each of them on. If I sent you a list and kept it updated, could you please keep up their meal plan when they're with you?" His mentor smiled in reply. "Of course, Ash, it would be my pleasure. I'm sure your mother wouldn't mind coming over to help me every now and again to give her something to do either. She's a far better cook than I am after all. Do you need me to supervise their training as well?" Ash shook his head. "No, I've already talked to them about it. They understand that when they're with you, I still want them to do their daily training regimes. You won't have to do anything on that end." The world-famous researcher nodded once more. "Well, then you can consider it done. Don't worry about your Pokémon's feeding schedule when they're with me, my boy." Smiling gratefully, he bowed his head and thanked his teacher. "That really sets my mind at ease, Professor, thank you." With that and a few parting words, the call was ended and Ash sat back in the chair. He purposefully avoided making any mention of his sighting of Ho-Oh to anyone, mostly because he feared that most people would never believe it. It was hard enough for him to believe it, let alone trying to convince anybody else. Eventually, as the time ticked by on the clock, Ash and Misty were pulled out of conversation with each other over by the waiting area when Nurse Joy walked out into the lobby with both Chansey pushing a cart behind her. On top of it were their Pokeball and Pikachu, looking freshly rejuvenated and perky as he ate an apple. "Well, it's all done," she spoke kindly as she stopped in front of them. "Your Pokémon have been fully restored and are back to optimal health. We did a full exam on all of them and they are healthy as can be." Pikachu, seeing Ash, jumped off the cart and onto his trainer's shoulder, who smiled up at him and chuckled. "Hey buddy, you feeling good?" The small electric type nodded and replied back happily. "Pika Pi Pikachu." He and Misty then took their Pokeball and both thanked the pretty nurse before the former asked. "Do you think we might be able to get a room for the night, please, Nurse Joy? Misty and I talked about it and we'd like to stay here." "Of course. The pink-haired nurse smiled sweetly. If you'll just come up to the front desk, then I'll register you both and give you a key. Just as he and Misty prepared to follow Joy and do just that, the sound of breaking glass caused the three of them to spin back around toward the entry doors. Just as they did, two black balls came flying through the now shattered front doors and landed on the floor in front of them just a few feet away. Before they could react, both balls exploded and set off a flash bang that rung in their ears and kicked up a cloud of black smoke. The three of them, including Pikachu and the two Chansey, started to cough from the thick screen of smoke and covered their eyes. Amidst their coughing, they suddenly heard two voices, a male and a female one, start to speak. The female one went first. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. The male voice followed. To protect the world from devastation. The woman passionately proclaimed. To unite all peoples within our nations. The man said smoothly. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Her voice spoke the sardonic next lines, followed by the man again. To extend our reach to the stars above. The smoke finally cleared and allowed Ash, Misty and Joy to see the identity of the intruders just as the woman stepped forward and crossed her arms. Jesse. James. The man also stepped forward and crossed his own arms before flipping his blue hair. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. She jammed a finger into the air. Surrender now or prepare to fight. The blue-haired male did the same and smirked. Meowth, that's right. In the middle of the two humans jumped an upright Meowth on both feet, paws on his hips while he finished the strange motto. Seeing this, Joy and both kids stared at him in wonder and yelled at the same time. A talking Meowth? The two-legged feline in question grinned toothily and crossed his arms. I can do a lot more than just talk, you know. Stealin' Pokemon is what I'm really good at. Ash blinked in shock before pointing at the small talking normal type. But how are you walking like that? And talking? That's amazing. Meowth closed his eyes and looked satisfied with himself. I know I'm awesome, but flattery won't save ya or any of the Pokemon here, kid, so save your breath. Wait a minute. Misty narrowed her eyes at the two uniformed intruders behind the talking Pokemon and then gasped. You two are the same ones from the wanted poster outside of the police station. The woman, whose magenta hair was pulled back into a long banana shape that went down to her legs, sneered and folded her arms under her bust. That's right, little girl. We're members of the indomitable Team Rocket and we are here to show you just how bad we really are. We were able to easily slip into this city without anyone even recognizing or seeing us. TSK, you really should be more on guard when bad guys like us are afoot. James spoke those taunting words with a small chuckle. At that, Joy finally asked with a nervous tremble in her voice. Why are you here? The criminal duo laughed at the same time as Jessie pointed at the nurse. Why, we're here to steal all the Pokemon in this center, of course. Meowth cackled and held up his paw in a fist. Yeah, so hand 'em all over and no one gets hurt. Oh yeah. Ash spoke defiantly while stepping forward. And what if we don't? The talking Pokemon cackled again. Then we'll just blow the whole place sky high. Seeing the look of shock pass across their faces, he smirked. Yeah, that's right. We planted bombs under the center and dear time to go off. James pulled out a small, square black box out of his pocket and held it up. We also have it remote set so we can blow the charges anytime we want to. Ash, Misty and Joy all gasped in shock and leaned back for a moment while the pink-haired nurse put her hands over her mouth. That's horrible. How could you? The villains laughed and Jessie sneered. Because we're bad, of course. Now hand over all the Pokemon here or else. Ash was gritting his teeth and staring daggers at them for a few moments, his mind working rapidly, before he slowly calmed and then smirked. Yeah, right, you're just bluffing. Misty and Joy looked at him in confusion, trying to figure out what he was doing, while the Rocket Trio laughed again. Oh really? Jessie crossed her arms under her impressive bust again. And how are you so sure of that, little boy? He maintained his smirk and pointed. Because you came here to steal Pokemon, not blow yourselves up. You're in the building, if you remote detonated it then you'd go up in flames too. You probably set the timer far enough out that you would have enough time to intimidate Nurse Joy, get the Pokémon and then leave. And besides, you're criminals, you don't care, you would let this place blow up anyway, whether you got what you wanted or not. They frowned slightly upon hearing that, and the woman of the group, apparently the leader, retorted coldly back. Well, aren't you just the little brainiac? Even if you're right, we can still get what we came for by force. What makes you think you can stop us? Because. Pikachu, on cue, jumped down from his shoulder onto the floor and angrily crackled his cheeks. We won't let you. Ash finished with a serious and stony expression on his face. That's right. Misty stepped up beside him and held up a Pokeball in her hand, which grew. We'll fight you off and defend this center and all the Pokemon in it. Jessie and James both laughed together again, along with Meowth, before the former asked with hands on her hips. Oh really? You think little children like yourselves would stand a chance against us? It's getting late, Jess, and I think it might be getting to the little brats, James jeered. They don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, we'd wipe the floor with ya. Meowth pointed and glinted his sharp white teeth. Ash and Misty, both, remained steadfast and unmoved, glaring steadily at the three criminals without backing down an inch. Seeing this, Jessie smirked condescendingly. Very well, I guess we need to teach the babies a lesson. She and her partner both pulled out a Pokeball from in their uniforms at the same time, and Jessie twirled around before tossing the ball out of her hand. Here we go, kiddies, watch closely. Come out, Ekans. From the ball emerged the long, purple and poisonous serpent Pokemon, who hissed threateningly upon appearing. James, for his part, flipped his hair and smirked before tossing his own Pokeball into the air. Come on, coughing. Appearing in a burst of light next to Ekans was a floating ball of grayish rock that had craters over all its body, a mouth and two leering eyes. Upon making its entry, a quick burst of smoke came from the craters in it as coughing gave a guttural and deep, coughing. Alright, let's make this fair. Misty threw the Pokeball in her hand. Go Stereo. When the red and white ball snapped open, it released a stream of light from within that took the form of a golden-brown star-shaped Pokemon with a red gem in its center. Appearing next to Pikachu, it readied itself for battle and gave a brisk vocalization. Star. You ready, Misty? Ash spoke as he prepared for his first official battle. Let's do it. The redhead affirmed without fear. Humph. This will be over quickly. Ekans, use poison sting on that little rat. Jessie commanded. Rearing up, the purple snake opened its mouth and started firing multiple bursts of glowing white needles at Pikachu. However, they were both ready and Ash proved it. Use quick attack. In a small blast of white energy, Pikachu took off running across the floor at rapid speed. The rain of poisonous needles missed him entirely as he simply feinted to the side and made a straight charge for Ekans. Taken aback by the speed of Pikachu, Jessie blinked and then shook herself from her stupor. Ekans, don't stop. Keep using poison sting. Her serpentine Pokemon did just that and continued using the same attack to try and hit the other one. Unfortunately, Pikachu proved to be far too quick and was easily able to dodge each blast of needles that came his way. James took that time to command his own Pokemon. Coughing used sludge attack. The toxic and cratered poison type moved fast and expelled a thick shot of purple goo at Stereo. Misty proved to also be quick on reaction though, since she gave her own Pokemon a swift order. Stereo spin away from that sludge and then used tackle. Displaying impressive speed and agility of its own, Stereo jumped and spun out of the way of the flying ball of goop and then sent itself twirling rapidly through the air like a frisbee. Before Coughing could move or react, Stereo smashed its hard body straight into the levitating Pokemon and sent it soaring back through the air. At the same time, Pikachu finally reached Ekans and jumped forward, slamming himself into the slippery serpent like a compact yellow missile. Jessie's Pokemon also went flying, but unlike Coughing, it actually hit the ground. More than a little surprised at the prowess of both young trainers and their Pokemon, the two criminal rockets got mad and clenched their hands into fists. That's it, you little punks. Jessie growled. You'll pay for that. James raised his hand. Coughing used smokescreen. With a throaty groan of its name, Coughing started to expel a thick cloud of black smoke into the lobby, which quickly came to fill the airspace and cut off almost all visibility. CRP, now we can't see anything. Misty cursed in frustration. Before Ash could reply, they heard Jessie yell. Ekans, find that little rodent and then use wrap and bind it. Utilizing its ability to sense body temperature, Ekans slithered quickly into the cloud of smoke and started searching for Pikachu. Locking onto his body heat eventually, the sneaky snake slipped in deftly behind the unaware and blind electric type and then struck, lunging at him and wrapping its strong coils around the small mouse tightly. Ash could hear Pikachu cry out in surprise from within the smoke cloud, but without being able to see, he knew he couldn't help his Pokémon. However, instead of panicking, he remained calm as Professor Oak had always instructed him to do in such situations. Thankfully, he soon came to an idea and spoke on it while looking at Misty. Hey, does your stereo know rapid spin? She looked at him oddly for a moment but nodded regardless. Yeah, why? He turned to her. Have it use rapid spin but while standing on the ground. Maybe, if it does that, Stereo's body could act like a fan and stir up enough air to clear the smoke away. She blinked in surprise at the unusually unique idea but decided to try it nonetheless as she ordered Stereo to do exactly as Ash advised. Amazingly enough, as soon as the multi-pointed star used rapid spin while standing on the floor, its body started to rotate at an incredibly fast speed. This had the effect of stirring up the air around them and, the faster Stereo turned, it soon resembled a fan pushing air currents forward briskly. The sudden uptick in wind speed caused the cloud of black smog to slowly begin dissipating and fading away until, finally, it was no more. With visibility finally restored, Ash was able to see Ekans in the middle of a tight bind on Pikachu, who was trying to get free but could not do so. At that same moment, Jessie called out. Ekans, use bite and gobble up that tiny rat. Just as the toxic snake opened its mouth wide and bared its fangs in preparation to bite Pikachu, Misty acted on the fly. Stereo, attack Ekans with rapid spin. Unlike before, the quick-moving water type went airborne again but this time started spinning through the air at revolutions that left the head dizzy. In no time at all, Stereo reached Ekans just before it was able to bite Pikachu and then struck it with full-force rotational speed. This caused the legless reptile to careen back from the hit and its coils also loosened up a little. On the heels of that, Misty yelled. Now use Swift. From the gem in its center, Stereo came out of its spin and then started raining dozens of sharp energy stars at Ekans. The double attack caused it to totally loosen its grip on Pikachu and thereby allowed him to quickly jump free. At that same moment, James pointed at Stereo and commanded. Coughing, use tackle on that pesky starfish. Thinking it would have an opening since Stereo was facing away, Coughing flew in and attempted to ram Misty's Pokémon. Sadly for it though, that effort came up short since Pikachu, eager to return the favor, leapt to Stereo's defense and jumped in the air to meet Coughing. Tail glowing silver as he used a proper iron tail in battle for the very first time, demonstrating all the grueling work he had put in by painfully striking his tail on hard, rocky surfaces every day. The agile electric type flipped once in the air. Then, face scrunched up intently, he brought his now steely appendage down on the hard surface of Coughing's head with a loud, Pika. The brutal attack was more than enough to stop Coughing and, in fact, sent it tumbling back through the air and landing on the ground near James' feet. While Ash gave a quick cheer at the successful usage of Pikachu's hard-earned new move, Misty called for Stereo to use Bubble Beam on Ekans. In a flurry of large and small bubbles, the water-type starfish overwhelmed its opponent in short order and sent Ekans off in the same manner as Coughing, landing at Jessie's own feet in 5 seconds flat. While both members of the secretive and nefarious criminal organization looked down at their Pokémon in stunned surprise, Ash grinned and clenched his right fist. You ready to end this, Misty? She smiled in a similarly eager manner and nodded. Let's do it. With that, the black-haired boy pointed and called out. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. His orange-haired companion looked at her Pokémon and gave her own final order for the battle. Stereo, use Water Gun. At the same time, both the electric and water type readied their attacks before releasing them at the same time. For Stereo, it expelled a blast of high-powered water from one of its points and Pikachu's whole body crackled with electricity before he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning with a loud cry of, "Chuuu." Jessie, James and Meowth's eyes widened just before the surge of water and the bolt of electrical energy merged into one dual attack and struck, not merely Ekans and Coughing, but even they themselves. Yaha! The criminal trio yelled aloud as they were electrocuted by Pikachu's powerful electric-type attack and became lit up like a host of brightly shining lanterns. An attack which was made all the worse by the aquatic conductor of Stereo's water gun. When the combination attack finally ended, all three rockets were left standing in awkwardly comedic poses while they jittered and jumped from the electricity still coursing through their bodies. Jessie and James' outfits were smoking and singed, and even Meowth's fur was standing on end. Ekans and Coughing were laying unconscious at their feet. Yes. Ash pumped his fist into the air and cheered. We did it, Pikachu. We won our first battle. Turning to his trainer, the electric rodent cast his arms into the air and joined Ash in celebration while Misty praised Stereo for its own efforts. Misty, that was great. The young man said enthusiastically as he turned to her and grinned. You and Stereo were incredible. She turned to face him and offered her own cheerful smile. Thanks, you and Pikachu were great too, especially for your first battle. We worked well together. After that, he looked back at Team Rocket and smirked. You guys finished yet, or do you want more? We can keep it coming as long as you like. Shaking themselves from their electrified stupor, Jessie and James looked at each other and then down at their beaten Pokémon before the latter blinked in amazement. I can't believe we lost. Jessie growled angrily and glared daggers at the ones who defeated them. You pesky little brats. How dare you? All three of them quickly took a step back in fear though when Pikachu bounded forward and started crackling electricity in his cheek pouches. Seeing this, they sweat-dropped nervously, wanting nothing to do with getting shocked again by the surprisingly powerful little electric type. And maybe we should call it quits and get out of here. Meowth suggested as he backed up toward the door. I agree with him, Jessie, that Pikachu's too strong. James tremulously declared with a shudder before looking down at the detonator SWCH he had been holding in his hand, which had been fried by Pikachu's thunderbolt. The detonator's been destroyed too, we can't set off the explosives anymore by remote. Gritting her teeth, the magenta-haired woman finally relented. Fine. We'll pull back for now. She then pointed at Ash and Misty. But this isn't over, you little twerps. You'll pay for interfering with Team Rocket. With that, she and James returned their defeated Pokémon and then turned tail with Meowth and ran back out the door. However, not wanting them to get away, Ash took off after them while yelling. Hey, get back here, you three. As he ran through the lobby after them, Pikachu on his heels, Misty quickly returned Stereo and yelled after him. Ash, wait up. The two of them hardly made it to the door though before James turned back and, grabbing a strange black ball out of his brief's pocket, he tossed it onto the ground near their feet. Immediately, it exploded into a cloud of thick smoke and halted Ash and Misty in their tracks, both of them hacking and coughing from the offensive screen of smog. After a few moments of struggling through the smoke cloud, the two of them finally got out of it and looked around for any sign of Team Rocket. They soon found it too, in the form of a large hot air balloon flying over their heads high above the center. Looking up, they saw the villainous trio making their getaway and Meowth calling down to them mockingly while Jessie and James stood smirking in the basket. Hey twerps. I'd hurry up and get out of deer if I was you. In a little bit that whole place is going up in smoke. Ha ha ha. James, beside of him, made a gesture in his hand like a bomb going off. Boom. The three of them cackled at that, but Ash just growled and pointed up at them. You criminals aren't gonna get away with this. Pikachu used Thunderbolt and take him down. Backing up a short distance away, Pikachu narrowed his eyes and focused before taking off at a fast run. Then, as soon as he reached Ash, the agile and quick little mouse jumped onto his trainer's shoulder before springing off of it and high into the air. All of his strength training proved itself valuable in that very moment. While he was airborne, Pikachu's small body became suffused in bright electricity before he unleashed it with a loud, Pika. To the rocket trio's shock and dread, the powerful bolt of electricity soared through the air like a sharp arrow and struck them head-on. The three of them were soon given the second shock of their lives and cried out in pain as the whole balloon was lit up by the bolt of thunder. Finally, after only seconds, the charge reached its max and caused a fiery explosion. From the smoke went hurtling Jessie, James, and Meowth, once more smoking and singed as they flew high into the sky above the city. I can't believe this happened to us. Jessie whined indignantly while hanging upside down. I can't believe my uniform got so tattered and torn up. James complained as he pulled at the ruined sleeve of his uniform. I can't believe we lost our balloon with my pretty mug on it. Meowth cried, his tail still smoking. Then, just before disappearing into the night sky, the three of them called out together at the same time. Team Rocket's blasting off. Down on the ground, Ash watched the three criminals vanish into the distance with satisfaction while bits and pieces of their destroyed balloon fell to the ground. However, he and Pikachu had no time to celebrate since Misty quickly grabbed his arm. Ash, we need to hurry. The explosives they placed under the center could go off at any minute. He looked at her and nodded urgently. You're right, come on. With that, the two of them ran back inside and found Nurse Joy behind the front desk frantically typing away on her computer. As soon as they reached her, Ash slammed his hand on the counter. Nurse Joy, it's not over yet. Those bombs Team Rocket placed under this building could detonate any time now. She looked up at him and nodded intently, showing that she very well understood the gravity of the situation. Yes, I know. I already called the police and informed Officer Jenny. But we have a bigger problem. Her brow furrowed in concern. We have a lot of Pokémon here at this center, and if it blows up, all of them will go with it. There are too many Pokeball to get out manually, and letting them all out would only cause mass confusion. We need to evacuate the Pokémon out of this center. Misty leaned forward. But how do we do that? She looked at the younger girl and explained. I already contacted the Nurse Joy in Pewter City and let her know that we would be sending over a large group of Pokémon to her. So what can we do? Ash questioned. She quickly came out from behind the counter and gestured for them to follow her. Come on, we don't have much time. With that, Ash and Misty hurried after Joy as she ran across the lobby and through the large double doors that lead into the back of the center. Following her, they found themselves immediately in a large operating room, but Joy didn't stop there. The pink-haired nurse made her way to another door, all the way at the end of the room, and went through it, followed by the two young trainers with her. From there, they stepped into a hallway that had a few doors on either side of the hall. Joy ended up going into the first one on the left, and upon their own entry, Ash and Misty were amazed to find themselves in a room that was full of shelves of Pokeball. The frantic young medic rushed over to a large machine that was in the middle of the room and had what looked like a teleporter tube connected to it for the transferal of Pokeball. Joy sat herself down in front of the computer and started to type quickly. Okay, you two. She began urgently. If you want to help, then take all the Pokeball off these shelves and put them on the teleporter pad. I'll send them to the Pewter City Pokémon Center from there. Hurry. Not arguing with the nurse, both kids began rushing to do just as she commanded. Even Pikachu helped out by running and grabbing Pokeball off the lower shelves. It was fast and frenzied work. Ash, Pikachu and Misty grabbed Pokeball as fast as they could, grabbing as many at one time as possible, before running them over to the transporter. From there, they placed the Pokeball on the pad and Joy would transfer it to the Pewter City Center. By the time the last ball was snatched off the shelf and sent away, a few tense minutes later, both young trainers were sweating profusely. Even Joy had a few beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead from the anxiety of the situation. At last, when the final Pokeball was sent away, she bolted up from the chair and nodded. Okay, that's it, let's get out of here before this whole place blows. Ash and Misty nodded in hectic agreement, and then, as soon as he called Pikachu back to his shoulder, the boy and both young women made a beeline for the door. Once they made it back to the operating room, Joy called out to both of her assistant Pokémon. Chansey, come on, let's go. The two rotund and pink-skinned normal types followed after their superior, and as soon as they all reached the lobby, it was as if time slowed. The final distance to go between there and the front doors seemed like it was a mile away, and their legs felt like they were moving in slow motion. When they at last made it to the glass doors and burst outside into the warm night air, the five of them ran as fast as possible away from the Pokémon Center. It was just at the right moment too, because, upon reaching the end of the concrete pavilion out in front of the building, the time at last came. Underneath the Pokémon Center, all of the charges Team Rocket had placed in Eakin's tunnel finally counted down to 0, and at that moment, the storm came. Just when Ash and the others were about to run down the steps and out onto the street, a massive and ear-ringing explosion erupted throughout the entire lot and shook the city itself all the way to its outermost boundaries. When the initial earth-rattling explosion went off, the force of it was so powerful that it sent Ash, Misty, Joy and both Chansey flying through the air for several yards and depositing them out into the middle of the road. A black cloud of smoke shot up into the sky in the giant form of a Paras mushroom, and it was only rivaled by the chunks of debris, both large and small, that went scattering outwards and upwards, in every direction. By the hand of all of that unrestrained destruction was the Vidian City Pokémon Center utterly annihilated. Large hunks of stone, metal and other dangerously free-falling objects rained down from above as far as 100 yards away. Cars, houses and even other shops and buildings were inflicted by some form of casualty damage as the falling debris landed on everything in sight without regard to size, shape, color or personal property. The sound of the blast was heard in every corner of Vidian, and in the homes of local residents, it felt like an earthquake had suddenly shaken the whole town. Back at the scene, Ash and the others were still laying in the road. Fortunately, they were now covering their heads with their arms and were staying huddled closely to the ground while the sheer chaos was unleashed all around them. They could hear the sounds of debris falling and smashing into the ground, as well as on other things, but they still kept their heads down. Ash, for his part, had pulled Pikachu underneath of him and was shielding him with one arm while the other covered his head. After the initial fiery explosion and continuous rain of debris finally came to an end, what felt like an eternity later, all gradually started to quiet down. Eventually, they couldn't hear anything at all, not even the sound of wreckage hitting the ground. Only the roar and loud crackling of flames. At last, Ash uncovered his head and looked up. As soon as he did, his mouth went agape and he stared in dread amazement at the sight before them. Wow! Look at that! Misty and Joy looked up as well and glanced toward the Pokémon Center. Sadly, where there was once a big building emblazoned with the letter P upon its roof, now there was nothing but a towering cloud of smoke ascending high into the night sky. The Pokémon Center. Misty began in a wavering voice. It's gone. Joy finished remorsefully as she stared at the empty and badly destroyed lot where her medical center had now been reduced to nothing but a burning pile of rubble. While they stared at the scene of devastation before them, the sound of sirens filled the air. Then, in mere seconds, the streets became filled with police cars, a fire truck and an ambulance. Officer Jenny was at the head of the police battalion on her motorbike, and as soon as she came to a stop, she stared at the rising column of smoke in a similar manner of disbelief. "Are all of you okay?" she finally asked after getting off of her bike and running over to Ash and the others. At the same time, her fellow officers immediately went to work setting up a police barricade while the fire crew rushed in with hoses and a team of water Pokémon to start battling the fire. "Yes, we're fine." Joy was the first to answer as she stood up and brushed off her now soot and smoke-covered uniform. "No one else was in the center except us, and before it exploded, we managed to succeed in getting all of the Pokémon transferred to the Pewter City Center." Jenny looked from Joy to the two kids she had originally escorted to the Pokémon Center. "These two helped you?" The red-haired nurse looked back at Ash and Misty and nodded with a smile on her face. "Not only that, but they also helped chase off the criminals who were responsible for placing the bombs that blew up the center." The pretty female officer's eyes widened in surprise as she hurried over to the couple of young trainers. "You two know who was responsible for this?" Ash was distracted as he watched the firefighters and their team of water Pokémon combat the fire that was now burning in the wake of the explosion. Pokémon ranging from Vaporeon, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Golduck and even a Cloyster. Misty, however, heard her question and looked at Officer Jenny. "Yes ma'am, we battled them in the center when they came to steal the Pokémon there." Tapping his shoulder, she got Ash's attention and he turned around to face Jenny just as she asked urgently. "Well? Who was it? Who attacked the center?" Taking point, he raised his hand and answered. "It was Team Rocket. Those same two criminals we saw on your wanted poster earlier today. They did this." Jenny's face angrily contorted as she clenched her fist and looked up. "How dare they? Those villains. Doing something horrible like this by blowing up a Pokémon Center of all things. They'll pay for this, I swear we'll get them." Misty interjected at that point. "They were in a big hot air balloon when they went to escape, but Pikachu zapped them and it exploded. They went flying off somewhere into the city, but we don't know where." Jenny nodded firmly at that. "I'll get a couple of units to start an immediate search throughout the city for them." Before she could run back to her squad and give them the rundown though, she stopped and looked at Ash and Misty again. Then, smiling, she raised her hand and saluted them. You both did an incredibly brave and selfless thing today. If not for you, the outcome of all of this could have been much worse. Thank you for playing your part in helping to mitigate this disaster. Both of them looked at each other and then back at Jenny before smiling in gratitude. Ash, chuckling, modestly rubbed the back of his head. You're welcome, Officer Jenny, I'm just glad we were here to help. Misty nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm happy we were here to help save the lives of Nurse Joy and all the Pokémon in the center. Jenny put her hands on her hips. Well, regardless, you two did a very courageous thing and you have the gratitude of this whole city and I'm sure every person whose Pokémon you helped save. She then looked back. I have to go and start directing my men and inform them of what's happened. You three really should go see the medical unit over at the ambulance to make sure you're okay. Jenny then held up a gloved finger. But, if you stick around until I'm done here, you can return to the station with me tonight. I live there and have a spare guest bedroom. If you aren't afraid to share it, you can stay with me tonight since the Pokémon Center won't be an option now. Ash and Misty adopted expressions that were full of gratitude and quickly voiced it at the same time. Thanks, Officer Jenny, that'd be great. Yeah, thanks so much, we'd love to. Even Pikachu gave voice to his own thankfulness with a chirp of gratitude to the blue-haired policewoman. Jenny then looked at Joy and held up a hand. And you know you're welcome to stay too, Joy, you can room with me. I don't want to see my best friend sleeping outside since your own home just got destroyed. The sweet and kindly Pokémon nurse smiled in return and tilted her head. That would be wonderful, Jen, thank you. Me and Chansey would be happy to stay with you. The two egg-shaped normal types I smiled and called out together. Chansey. Jenny nodded and then went to turn away. Good, well you three go and get yourselves checked up and then I'll come back for you later. If you get tired before then I'll have a squad car take you back to the station so you can clean up and rest if you want. After that, she hurried off to tend to her duties while Ash, Misty, and Joy went over to the ambulance to get checked up by the paramedics. Joy, being a medical professional, could tell they were all fine, but she wasn't ever above having a second opinion. More so, she was a Pokémon medic, not a human one, and the last thing she wanted to do was risk any harm to the two young trainers that had just risked so much for her and so many others. However, even as they went to have a medical checkup done, none of them could know that, at the same time, all the way across town, stuck up in the branches of a high tree, were Jessie, James and Meowth. The three foiled criminals were laying amongst the bristly and itchy pine needles of the tree and, with tattered and ripped-up outfits, were still recovering from their long flight through the air. Ah! Meowth yelped as he hung upside down by his tail. I think I got pine needles stuck in my tail. That was humiliating. James sighed morosely as he hung across his branch like a draped rug. Beaten by two kids. We didn't even stand a chance. Jessie, whom was stuck between two branches with her upper half hanging down, growled angrily at the thought before suddenly smirking and raising her finger. Yes, but we still managed to blow up that stupid Pokémon Center, and if nothing else, we can say that. Meowth, at that moment, put a hand to his furry chin and hummed in thought. I wonder. Dat Pikachu was pretty darn powerful. James looked over at him and dropped his head in a whining fashion. You don't have to tell me. I still can't stop from jittering after that shock. Jessie, however, showed a gleam coming into her eye as she looked up. Hey, you're right, Meowth. That kid's Pikachu was quite powerful. Abnormally so. Meowth looked up at her. Whatcha thinkin', Jessie? Smirking, the scantily clad woman looked down at her two comrades and expounded. That Pikachu had some real promise to be a number one primo Pokémon. What if we captured it and delivered it to the boss? The other two looked at each other and then James blinked in confusion. But why would the boss care about one lousy Pikachu? Jessie cackled softly. He wouldn't care about a normal Pikachu, no, but maybe one that was extra powerful he would. He might even give us a raise or promote us. James' eyes shone like stars. Oh, a promotion? That sounds fantastic. Meowth held his paws out and grinned. Yeah, and it'd mean more cash too. Plus, maybe the boss would be so grateful he'd kick that lousy Persian to the curb and make me top cat again. Jessie clenched her fist and smirked. So it's decided then. We'll make it a goal to steal that twerp's Pikachu. All three of them cheered at that before eventually going silent again. They remained that way for a time too until Jessie finally spoke with a sweat drop. Just as soon as we get out of this tree. Well sis, you don't need to worry. I received all the Pokemon you sent over last night and they arrived safe and sound. It took a little moving around to make space but we managed to find room for all the Pokeball. Joy smiled at the words of her elder sister in Pewter City as she talked to her via the video phone in Jenny's office back at the police station. The time was slightly before 8 in the morning, following the previous night's disastrous upheaval. Thank you Sissy, the apparently younger Joy replied gratefully. When I spoke to the news crews last night, I made sure to announce to all of the trainers who had Pokemon at my center that they were safe and sound and had been transferred to your center before the explosion. She then held her hand up. I told them that they could come talk to me today at the police station if they wanted to know more, so I'll be expecting an influx of worried trainers coming here any time now. The Pewter City nurse nodded. I suppose you'll have to send them all my way to get their Pokemon back. Unless you have any other way for me to transfer them back to you. The other Joy shrugged. I don't know. I got a call from the Pokemon League medical organization early this morning. They saw the news reports and wanted more first-hand information. I told them everything that happened and they said that they would be sending me a new supply of medical inventory as soon as possible. She furrowed her brows slightly. They also said that they would send a new teleporter system within the next 2 or 3 days since they know how urgent it is for the trainers to get their Pokemon back. I can't foresee sending all of them to Pewter City to do so either because it's dangerous to go through the Vidian forest without Pokemon if you're on foot. She then sighed and dropped her shoulders a bit. So if the teleporter machines arrives in time and I can get the trainers to all wait that long, you'll be able to just send them back to me. But as of right now all I can do is wait on the Pokemon League. She rubbed the bridge of her nose with her fingers. The only other thing they can do right now is resupply me with what I need to do my job, but it's obviously going to take time to build a new center. Vidian is a major hub of travel, especially for Pokemon trainers, so the League understands that we can't be without one here. She rested one arm on Jenny's desk. I'll be going to talk to the city council later today about them renting out a space for me to use temporarily. The League said they would pay for that as well, but even still, it will probably take 1 to 2 weeks before I'm set up in a new location and ready to receive patients. Her sister looked at her sympathetically. It'll be okay sis, trust me. Our center is big enough to take on more clientele until you get up and running in a new location there. Don't worry, everything will work out. The pink-haired woman smiled at her identical sibling and nodded. I know you're right, I just hope it gets worked out sooner rather than later. After her call was finished, Joy stood up and walked out of Jenny's office, stepping into the main area of the police station. The female officer's headquarters was very small and quaint with the double glass door entryway joining the main room of the station. Which was the place where Jenny did most of her work. There were 2 rooms in the small building. A guest bedroom, where Ash and Misty had stayed the night before, he on the floor and she in the bed, and Jenny's office. Which also served as her bedroom. That was where Joy had stayed, sleeping in Jenny's bed with her since the two of them were old friends. There was a small bathroom between both bedrooms and on the far back wall of the main room was a door that led into the garage, where Jenny kept her bike and other things. There was no kitchen though, instead there was only a fridge, microwave, a small stove, a cabinet with food and dishware and a sink in the main area of the station. Which essentially combined her working area together with the amenities of a kitchen. Joy had been talking on the video phone in Jenny's private office/bedroom because out in the main room, there was only a normal phone. Of course, Jenny's police station wasn't the real one where all the officers in Vidian worked since it wasn't big enough and there was no jail area for prisoners. Her station was mostly for private living use while the main one was located elsewhere in the city. Which was the case for most all Jennies in every city since they were usually always the heads of their respective police departments and had their own private stations. Upon walking out into the main area of the station, she saw Ash and Misty putting on their shoes and hoisting their bags onto their shoulders as they prepared to leave. Jenny was over at her desk, meanwhile, typing on her computer. Are you two getting ready to leave? The sweet-natured nurse asked as the two kids finished preparing and stood up from the blue couch they had been sitting on. Yeah, Ash looked up at her and replied. Me and Misty talked about it earlier and we want to get an early start if we're gonna be heading into the Vidian forest. Joy looked between the two of them and then asked. Well, I thought you had just come to Vidian together to get your Pokémon healed up and to have Misty's bike looked at? The redhead in question nodded and then gave a small shrug. Yeah, but after the explosion at the center, my bike was lost. We really don't have any reason to visit that shop you told us about yesterday now. And besides, it's safer to go through the Vidian forest with someone else. Joy nodded in understanding and then Ash looked over at the athletic young girl next to him. Actually, Misty, I wanted to ask you something. She tilted her head at him. Yeah. Rubbing the back of his head, the young rookie thought about what he wanted to say for a minute before finally speaking. Well, I was just thinking. I've really come to like your company, Misty, and you seem like a person I could get along with. You may not want to and I totally understand if you don't, but would you like to travel with me? The girl with the side ponytail blinked in surprise at his offer and repeated. You want me to come along with you? On your journey? Ash looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Well, not just me, Pikachu likes you too and he agreed with me. He'd like it if you came along with us too. The little electric mouse nodded and smiled at the girl with a cute chirp of agreement. Pika. The boy looked back at her again and offered a small smile. So. What do you say? Wanna come along? Misty stared at him for a few moments without speaking before, finally, she returned his smile with a bright one of her own. Sure, I'd love to. You seem really nice, Ash, and you did more for me than you had to after you and Pikachu saved me from that Gyarados. You carried my bike all the way here for me and you were really brave standing up against those criminals last night. She reached up and gently rubbed Pikachu between the ears, causing him to coo happily. I don't really have anywhere to be and I think I would enjoy traveling with the two of you. She then withdrew her hand and held it out to Ash. Let's do it. Grinning, he stuck out his own hand and shook the one offered to him. Alright, looks like we're a team. Seeing that, Joy smiled sweetly and clasped her hands together. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Two young Pokémon trainers deciding to travel together and help each other achieve their dreams. At that same moment, Jenny sighed and turned away from her computer. Finally, that mess last night has caused a massive uproar for our precinct. I've been answering emails and typing up police reports all morning. She then frowned and clenched the fist she had resting on one of the armrests. I still can't believe we didn't catch the lowlives responsible for all of this. Ash looked at her and shrugged. Well, they must be better at staying under the radar than we thought. I really don't think it was your fault, Officer Jenny, you had police blockades everywhere in town. She stood up and hit her fist into her other hand. Well, I've emailed the warrant with their pictures, along with the information you two gave me about them, to several police departments in other cities. When they finally slip up, we'll catch them. Misty looked at her new traveling companion. I doubt we'll see them again, but it'd probably be a good idea to keep our eyes open. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm just glad Mom and Professor Oak bought the story I told them last night about us getting out of the center before it exploded. They were pretty worried when they saw the news reports and called me. Mom wouldn't have been happy to hear I got involved with stopping a group as dangerous as Team Rocket. She smiled in amusement hearing that. So you just didn't tell them the whole truth then, huh? He chuckled mareepishly and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I guess you could say that. After their conversing was finished, Jenny volunteered to see them off with Joy joining in. Soon, Ash and Misty were standing out on the street in front of the police station with both older women ready to say their parting farewells. Ash, Misty - Jenny began. You two performed a selfless and very brave act in standing up against those villains last night. You performed a service to this city and to the people in it by being so courageous, and you saved the lives of a lot of Pokémon. For all of this, I salute you. She then struck a pose and saluted both of them while Joy smiled. Yes, I cannot thank either of you enough. Not only did you save me and my Chansey, but you also rescued all of the Pokémon in the center last night. Without you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Ash and Misty both went a little red in the face and modestly accepted the praise before the latter raised her finger and asked, in order to devote the embarrassing focus off of them. "How are your Chansey anyway, Nurse Joy? They didn't get hurt at all after last night, did they?" I never really got a chance to ask. The thin and pretty young nurse gave a soft laugh in return. "Oh, they're just fine, Misty, thank you. A little shaken up, but they're resting in their poke ball right now, so I'm sure they will be okay once they get some rest." At that, Ash lightly scratched his temple and sighed. "I don't know, Nurse Joy, I still feel really bad that we couldn't actually save your center." Holding her hand up, she shook her head. "No, Ash, please don't feel bad. You two and your Pokémon did everything you could do. Besides, the Pokémon League is sending me more medical equipment to compensate for what was lost. They're also going to pay to get me set up in a temporary location somewhere here in the city until they can build a new center." She then folded her hands down in front of her and smiled in amusement. "It's funny, but you really should know that we had plans to remodel the old center at some point. This will just make it easier since they'll have to build a new one from ground up." He looked up at her. "Yeah, but what about all the Pokémon that got sent to the Pewter City Pokémon Center and their trainers?" She shook her head. "No worries. In that interview with the news crews last night, I made an announcement to all the trainers that their Pokémon were safe and sound and had been sent to the Pewter City Center. I should be expecting a whole host of them to show up sometime today wanting details." To Ash and Misty's relief, she expounded. "The Pokémon League should be sending me a new teleporter machine in 2 or 3 days, and if I can get the trainers to wait that long, my sister at Pewter City should be able to just send all the Pokémon back to me." Looking visibly relaxed, the newfound trainer straightened up and sighed. "Well, that's good to know, Nurse Joy, thanks for putting my mind at ease." He then looked at Misty. "You ready to head out?" She nodded and then looked back at the 2 public service officials. "Thanks again for being so kind to us while we were here, Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy." Ash gave a small bow of his head. "Yeah, thanks, really, I appreciate it too, ladies." Jenny winked and held up her thumb. "You kids just be safe and take care of each other. And come back soon to see us," Joy added kindly. "I really look forward to seeing you both again. Hopefully things will be more settled by then." With their goodbyes said, Ash and Misty turned and started making their way down the long road ahead of them. After looking back to wave once more, they settled their gazes straight ahead and, as they went, he glanced at his new companion and smiled. "You know, Misty, I'm glad we met. It'll be nice having someone else along." Looking up at Pikachu, Ash chuckled. "Right, buddy. Pika Pikachu." The energetic electric type responded excitedly. "I'm looking forward to it too," the orange-haired girl admitted sincerely. "It'll be nice traveling with someone else and not being alone all the time." Those words said, the newly minted trio continued on their way down the road. They were on track to leave Vidian City behind and enter the vast, wild and dense woodland known infamously as the Vidian Forest. Fortunately, they now had each other, and that knowledge alone brought them both much greater comfort. After their adventures in Vidian City, it had only taken a short time for Ash, Misty, and Pikachu to leave the sprawling urban environment of Vidian behind. Now, in only an hour, they had finally entered the thick, vast and wild expanse of the forest that was named after the aforementioned city. Indeed, the Vidian Forest was aptly described as being a dense and exponentially sizable woodland. Very unlike the city it was named after, the forest in question was completely its polar opposite. The landscape was thick with large, thick and towering trees, their leafy tops stretching high up into the air like massive hands. Moreover, the trees were so near to each other that the tops grew close together and all but totally shut out the sky above in certain places. The grass was very tall along the sides of the road in random sections, providing an ideal hiding spot for Pokémon of various kinds. Although, the underbrush and vibrantly green thicket growing under the trees, out in the forest itself, served as an even greater home for the resident bug types that famously called it their abode. For almost 3 hours, from 9 to 12 noon, Ash and Misty trekked the well-worn road that extended on through the endless forest. The path itself was the only thing around that had any semblance of human maintenance, and even that was only because it served as the main road through the forest. At around lunchtime, the two of them stopped for a break and Ash used that PRD to have the daily training session that they had missed staying with Officer Jenny. Thus, while Misty sat down to watch on a nearby log, albeit tepidly due to her great hatred of bug types, as Ash had learned about, he let his Pokémon out and got to work. While Pikachu, Spearow, and Mewtwo were set to their own training routines and did so without any prompting from their trainer, Ash spent a while getting Rattata and his Nidoran duo adjusted to the same training system. The first thing he did was observe what his 3 newly captured Pokémon were capable of. Rattata, for his part, proved to be a strong fighter and a relentless brawler. In a test battle against Pikachu, he proved to be fast but, unlike most Rattata that preferred striking quickly and then hurrying away, he was quite different. This Rattata liked attacking directly and doing so fiercely. Once he started and got close, he would attack and attack until he was either put down or had put his opponent down. After getting a good assessment of his current abilities and power level, Ash developed a sensible approach in his head toward Rattata's training regimen and wasted no time implementing it. The first thing he did was attach one of the weighted body suits he had an abundance of onto the small rodent's body. He wanted to increase Rattata's speed, even though it was already quite impressive, and adding resistance was the way to go. After that, he began laying the groundwork for the Purple Rat's training routine. There were a couple key components of Rattata's physical abilities that he wanted to improve upon and also increase. Both in the way of strengths and weaknesses. Presently, his strengths were definitely his speed, his ferocity, and his durability. In his match against Pikachu, Rattata had been able to take quite a few hits before his body gave out. His weakness, on the other hand, was his small stature, which bigger Pokémon could easily take advantage of. To combat this, Ash knew that Rattata would need to be even faster to compensate for his lack of size. He would also have to be surprisingly more forceful and powerful when it came to his actual physical attacks. The second weakness he possessed was his overall stamina. While Rattata was a spirited fighter, his all-out approach to battling left him exhausted rather quickly. He would need to increase his stamina and also learn to become more calm in battle so he didn't waste so much energy needlessly. To achieve all of those ends, Ash made Rattata run from one end of the forested clearing they were training in to the other, going as fast as he could for as long as possible. This was primarily for his endurance. From there, he made him practice climbing tree trunks and leaping from branch to hone his agility, speed, and strength. Since climbing, especially while weighed down, took quite a bit of strength to accomplish, it was an ideal exercise. While in the trees, Ash made Rattata leap from tree to tree as well. That was designed to work the power and strength in his legs, as well as increase his jumping ability. Back down on the ground, Ash made use of several thick, fallen down logs in the nearby forest, as well as a few medium-sized rocks he found laying around. To this effect, he used such subjects to increase the power of Rattata's bite pressure. Starting first on the logs, he had the long-teethed rodent practice gnawing and biting upon the thick wooden surface as hard as he could. The trick was to try and pierce through or crunch in half, if possible, the logs using nothing but bite pressure. In a similar manner, Rattata used the rocks to pick up and bite down on in his mouth, though just hard enough to work on his jaw force, not break his teeth. Ash also had Rattata continuously tackle and throw himself into the trunk of a nearby large tree. The purpose of this was to toughen up his body, increase his overall striking force and build upon the power he was able to deliver in each physical attack. The Nidoran duo were very similar in many aspects to Rattata. They both loved battling and were quite good at it, though the fact they were small gave them a similar handicap. Fortunately, neither of them had the same tendency to lose control and go ballistic in a fight like Rattata, which was good news for Ash. Because of the similarities they shared with the long-fanged, purple-furred rat in terms of physicality, size and stature, he was able to simply transpose much of Rattata's training drills onto them. Quite literally, they did all the same kinds of routines as Rattata, right down to the body weight. They even did the same kind of bite force enhancement training on logs and rocks since, like Rattata, they too possessed incisors meant for biting and cutting. It was fair to say that, at the current moment, they and Pikachu followed a similar training regimen. Ash had them work on pushing their physical limitations, enhancing the power, accuracy and strength of their moves and improving upon their inherent type-based and individual weaknesses. Much like Pikachu, Spearow and Mewtwo, Ash also had Rattata and the Nidoran pair work on their moves, practice battling one another and exercise their weaknesses. And through the addition of his 3 newest Pokémon, he was able to add something new to Pikachu's routine as well. Since his first Pokémon could also use biting attacks, Ash had him join Rattata and the Nidoran pair in chomping and gnawing on the logs and rocks he had found. Which was humorous in certain respects since Pikachu had a small mouth and it took even smaller rocks to accommodate it. Lest his cheeks balloon out like a Pachirisu with a jaw full of nuts. Something else Ash found with the male and female Nidoran was that, during their practice battle with Pikachu, they worked quite well together. In fact, the two of them seemed to be quite strategic when it came to their fighting style. For example, when Pikachu was charging up a thunderbolt to hit the male ran at him from the side and then used his back feet to kick up dirt into the electric type's face, effectively cancelling out the attack. From there, the female had taken a running charge at Pikachu and managed to hit him with a full body slam. That was just one example too of how the Nidoran pair battled together and watched each other's back all the time in combat. Which also apparently made clear to Ash that on the day he captured them, they hadn't really been fighting, only sparring together. With that knowledge, he immediately began processing how he could use their already established teamwork to better their training efforts. To that end, he had them do a lot of partner routines and sparring techniques together. As well as double fights against Pikachu and the other Pokémon to increase that teamwork. All in all, Ash did nothing more or less than assess his new Pokémon's strengths and weaknesses and then assign them to training regimes that would assist in improving both attributes. For his growing Pokémon team, it was becoming a flourishing philosophy that nothing was ever good enough. If they had a particularly strong physical skill or ability, or if they did well at a given move, it could get better. If they had a weakness, due to type or personal shortcoming, it could always be improved upon and turned into a strength. In Ash's mind, more innovation, more work, more sweat and more pain was crucial to development. And not just for his Pokémon but for himself as well. For him, he could not, on good conscience, ask his Pokémon to do anything or push to any kind of extremes if he did not do the same himself. That was why he always worked out and did his own training the whole time they did their own. He wanted it to be fair and reciprocal. If he asked for everything they could give, he would give the same thing in return and share in their suffering. In that way, he knew that they would all bond closer and tighter together. In relatively short order since leaving home, Ash had already developed a generalized training routine for his Pokémon that even now, Pikachu and the rest of the team followed to the letter. Along with basic physical workouts to increase their bodily attributes, he wanted to systemically have them hit on each and every skill that could be honed and improved upon. Move training, combat practice, attack resistance damage, as well as strategy and planning for battle were all points of focus. Along with more reflective techniques like inner focusing, proper breathing, centering the mind and even meditative reflection. From sharpening their moves, finding new ways to use said moves, improving upon their physical conditioning through grueling and arduous training, and even working together to foster a sense of teamwork, all of these different areas Ash strove to develop. Obviously, doing everything he wanted to work on every day was simply not possible. It would take hours and exhaust all of them beyond any point that would be beneficial. Because of this, he knew that some days they would have to do different types of training and work their regimen around rotationally in order to touch on each base he wanted covered. After squaring Rattata and the Nidoran duo away, Ash took a few moments to watch them go at it. Rattata was in the middle of sprinting through the clearing as fast as he could while weighed down by the bodysuit he was wearing. And by the heavy breathing and grunts of exertion coming from the small rodent, Ash knew it was effective. The male and female Nidoran were attempting to run up the side of two trees using nothing but speed and leg strength. Which was made exceedingly difficult and exhaustive by the weights they were wearing as well. After jumping or falling down off the tree, they would then charge at both trees and throw themselves into the solid trunks as hard as possible. The force with which they did so was painful and bone-rattling, but it was one of the best ways to increase their power and resistance when it came to getting attacked themselves. On the other side of the clearing, Ash watched Pewter practice hopping from one end of it to the other, as high and as fast as she could, before doing the same thing but at a sprint. She would then run at a tree and tackle it several times, just like both Nidoran, her metaphorical goal being to smash straight through the bark. She would then try to run up the side of the tree, again, just like Rattata and the others, but it was even harder for her. For one, she had no arms, only legs, with which to make the climb. Secondly, the bud on her head made her very top-heavy. And thirdly, she too was wearing body weight. After that, she drilled and trained hard on each of her moves, attempting to get everything out of each one that she possibly could. When she began to breathe and wobble, Pewter would refocus herself and go right back to it. Pikachu as well was hammering himself as hard as his little body could go. Currently, he was in the middle of pushing his speed as fast he could go in consecutive sprints across the clearing. Then, from end to the other, he would do the same thing, only this time while performing flips, jumps, spins and other evasive aerial acrobatics. He would also utilize a variety of different fighting and martial arts techniques in his back and forth sprints, such as jabbing, punching, kicking, tail swiping and other such fighting moves. On top of that, he also did the same type of drills that Rattata and the Nidoran duo were working on. Eventually, he ran over into his own corner of the clearing and started working on his electrical attacks. In this, he did everything he could think of, from modifying the size, strength, form and power of his electric attacks, to further improving upon his ability to use it at its utmost destructive, which was focused lightning. In that effort, Pikachu would continuously use attacks like Thunderbolt on the ground or on a rock, and he would do it over and over again. Each time he would pour as much power as he could possibly muster into every bolt of lightning. He would also focus on condensing the molecular structure of the electricity coming out of his body so that it would be like a steel hammer when it hit its target. In terms of density and force, exhaustive and draining, he would literally expend the electricity in his body until he was utterly drained and then collapse to the ground. It was brutal and it was hardcore, but if he was to turn his electric attacks into unstoppable forces of nature, it would take nothing but the utmost intensive of hard work and perseverance. Likewise, Spearow was pushing himself to the very quills of his feathers. Also adorned in his shiny silver body weight, he flew through the sky above as fast as his small wings could carry him, performing as many different complex, unique and skillful aerial acrobatics as possible while doing so. He then flew down into the trees themselves and made use of the natural terrain as flying obstacles. Between all the branches, underbrush and trees that were close together, it made flying a very tight and precise endeavor, which was perfect for increasing Spearow's agility, maneuverability, reaction time and dexterity. Afterward, he came back into the clearing and started flying into the trunk of some of the trees as hard as he could go without getting hurt. The purpose of this was to, of course, increase his resilience and durability but also the hardness of his beak. He also made it a point to sharpen the talons on his feet and increase the power of moves like Fury Attack by clawing, kicking and scraping them against tree bark and rocks. The latter was much preferred since it almost served as an actual sharpener for Spearow's sharp talons. Lastly, he landed down on the ground and worked on improving his worst attribute, which was running, jumping and moving around on his legs instead of flying, like birds were naturally meant to do. It was made even harder whenever Pikachu would launch thunderbolts at him and Spearow had to dodge using nothing but legs and no wings at all. He had suffered many a nasty shock that way, but even still, the small bird was getting better and faster all the time. Of course, it wasn't that any of them were not used to suffering through painful attacks. One thing Ash was big on to really increase their overall resilience was having his Pokémon attack one another willingly. In this very unorthodox approach to training, Ash had one of his Pokémon stand still while one, or more, of the others took turns hitting them with a variety of attacks. They did this right up until the Pokémon in question was about to pass out, and then Ash stopped it and allowed whoever it was to rest, relax and recover from the trauma. He was no heartless trainer though. Ash underwent the same thing he asked of them to do. To date, he had been shocked, tackled, flown into, kicked, bitten and assaulted in many different ways by his Pokémon. And he did it all so that he could show his team that whatever he asked of them, he would suffer through the same in return. If they worked, he worked, and if they experienced pain, he would go through it right alongside them. It was hard getting them to do so at first, but once he assured them that he would be okay and explained why he wanted them to do it, they finally did. He couldn't ask his Pokémon to fight for him if he didn't know what kind of pain they experienced whenever they were hit with some kind of attack. They were not just a team or Pokémon and trainer, they were family. And family did everything together. They would share in all things as one, in happiness, sadness, pain and pleasure. And as the head of the family, Ash knew it was his job to be the example at all times. By the time training was finally done and they had all eaten lunch, Ash was simply relaxing back against a tree while Misty sat on a log next to him. Having just finished her own food, which had been a surprisingly pleasant meal of dried fruit and canned meat that Ash had doctored and spked up, the Oranget was looking at the boy. He, at present, had Pikachu, Rattata, Mewtwo and the Nidoran duo sitting on his lap or around him. Spearow was roosting on his shoulder and, even though they all appeared tired like their trainer, they also looked to be the utmost content. "I've never seen anyone train so hard," she commented with an idle smile while stretching her legs out on the log. For a girl her age, she had quite the long and fit legs that were a pleasant sight to behold. Ash, being one who appreciated such things, even at his age, couldn't help but notice. Though he didn't stare. Yeah, well, he shrugged modestly while taking his eyes off the slightly older girl's legs. "We want to be the best, you know. Can't do that if we don't train hard." He then looked at her. "So what about you, Misty? Why were you traveling by yourself? Just didn't have anyone to keep you company or something? You still never told me where you were from or what your last name is." At that, he could have sworn that Misty went a little rigid and became uncomfortable, but she just as quickly shook it off so as to confuse him. Instead, she smiled and completely avoided the question. "Well, on a more interesting note, Ash, how did you come to start training with Professor Oak anyway? You didn't tell me about that." Though he found it strange that she deliberately dodged his question, Ash nonetheless decided not to pry and instead went on to answer her question. After a short time of sitting and talking, they finally decided to move out again and got themselves ready before resuming their trek through the forest. Once Ash had returned his Pokémon, of course. The two of them wandered on through the thick forest terrain, staying close on the path all the while, and continued to converse casually among each other. However, after coming out into a somewhat more open stretch on the road ahead, Misty, not paying attention, suddenly bumped into Ash, whom had stopped without any warning. "Oomph!" she grunted while walking straight into his backpack. "Hey, why did you stop, Ash?" He simply remained silent and, instead of answering, pointed ahead. She looked to where he was pointing and there, the confused young girl saw a Pidgey pecking at the ground as it searched for food. Misty glanced back at her companion afterwards and then asked, "What is it?" The boy finally replied, albeit quietly. "This is actually the first time I've seen a Pidgey up close in the wild since I left Pallet Town. I don't know why, but they've been scarce for some reason. Could be due to breeding patterns or something, I don't know. All I do know is that anytime I see a new Pokémon I don't have, I want to catch it. And Pidgey is no exception." The orange-haired girl still seemed relatively confused. "Ash. I hate to say it, but Pidgey are very common Pokémon and they're not even all that strong, to be honest. Don't you think it's kind of a waste?" He shook his head in the negative. "Every Pokémon has the potential to be great, Misty. They just need a certain kind of trainer to bring it out in them. Plus, Pidgey eventually evolve into Pidgeot. Not only are those Pokémon strong, but with the right training, they can also be incredibly fast. I have a Spearow right now, so if I get this Pidgey and then later manage to get it and Spearow to evolve, I'll have two strong flying-type Pokémon on my team." The water-type enthusiast seemed impressed by his foresight and just nodded in understanding. Finally, Ash stepped forward and narrowed his gaze at the wild Pidgey. He then drew a Pokeball and threw it while announcing, "Spearow. Show us how strong you've become." The tiny bird Pokémon quickly emerged from the ball with a loud cry of, "Row!" while taking to the air. Pidgey noticed its unexpected company at that time and turned to face them. Which impressed Ash since, normally, members of that same species would flee whenever faced with danger. "Get ready, Spearow!" He yelled up to his Pokémon, which Spearow nodded to before facing his opponent and hovering in midair. As soon as the two small birds locked eyes with one another, sparks immediately flew and they stared hard at each other. Ready to take action, Ash soon began. "Spearow, use agility," followed by Peck on Pidgey. His first flying type disappeared in a flash of speed and reappeared a second later, hitting Pidgey hard with the thick beak on his face and sending it skidding back a little across the ground. However, the other bird quickly recovered and then took to the air itself, flying at Spearow with impressive speed. Spearow fly to the side and then use Fury attack. Came Ash's counter swiftly. Spearow flew out of the way of the other attacking bird and then moved back in close and started striking his opponent with a vicious Fury attack of wings and beak. Pidgey cried out in pain as it was hit one last time by Spearow's wing and went soaring back into a tree. Falling to the ground, it let out a cry of, Pidga, and lay with wings sprawled out flat on either side. Ash knew that Pidgey stood no chance against his trained Spearow, but he still had to commend it for its heart. Especially once the determined little bird got back up onto its feet and began wobbly rising into the air again. Spearow. He raised his hand and pointed. Run on the ground toward Pidgey and then jump into the air and hit it with an aerial ace. The little multicolored bird quickly took off on his 2 legs, much faster than a flying type should have been able to. Spearow had been training to run on his feet and not merely fly through the air, which meant now, he had a trump card up his wing many did not. He closed in on Pidgey rapidly and then jumped into the air when he was just below Pidgey. The speed and force with which he did so allowed him to twist into an aerial ace, thereby hitting his feathered kindred and sending it flying back into another tree. Pidgey fell limply to the ground, unconscious, while Spearow flew back to Ash's side. The young man swiftly drew an empty Pokeball from his belt and then threw it at Pidgey. The red and white ball made perfect contact and sced the Pokemon inside, wobbling a few times on the ground before going still and expelling a burst of stars to signify a successful capture. After thanking Spearow, Ash returned him and then went over to pick up the Pokeball that now held Pidgey. The button on the front of the ball was glowing red, however, which meant that he needed to either let it go to Professor Oaks or switch out another Pokemon to keep Pidgey. He ended up deciding to transfer the male Nidoran via his Pokédex in order to keep Pidgey with him and train his newest capture. Soon afterward, he let Pidgey out of the ball and started healing its battle wounds with his usual post-capture medical routine, which comprised of a potion of one of the 4 different kinds, as well as an oran berry. After he healed the small bird of its wounds and Pidgey began eating the berry, Ash scanned it with the Pokédex. Pokédex entry number 016. Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokemon. Pidgey has an extremely sharp sense of direction. It is capable of unerringly returning home to its nest, however far it may be removed from its familiar surroundings. Very docile, and if attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself rather than fight back. This Pidgey is female and has the abilities, Keen Eye, Tangled Feet and Big Pecs. This Pokemon knows the moves, Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack and Whirlwind. Ash put his Pokédex away once he was finished and then, after both he and Pikachu spent a few minutes welcoming Pidgey to the team, he returned the small Pokemon and set off yet again. Misty by his side and Pikachu on his shoulder. Ash, are you okay? Misty yelled up to her friend as she stood at the base of the large tree he was currently climbing. I'm fine. He shouted back while straddling a branch with most of his body, nearly halfway up the tree. One hand was over his eyes as he scanned the forest floor far below. Pikachu was doing the same next to him. Well, what are you doing? She repeated her unanswered question with hands on her hips. I'm looking for new Pokemon. The intently searching young man looked as far into the distance as he could, but, seeing nothing, he nonetheless continued to scan. I know there has to be some. I heard there's a lot of bug types in this forest. Misty gave a shiver and grabbed her arms. Why, yeah, well, I hope not. Just come down so we can go, I want to get out of this forest. Finally, he looked down her way and blinked. What's wrong, Misty? You sound upset. The Orangette looked away for a minute and then sighed before calling back up to him. I don't like bug types, okay? They creep me out. Sitting up on the branch he was straddling, the messy-haired boy processed what he had just been told before smiling. Well, Misty, you should have told me that earlier. Sorry, we'll come down now and get out of here as soon as we can. He then looked at his little yellow starter and nodded. Come on, bud, let's go down. With Pikachu hopping back onto his shoulder, Ash began his climb down the big tree, but since the branches were so thick and full, the progress was a little slower down than up. However, he was only in the climb for a minute, at the most, before he heard a loud scream, and since it was only the 2 of them, he knew the source came from his female companion. Misty. Fearing for her safety, Ash began a rapid climb down the tree, half tumbling and half falling all the way. When he finally made it to the bottom a short time later, the worried young trainer hopped to the ground while he was still almost 4 feet from the bottom and landed in a crouch with a grunt. Looking up quickly, expecting to see his female friend in mortal peril, Ash's expression, as well as Pikachu's, changed to reflect the confusion they were feeling. The reason for that perplexity was due to Misty, whom was now hanging upside down from a nearby tree branch with her body wrapped around it like a slacketh. Her face was frozen into an expression of disgust and terror while she trembled violently and stared at something down on the ground. Eek. No. No, get it away. Get it away. Get it away. Standing up, the confused young man looked at his panicking friend and held his arms out. Misty, what the heck is wrong with you? I almost broke my neck clambering down out of that tree when I heard you scream. Reaching one hand out, she pointed to a spot on the ground a few feet away and squealed. There. Right there. It's one of those creepy, nasty, crawly bugs. Following her finger's direction, Ash finally saw what had sent her into such a frenzy. There, sitting as harmlessly as could be, was a small green caterpillar that he immediately recognized. Hey, it's a Caterpie. A bright smile lit up the boy's face as he spotted the small bug type that was only a short distance away from the tree Misty was now inhabiting. This is great, thanks Misty. The athletic young girl snapped her head back and looked at him like he had just sprouted the wings of a gligger. Great? No, it's not great. I told you I hate bugs, now get rid of it. Smirking, he reached up to his belt and unclipped a pokeball. Don't worry Misty, I'll handle this. He then enlarged and the through ball, which snapped open and released Rattata from within. Alright Rattata, time for your first battle. Let's catch that Caterpie. The small purple rat hit a fighting crouch and growled just as his trainer yelled, use quick attack. With a loud cry of, Ratta. The small rat bounded forward in a blur of white and came upon the small caterpillar before it knew what was coming. In a dead aim, Rattata slammed into Caterpie and sent it tumbling back across the ground. To Ash's surprise though, the green worm quickly recovered and got back up. Then, with a cry of, Eee, it leapt at Rattata using tackle. He quickly jumped to the side and avoided the attack and then ran at Caterpie to use his own tackle. Demonstrating impressive evasive ability though, the first stage form of Butterfree leapt off of its back tail and sprung away from the attack. Before Ash could give Rattata a command, Caterpie shot a thick and gooey rope of webbing from its mouth that landed straight on the normal type's face and blinded him. Reeling back and now completely blind, Rattata shook his head rapidly from side to side but was unable to get the sticky webbing of string shot off of his eyes. Just then, Caterpie went into action and jumped at him, tackling Rattata hard and sending him sliding back along the grass. Seeing the situation his Pokémon was in, Ash called out. Rattata, don't forget you have claws. Use them to get that webbing off your face. Just when Caterpie was about to attack again, Rattata reached up with his right paw and used the claws on it to shred through the insect thread stuck to his face. Luckily, just when Caterpie was about to use tackle again, Rattata managed to get the webbing off his face and saw the attack with seconds to spare. In a fortunate turn of events, he jumped to the side and avoided any future damage. Good, now use quick attack and bite to toss Caterpie. Ash's instruction was followed by his Pokémon charging at Caterpie in another burst of speed and ramming himself into the worm head-on. From there, Rattata clamped down it with his strong teeth and then whipped his back, tossing Caterpie into the nearest tree. This time, when the small caterpillar fell to the ground after the rapid two-strike attack, it lay where it was and struggled to get back up. Seeing his chance, Ash pulled an empty Pokeball from his side and enlarged it before reeling back and then tossing it with a strong throw. The ball quickly struck its target and opened before skinning Caterpie inside. After hitting the ground, it only rolled around a few times before going still and letting forth its starburst. Seeing their efforts successful, Ash smiled satisfactorily and hurried up to grab it. All right. Turning to Rattata and Pikachu, he held the ball out and I smiled. We got ourselves a Caterpie, you too. The two rodent Pokémon cheered the addition of their newest teammate while he looked at Misty and showed her the Pokeball. You can come down now Misty, we caught it. Still hanging upside down off the branch, she shivered and made a disgusted snorting sound with her nose. Oh great, now we'll have a nasty bug with us while we're traveling around. Yuck. She no more than finished speaking those words when she suddenly felt something soft and wriggly on her leg. Looking up onto the branch she was hanging from, the young girl saw, to her dread, another bug crawling on her leg. This one however was a light tannish brown with a big horn on its head. For several long moments she simply stared at the bug crawling on her leg before, finally, her eyes widened, her hair stood on end and a loud scream erupted from her throat. Eek. Before he knew what was happening, Ash saw Misty practically flying from the tree and somehow hiding behind him for shelter without his notice. In the uproar, she had also kicked the bug off her leg and it was now laying on the ground beneath the tree. Oh Arceus. Yuck, it's another bug. Another creepy, crawly, slimy bug. This place is so totally disgusting. While she panicked and cursed behind him, Ash looked at the Pokémon she had just kicked off her leg and recognized it without hesitation. Hey awesome. Hands balling up excitedly at his face, Ash's eyes practically shone. It's a Weedle. Man, what's the luck of finding it in the exact same place as Caterpie? Luck. Luck. Misty screamed indignantly behind him. If it's any kind of luck then it's bad luck. These nasty bugs keep finding me and it's horrible. I hate it. Smirking, he looked down at Rattata and raised a fist. Well, I say it's good luck and we're gonna catch it. Right, Rattata? The big-fanged Pokémon nodded and bounded forward again, ready for battle. Rattata. Okay. Ash narrowed his eyes at the second bug type. We have to be careful here, Rattata. Weedle can use poison-type moves from that stinger on its head. We're gonna have to battle smart. Start running around it using quick attack but don't make contact. Rattata did so and, utilizing his speed, he started running in wide circles around Weedle. The toxic bug watched the small rodent sprint in fast circles around it for a few seconds until its patience finally reached an end. Narrowing its eyes, Weedle attempted to lock onto Rattata and then, lowering its head, it fired a burst of glowing needles at him. Fortunately, Rattata was fast and the poisonous worm's aim was way off, thus sparing him of a nasty hit. Still, Rattata continued to charge in circles around Weedle, first appearing in one place and then in another. Becoming a mixture of both angry and anxious, the pre-evolved form of Kakuna started using rapid poison stings at every blur that it thought was Rattata. Every single hail of poisonous needles ended up being for naught, however, since the normal-type rat was too fast to be hit. Finally, seeing Weedle getting confused by all the running, Ash yelled. Now! Hit it, Rattata! Coming in from a leftward angle Weedle didn't expect, Rattata tackled it and sent the small worm flying. Although, to both of their surprise, Weedle shot a string of webbing from its mouth, just like Caterpie, only it attached it to a tree branch. While still airborne, the horned caterpillar used the stringy rope to fly across the small roadside area and up onto the branch its string was attached to. Then, with itself now poised at higher elevation, Weedle lunged down at Rattata, horn first. Not panicking, Ash watched the attack incoming and narrowed his eyes. Rattata, hold. Don't move yet. Don't move. The obedient rodent did as he was told and didn't move. He simply stayed where he was and looked up at Weedle as it came hurtling down toward him. At last, when time was almost up, Ash shouted. Now Rattata. Jump away. Cutting it close, the purple rat sprung away just before Weedle reached it. However, instead of hitting its target, the toxic bug type ended up sticking itself horn first into the ground. Now effectively stuck and unable to move, Weedle presented itself as an ideal target. Which gave Rattata and Ash all the time they needed to execute the next move. Great! Now use tackle and end this. On Ash's command, Rattata charged ahead and jumped, slamming himself into Weedle while the trapped bug type continued struggling to get free. Unable to defend itself, Weedle was swiftly dislodged from the ground and went spinning through the air before landing on the grass with a hard thud. Seeing the swirls in its eyes, Ash smiled triumphantly and pulled out another Pokeball. Here we go. Weedle, you're mine. With that, he tossed the ball and, much like with Caterpie, it struck its target and SCKED Weedle inside. From there, the Pokeball landed back on the ground and shook a few times before completing the capture. Giving a shout of victory, the young man ran over and picked up the ball. Yes. We got a Weedle. He then looked at Pikachu and Rattata on the ground and smiled again. Our team just keeps getting bigger. Kneeling down, he reached out and started petting Rattata as he and Pikachu ran to him. Thanks Rattata, those were both some really great battles. Thank you for helping me catch Caterpie and Weedle. Rattata smiled up at his trainer and vocalized his happy reply before Ash looked at the ball in his hand and saw that the button was now glowing. He reached to his side where he had placed Caterpie's Pokeball and, taking it out, found that it too was doing the same. I suppose I need to decide who to swch out now. Since he had more than 6 Pokémon with both new captures, the boy quickly placed the ball onto the grass and then pulled out his Pokédex. I need to make my selection pretty quick before the transfer hold ends. He spoke those words thoughtfully to himself while thinking over who he wanted to send back to the lab. Luckily, newly captured Pokémon that exceeded the carry limit usually had a several-minute window before they were beamed away to wherever the trainer in question had them set up to go. Which, in Ash's case, was of course Professor Oak's. The transfer hold was designed to give the trainer time to consider if they wanted to keep their newly captured Pokémon with them or not. And if they did, it also gave them time to decide which Pokémon went and which one stayed. Wanting to keep Caterpie and Weedle with him so he could get to know them, like with Pidgey, Ash soon decided on sending back his female Nidoran and Spearow. After that was done, he put his Pokédex away and returned Rattata before looking back at Misty, whom was still visibly nervous. Would you calm down, Misty? I caught them both, they're not gonna crawl on you anymore. She shuddered for what seemed the dozenth time and pointed. Yeah, but I know what you're about to do. You're gonna let them both out and scan them with your Pokédex. He nodded his head back and forth. Well. Yeah, I kinda have to. So. She backed up quickly until she was almost on the other side of the woody area that the road cut through. Fine. But I'm staying here until you're done. Rolling his eyes in amusement, Ash held out both ball and released Caterpie and Weedle from inside. Afterward, he knelt down and kindly introduced himself. Pikachu did likewise, and after reassuring both small bug types that he meant no harm, Ash took off his backpack and started to heal them of their battle injuries. When he was finally finished a short time later and the two kindred but different caterpillar Pokémon were eating the orange berries he offered them, Ash sat back and smiled. Due to him giving them gentle medical treatment and food after that, he could tell Caterpie and Weedle had relaxed around him and were no longer nervous or afraid. Of course, when they finished their berries and Pikachu went up to start making animated conversation with them, the boy knew he had his first Pokémon to partially thank for that. Pikachu was very friendly and he had an innate ability to talk and make friends with other Pokémon shortly after meeting them. It was this that Ash had a lot to owe him for. He knew Pikachu helped talk him up to his new Pokémon and therefore, it aided him in gaining their trust and acceptance a lot quicker than usual. It always did good, after all, to have another Pokémon vouch for you and in that way, as well as many others, he was very grateful to Pikachu. While the three small Pokémon conversed, Ash pulled his Pokédex out again and scanned Caterpie first. It only took a few moments and once it was done, Dexter began reading out the gathered information. Pokédex entry number 010. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. For protection, it releases a horrible stench from the antenna on its head to drive away enemies. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. This Caterpie is male and has the ability Shield Dust. This Pokémon knows the moves, Tackle, String Shot and Bug Bite. After scanning Caterpie, Ash took a moment to lament the fact that the Pokédex opted to not mention that touching the feeler on top of Caterpie's head could also cause it to release its stinky pheromone. One more good thing he had to chalk up to being Professor Oak's pupil. Seeing Pikachu and both worms now in the midst of involved conversation, he smiled to himself before scanning Weedle. Soon, he had its information as well. Pokédex entry number 013. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokémon. Weedle has an extremely acute sense of smell. It is capable of distinguishing its favorite kinds of leaves from those it dislikes just by sniffing with its big red proboscis. Beware of the sharp stinger on its head. It hides in grass and bushes where it eats leaves. This Weedle is male and has the ability Shield Dust. This Pokémon knows the moves, Poison Sting, String Shot and Bug Bite. Putting his Pokédex away once he was done, and feeling more than a little surprised that they both knew a move as rare as Bug Bite, Ash looked at Weedle and Caterpie and got their attention. So, how do you two feel coming along with me and getting stronger? He smiled in amusement. I guess Pikachu's told you already what we're doing. The two insect Pokémon looked at each other and then back at him before smiling and giving an enthusiastic chorus of sounds that he took as a yes. Especially once they both crawled over to him and then climbed up his legs, across his torso and onto his arms. For Ash though, the feel of the prickly hair that was on the bottom of their feet tickled and caused him to laugh. Ha. Okay, I guess that's a yes then. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, that tickles. While both of the bug-type caterpillars rubbed themselves against their new trainer and he laughed at the tickling sensation, Misty visibly shivered and slowly walked toward him. So. You're keeping these too? With us? The tan-skinned young trainer looked back at the green-eyed girl and nodded. Well yeah, of course I am. I gotta train them and get to know them, how else would we bond? Her left eye twitched and she gave a half-nervous, half-unnerved smile along with a trepidatious laugh. Hee hee. Yeah. Great, that's really great. Turning to her fully, Ash gestured at the two bug types on his arms. Hey, why don't you come say hi, Misty? They won't bite. Another shiver overcame the young girl as she rapidly shook her hands out in front of her. No, that's okay, that's alright. You just keep them with you, Ash, and I'll admire them from afar. Suppressing a chuckle of amusement at his friend, he shrugged and held up a hand. Suit yourself, but I think you're missing out. They're really friendly. As if on cue, Caterpie and Weedle looked at the girl and voiced at the same time. Weedle. Eei. If Ash ever doubted whether someone could actually change color from fear or disgust, he would never question it again after watching Misty turn bright purple and then rush on to get ahead of them. Your Pokémon really look like they're enjoying their food, Misty commented as she looked at Pidgey, Weedle and Caterpie, whom had their faces buried into their special-made Pokémon food next to Pikachu, Pewter, and Rattata. Yeah, well, these sandwiches you made are really good too, Ash replied with a smile as he bit into the sandwich Misty had made the two of them. Ah, thank you, Ash. I smiled at him and looked down at the one in her hand. They're just cheese, lettuce, tomato and sour pickle. I learned how to make it when I was little, but I think it's kind of an acquired taste. He shrugged and took another bite. Well, I like it. Looking at the three aforementioned Pokémon, he commented. Further, I take time crafting a unique recipe for each of my Pokémon. I just caught these three, so it might take a while. I'm still experimenting with the others too. Having found yet another clearing in the forest where they decided to stop for another food break, Ash also took the opportunity presented to work on making training routines for Pidgey, Weedle and Caterpie. The former two, while spirited, were going to need a lot of work. It wasn't so much because they were unskilled as to the fact that they were very small and weak as a species. As a general rule of thumb, Pokémon like Weedle and Caterpie were typically never considered to be very strong. Most of the time, trainers caught them just to evolve them as quickly as possible into their final two forms, Beedrill and Butterfree. While Ash knew they would evolve quickly, he still wanted to train and make them as strong as he could beforehand while in their first stages. To do this, he resorted again to putting body weights on Weedle and Caterpie and had them do a variety of different drills. For starters, he had them crawl from one end of the clearing to the other as fast as they could go, before doing the same but while pushing rocks to build their strength. They also climbed up trees wearing weights, only without the rocks. On top of that, he also had them work on the few moves they knew, spar together and work on the variety of different ways they could use and weaponize String Shot. Which his earlier battle before catching Caterpie and Weedle had given him the idea for. String Shot was a very underrated move, but if used the right way, it could be very effective and disarming in battle. It could be used to mess opponents up or confuse them, as when Caterpie shot webbing into Rattata's eyes. It could also be used to trap them, make strategic formations in battle and even take advantage of the surrounding terrain. Aside from that, he also had Weedle and Caterpie practice battle against Pikachu, Pewter, and Rattata, as well as endure attacks from their teammates for as long as they could. To build pain resistance and endurance. Their training was rather straightforward, but, in Ash's mind, it was the best way to strengthen both worms until they finally evolved into their respective cocoon stages. Which would also make those forms even stronger. Concerning Pidgey, it had been quite easy deciding upon a training regimen for her. Since she was about the same size as Spearow, she also had many of the same needs and thus, he was able to mostly transpose Spearow's training onto hers. Surprisingly though, she had more endurance than Spearow and it showed in her ability to do her flying exercises and other training drills longer, while weighted down, than the male bird. Something that also surprised Ash was just how fast and agile she was. He knew that Pidgey and its evolutionary line was fast, but the speed and lithe agility with which she demonstrated it was truly amazing. In fact, incredibly enough, in only 1 hour of training, she had somehow managed to learn a brand new move in agility. While flying through the trees around their clearing and using them as obstacles to improve upon her evasiveness, speed and agility, he noticed Pidgey suddenly glow before disappearing and reappearing at a rapid pace. It was then he knew that she had learned agility. You know, Misty, you have some nice-looking Pokémon. Coming out of his contemplation of the recent training foray for his newest Pokémon, Ash turned to Misty again and smiled. You really do. Being the first time he got to see all her Pokémon, Ash now knew she had Staryu, a Starmie and a Goldeen. Each of them looking quite healthy and well taken care of. Thanks, she replied while smiling in return. I try to take good care of them. After all, water types are my specialty. Once their snack was finished and they packed up, the two companions returned their Pokémon and then prepared to set out on the last leg of their journey through the forest. Right when they were about to leave the clearing and make their way to the road again though, a loud rustling from the bushes nearby caught their attention. Just as Ash turned to the sound to find its source however, a flurry of movement and fast action erupted from the foliage. To their shock and bafflement, the one who burst forth from the bushes was not a Pokémon but a boy. And not just any boy but one who was dressed in what seemed to be the multicolored armored garb of a samurai. Moreover, the boy was currently in the midst of bringing a sharp-looking katana blade down on Ash with a loud cry of, Kaya-ah. With all of his years training under Macamp, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, Ash's instincts were sharp. Just as Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, he jumped and rolled to the side right as the samurai boy brought his sword down onto the ground where Ash had just been standing. The fast young Ketchum then slid right under the strange boy and kicked him in the stomach hard, driving the wind out of him with a loud "bump" and causing him to bend forward. Pikachu's trainer quickly took advantage of their enemy's stunned state and reached up with his leg to kick the other boy's wrists, which made his sword fly out of his hands and up into the air. Ash then immediately whipped his legs around on the ground in an arc and locked the attacker's legs up with his, bringing the boy down to the grass. Ash kicked up right after that and grabbed the falling sword by the hilt just as it was about to hit the ground. Turning around swiftly, he pinned the strangely dressed stranger to the ground with a foot on his chest and the boy's own katana pointed at his neck. You have 5 seconds to start explaining, Ash informed with a cold edge to his tone. The boy, realizing his dangerous predicament, spoke quickly. I am sorry for attacking you. My name is Jack Samurai and I was only endeavoring to get your attention. Ash stepped back from the boy and allowed him to stand up after a few seconds of deliberation. That was a real stupid way to get someone's attention, you know. Misty spoke up then and she was beyond furious. Yeah, what did you think you were doing? Swinging a sword around like that? You could have really hurt Ash or killed him. The young man with the surname of Samurai merely bowed his head low. Forgive me, both of you. I was only wishing to know if the whom I attacked came from the town known as Pallet. I did not mean any ill will towards either of you, nor would I have really done you any harm. It is my way of testing those whom I first meet. Ash sized the other boy up and finally got a good look at how he was dressed. The armor he was wearing consisted of nothing more than a metal dew, which was colored red at the top and black on the bottom with a yellow strip separating the two. He had a white sash wrapped around his waist and it separated the breastplate part of the dew from the section which covered his pelvis. That part was blue with yellow strips at the bottom. He wore a kabuto on his head that was black and gold with the horns at the front being the latter color. On his feet he wore simple wooden geta and strapped to his back was a large bug-catching net. Underneath his armor he seemed to be wearing a white tank top and green shorts. Eventually, Ash held the boy's katana out and spoke. If you wanted to know where I was from, all you had to do was ask and I would have gladly told you. You didn't have to attack me. Samurai bowed lower. I know and I am sorry. I accept that I may have been a bit too overzealous. You must forgive me, I come from a long line of family that has trained in the noble and ancient art of the samurai for many generations. He then accepted his blade back and returned it fluidly to its sheath. When I decided to leave home and become a bug Pokemon trainer, I swore to my family that I would continue to uphold our tradition. The young man looked at Ash and then Misty. I apologize for scaring you, though I must admit. I have not before received such a spirited and overwhelming response to my methods from any other trainer I have met in this forest. Not even from the other 3 individuals who hailed from the town of Pallet. Misty, who had calmed herself finally, blinked and asked. Why would you have wanted to know if Ash was from Pallet Town? The boy looked at her and then smiled in fond remembrance. Ah yes. Over the last 2.5 weeks 3 different trainers passed through this forest, and when I met them, I challenged them each to a Pokémon battle. He closed his eyes and tilted his head up. Even though I was defeated all 3 times, I resolved to train and become stronger. He put a hand to his chin. The last one I met made passing comment of another young trainer that had received their own first Pokémon on the same day as themselves. Though he did not seem to think highly of this person and questioned whether they would make it here at all. Opening his eyes, he looked at Misty and Ash again. Regardless, I decided that I would redouble my training in preparation for the arrival of that 4th trainer if they did come. Understanding now, Ash smiled while Pikachu jumped back up onto his shoulder. Yeah, you're talking about Gary and the other 2 kids, sounds about right. So you were waiting for me and that's why you asked where I was from? Samurai nodded. Indeed, and now I must humbly ask, will you please forgive me and accept my challenge? Ash smiled at the young man's words. Yeah, I forgive you, Samurai, just don't go doing something stupid like that again. And yes, I accept your challenge. Samurai smiled as well and bowed. Agreed, and thank you for your forgiveness. Now let us battle. The 2 young trainers stood on opposite sides of the clearing as they faced off. Misty was near the middle of the field acting as referee. She called out loudly so both trainers could hear her, this will be a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Jack Samurai. Trainers, choose your Pokémon. Samurai started off the battle as he threw his chosen Pokeball with a shout of, Metapod, I choose you. From within the ball in question, the green cocoon-shaped Pokémon appeared in a flash of light and droned aloud, Metapod. Seeing their opponent, Ash thought for a few seconds on who he would use and then decided. Caterpie, let's go. Appearing on the grassy field quickly from its ball, the pre-evolved form of Butterfree screeched loudly, E-I-I-I. E-I-I. Wanting to get the momentum going in their favor, the trainer from Pallet started things off. Caterpie, use Tackle on Metapod. Caterpie took off to hit their opponent, but Samurai moved to counter. Metapod, use Harden. The sturdy cocoon stayed still as its shell glowed and hardened, becoming stronger and more resilient. Due to this, Caterpie hit Metapod's shell and bounced off. At that, Samurai shouted another command. It is useless, your Caterpie will never get through our defense. Now Metapod use Tackle. Metapod suddenly launched itself at Caterpie, but Ash was fast to react. Caterpie dodged it and then used Bug Bite. The small green caterpillar jumped out of the way and then lunged at Metapod to deliver the attack his trainer had ordered. However, Samurai was ready once more. Metapod hardened again. The hard-shelled Pokémon glowed green again and was given a further layer of protection from Caterpie's Bug Bite just before it hit. The attack once more failed and Caterpie quickly returned back to Ash. Seeing the impasse they had reached, Samurai called out. Your Caterpie cannot possibly win. My Metapod's shell is impenetrable. Your Pokémon's attacks will all fail, meanwhile my Metapod can still use Tackle. Your Caterpie simply is not strong enough to get past our defenses. Ash only smirked in reply. Let's just see about that. Caterpie used String Shot and cover Metapod's face up. Squealing his name loudly, Caterpie reared back and then shot a thick, sticky goop of String Shot out of his mouth that hit and completely covered Metapod's face, effectively blinding it. Samurai appeared confused. Why would you do something like that? String Shot will not hurt my Metapod. I do not even need to have it use Harden to defend against that attack. You are nothing more than a novice compared to the other 3 trainers from Pallet. Ash continued to smirk. We'll see. You know, Samurai, you made a big mistake. The other boy blinked. What do you mean? The messy-haired trainer explained while pointing. For not having your Metapod dodge that String Shot. Samurai still appeared perplexed, as did Misty. The young Ketchum continued without missing a step. That String Shot I had Caterpie use has completely covered your Metapod's face. True, we may not have been able to break through Metapod's defenses, but we can take away your Pokémon's ability to breath. Everyone but him looked shocked at what he just said, and Samurai voiced it with a tremble in his voice. What do you mean? Ash simply pointed toward Metapod again, who was now rolling around the ground in a panic. Metapod. The armored young boy shouted in concern as he saw his Pokémon state before looking to his opponent again. What did you do to him? The calmer of the two plainly responded. String shot covered your Pokémon's nose, blocking off its airway. Metapod can't breathe, and since it has no appendages to peel off the string shot with, it's beginning to suffocate. Hearing this, Samurai immediately ran out onto the field and quickly knelt down to start pulling the sticky substance off of his Pokémon's face. Once he was done, he took one look at the traumatized bug type in his arms and knew from the exhaustion it was reflecting that the battle was over. Gritting his teeth but accepting the defeat, he thanked his Pokémon and then returned Metapod before walking back over to his side of the field. Once there, he turned and faced Ash again. Clever, quite clever. He then pulled out his last Pokeball. Pinsir, go. As soon as the vicious-looking, horned beetle appeared on the field, Ash thought for just a few moments and then made his next choice. Caterpie, good job, return. He then reached for his next Pokeball and enlarged it after returning the small caterpillar. Pidgey, come on out. The tiny bird Pokémon appeared from her Pokeball with a series of loud chirps. Pidgey. Samurai started the second round off this time around. Pinsir, use tackle. Ash, though, was quick to react. Pidgey, fly into the air now. The small bird bided her time and then flew up high into the air, allowing Pinsir to pass under her. On the heels of that, he called for another command. Now use Gust. Pidgey opened her wings out wide and then started flapping them vigorously, creating a strong gale of wind that headed for Pinsir. Samurai countered quickly though, yelling with urgency. Pinsir, root yourself. The bug-type Pokémon stood its ground and managed to withstand the fast and strong whirlwind. What neither Samurai nor Pinsir was expecting, however, was for Pidgey to come flying out of. The dust cloud churned up by gust and smash into Pinsir hard, knocking it to the ground. Seeing this, the bug's trainer gritted his teeth and waited for his Pokémon to get up before yelling. Pinsir, use Vice Grip. As the now angry and much bigger insect began charging towards Pidgey, Ash smirked. Pidgey, use Agility to get around that attack and then start circling around Pinsir as fast as you can. Reacting fluidly, she dodged the attack and started spinning around her opponent so fast that no one could keep up. Now use Quick Attack. Her new trainer commanded swiftly. Pidgey came out of her circle and sped toward Pinsir like a high-velocity dart. With no resistance, she hit the bug hard in the stomach, which lifted it up off of its feet and sent it soaring back at Samurai. Unable to break its fall, Pinsir hit the ground heavily and then slowly got back to its feet, breathing bread all the while. The bug-type's trainer knew they were in trouble. Pinsir, start charging at Pidgey and then try your Vice Grip again. The stag beetle Pokémon did as commanded and ran at Pidgey again, albeit much slower than before. Ash was going to have her stand her ground and then duck and fly under Pinsir, the strategy being to come up and hit from behind with another gust. However, just as the large bug was about to make contact, Samurai shouted. Pinsir, use Thrash. The thick-skinned bug-type hissed and its eyes appeared to gleam with a fierce, angry spark entering them. This in turn caused it to chatter menacingly as its temper reached the boiling point. When it finally reached Pidgey, Pinsir caught her unawares and, utilizing its increase in power and speed, began pummeling her. After a lasting PRD of brutal strikes that came from its arms and horns, one final smack from Pinsir's right horn sent her flying to the ground and landing roughly in front of Ash, now badly beaten up and bruised. For his part though, the boy remained calm. He knew panicking would gain them nothing. Pidgey, I know you got this. Get up and show them your true strength. Dig deeper, girl, dig deeper. The small bird struggled and fought against her injuries and slowly managed to get back up, bellowing to the sky when she finally made it back to her feet. Pidgey! At that very same moment, she started to glow in a bright white light and then began changing before everyone's eyes. As the light grew stronger, Pidgey's entire body grew and morphed in shape and size until, once it was over, in her place stood a larger bird with a considerably larger wingspan. She also now had bright, colorful plumage atop her head, and even her tail feathers were brightly colored. Once the light faded away to reveal her changed form, the newly evolved Pokémon lifted her head up and gave a noticeably deeper caw. Pidgeot. Blinking in surprise that rapidly gave way to joy, Ash smiled widely and then pulled his Pokédex out, which he pointed at his first evolved Pokémon. Soon after scanning her, Dexter spoke. Pokédex entry number 017. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon. Pidgeotto claims a large area as its own territory. This Pokémon flies around, patrolling its living space. If its territory is violated, it shows no mercy in thoroughly punishing the foe with its sharp claws. This Pokémon now knows the moves, Tackle, Quick Attack, Gust, Whirlwind, Agility and Twister. After receiving her information, the boy looked back up at Pidgeotto and nodded at her, still smiling ear to ear. She nodded back, as if silently communicating that his motivation had pushed her to evolve. Samurai, meanwhile, was standing in awe, staring with disbelief at what had just happened along with Misty and Pikachu. Ash, re-energized, pointed at Pinsir and yelled. Pidgeotto, use Agility followed by Quick Attack. From there, hit it with your new attack, Twister. Samurai couldn't even utter a command as Pidgeotto began her assault. She disappeared in a blur of speed and then reappeared just in time to smash into the still thrashing Pinsir with Quick Attack, kneeling the bug to the ground instantly and ending its tirade. She then disappeared and reappeared yet again behind the stunned Pokémon and flapped her wings powerfully. This action caused her to WHP up a powerful and dark funnel of violently spinning wind that pulled Pinsir off the ground and into its vortex in mere seconds. From there, the loud and churning Twister swirled the large bug around dozens of times before spitting it back out like a bad piece of meat. Flying through the air and still spinning, Pinsir hit the ground in front of Samurai hard enough to leave an actual imprint of its body. When the Twister died down and all became still once more, the horned beetle was seen laying unconscious with swirls in its eyes. Misty raised her hand seeing that and pointed toward her friend. Since Samurai has no more Pokémon to battle with, that means the victory goes to Pidgeotto and Ash. With their victory secured, Ash ran up to his newly evolved Pokémon and hugged her tightly, congratulating her on evolving and thanking her for winning the match for them. After he returned her, the victorious young man walked up to Samurai, who had just returned Pinsir. That was a great battle, Samurai. Thank you. The helmeted boy looked at him and smiled. No thank you, Ash. That was truly the greatest battle I have ever had. After facing the other 3 trainers from Palette, I can safely say that you are, without a doubt, the best. I wish you well on your journey. May you and your Pokémon prosper wherever you may go, my friend. He stuck his hand out and Ash accepted the invitation, shaking firmly with the other trainer. Thank you, Samurai. I wish you well on whatever you do from here out as well. Hopefully we can meet again someday. The other boy smiled and nodded, handling his defeat graciously. Agreed. I hope for that as well. Misty looked up at the sky at that moment and frowned as she noticed the yellow and purple hue that was gradually giving way to night. You know we'll be lucky to get out of this forest before dark, Ash, let alone make it to Pewter City. Huh? Ash looked back at her and then up at the sky before frowning. Yeah, you're right. We might have to camp here for the night and set out in the morning. At that, Samurai smiled and held up a finger. I have another suggestion. Why do you not just come stay with me? I have a cabin here in the forest that will take you out of the elements. If you are interested. The two of them shared a look between them before glancing back at the other boy and saying at the same time, sure, that sounds great. With that decided, they followed Samurai as he left the clearing and headed into the forest. Before long the road was behind them and, with the armored boy as their only guide, the group of 3 departed into the thick of the wild. After a relaxing and enjoyable night staying in Samurai's small, quaint and cozy log cabin, which he found shortly after coming to the forest and had fixed up, Ash and Misty were well rested and ready for the next leg of their journey. The time was early morning, about 2 hours before 8, and the previous evening of genial and laid-back conversation had been just what was needed to recharge their batteries. Samurai had even proven to be an enjoyable person to chat with, given his long time spent in the forest and all the stories he was able to share. Alas, the time had now finally come to part ways as Ash, with Pikachu on his shoulder and Misty by his side, stood at the end of Vidian Forest. Samurai was with them. Seeing them off, and he said his goodbyes kindly and politely. "Farewell my friends, I do hope our paths meet again." Both traveling friends nodded in agreement. "I do too, Samurai. You turned out to be an okay guy." Misty smiled but then got right up into the boy's face and turned fierce like a grand bull the next second. "But don't ever go scaring people with swords again. Got that?" The bug-type enthusiast quickly leaned back with his hands out in front of him and smiled nervously while sweat dropping. "Yes, of course, I understand completely. Those days are behind me, I assure you. I have learned my lesson well." She nodded in satisfaction at that and stepped back. Ash, taking his own moment, smiled fondly at the strange but nice boy. "Well, so long Samurai. You were my first official Pokémon battle and I had a lot of fun. We learned a lot too, me and my Pokémon, so thank you. And thanks again for letting us stay with you last night." Samurai smiled and the two shook hands as friends. After that, Ash and Misty continued on the main road that left Vidian Forest and went on their way, waving back at the bug-type trainer as they walked. Samurai, for his part, waved in return and said a final farewell, before turning and heading back into the forest. Ash, Pikachu and Misty had been out of the forest for nearly 2 hours and they were getting closer to Pewter City with every step. The sun was also rising higher in the sky and its bright illumination gave clear visual of their surroundings for miles around. As they went along their way, down a flat stretch of land, they could see the distant peaks of Empty Moon, which towered above and behind Pewter City like a giant. The mountain actually separated Pewter City from Cerulean City and any travelers who wished to go to either one had to traverse through the mountain itself. They would be taking that same road soon but for now, they were only focused on reaching the destination set before them. Just as the two of them passed under a large tree that was on the left side of the road however, Ash suddenly felt a heavy weight land on his back, which pushed him to the ground. Whatever it was that had jumped onto him started leaping up and down on his back, causing the boy to become annoyed as he turned around to face his assaulter. When he stood up and looked, his pack fell off his shoulders and it was then that Ash finally saw the perpetrator. Yet, to his surprise, he found that it was none other than a Mankey. The pig monkey Pokémon had a hold of his pack and was slinging it around with glee as the fighting type trumpeted its success. Mankey. Mankey. Both traveling friends, as well as Pikachu, simply stared in confusion with Misty voicing it. "What is a Mankey doing out here near Pewter City?" "I don't know." Ash replied slowly before pulling out his Pokédex and scanning the out-of-place Pokémon. Pokédex entry number 056. Mankey, the pig monkey Pokémon. An agile Pokémon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. If one gets angry, all the others around it will get angry, so silence is a rare visitor in a troop of Mankey. This Mankey is male and has the abilities Vital Spirit, Anger Point and Defiant. This Pokémon knows the moves, Scratch, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Karate Chop and Seismic Toss. After scanning it, Ash would admit to being impressed. The Mankey before him knew a lot of fighting-type moves to be sure. A Pokémon like that on his team would be exceedingly beneficial, especially after some hard training. With that in mind, he knew that he needed to catch it. He didn't know where the mysterious thief of a monkey had come from but he did know that he was going to try capturing it. With that decided, he turned to his friend. "Stay back Misty. Mankeys have really foul tempers so once I start battling him, he's gonna get mad." For a moment it seemed like she might protest but she instead decided to trust him. "Okay Ash. Just be careful." He nodded soundly and then put Pikachu into her arms, though he quickly protested that action with a loud, "Pika-Pie." However, Ash merely shook his head. "No Pikachu, I need you to stay with Misty. If that Mankey goes to attack, I want you here to defend her." "Okay." The small electric type nodded in reluctant understanding. Pikachu-Pie. Smiling, he gave his Pokémon a quick rub between the ears. "Thanks buddy, I appreciate it." After that, he went over to stand before the mischievous Pokémon now playing with his bag and faced it. Ash then pulled out a Pokeball and threw it up into the air. "Beauty, I choose you." In a flash of light the small Hoenn grass type appeared and announced herself with an energetic, "Bud Bewter." Looking at his Pokémon, Ash asked seriously. "Are you ready, Bewter? This won't be easy." Turning a bit to look back at her trainer, she nodded firmly. "Bewter." Seeing her resolve, he smiled proudly. "Okay then, let's do it." Pointing, he commanded. "Run at Mankey and slam into it with all your body weight." Lowering her head for the impromptu, unofficial move, she charged at Mankey and hit it head-on, sending the pig monkey flying back against the tree it came from. Almost immediately, the fighting Pokémon came running back, visibly angered and ready to go. As soon as it reached her, Mankey raised its hand and prepared to use Karate Chop. However, Ash ordered his Pokémon to jump out of the way and she did so just in time. At that same moment, the dynamic monkey performed a low kick that swept Bewter off of her feet. It then used a scratch attack, combined with a follow-up Karate Chop, which threw Bewter down into the ground hard. "Bewter, are you alright?" Ash yelled in concern. Fortunately, she nodded slowly and then stood up. Seeing she was still ready to battle, he issued another command. "Alright, use growth and follow it up with Mega Drain." Without waiting she rooted herself and started to raise her grass-type power level. On the other side of the road, Mankey began doing the same thing by using focus energy. Soon, Bewter shot out dark green tendrils of energy from herself that headed straight for Mankey. Utilizing quick speed, Mankey made use of its now increased agility and strength to jump high into the air. It then hurtled back down in front of the unprepared Bewter and started hitting her with a vicious assault of fury swipes. Ash's first captured Pokémon almost started to buckle when Mankey picked her up and spun her around. It then jumped, still holding on to the small grass type, before throwing her to the ground with a powerful seismic toss. Bewter hit the ground yet again and simply laid there, not moving. Ash, though worried for her, remained calm and called out. "Listen to me, Bewter. I know you can do this. You just need to dig deep down inside of yourself and find the strength to keep pushing. I know you're strong enough to beat this Mankey. Get up and do it." Bewter heard her trainer's voice and encouragement and, unwilling to give up, she slowly started to get back up. When she was finally standing on both legs, wobbly but unwavering, she stared down Mankey with fire in her eyes. Ash smiled at the sight of her determination. "Okay, Bewter, start charging in like you were gonna slam into Mankey again." The hardy little living bud started running towards Mankey as fast as she could. Her opponent prepared to jump out of the way and hit her with another fighting move, but Ash was quicker on the draw. "Now Bewter. Jump over Mankey and hit it with Leech Seed." Bewter gathered all the strength in her lower body that her training offered her and then launched herself over Mankey, shooting a Leech Seed pod down at the pig monkey Pokémon. The seed hit its mark and, unfolding its vines around the angry fighting type, began to sap Mankey of its strength, which caused it to look up and cry, "Mankey." Seeing his intended quarry now distracted by the vines that were shocking and stealing its energy, Ash smirked. "Bewter, use Razor Leaf and then follow up with Mega Drain." The earliest stage of Roserade flipped her head back and forth, expelling a rain of sharp leaves out of her bud that swarmed the restrained fighting type and sent it skidding through the dirt. This had the added effect of freeing Mankey from the small, spidery vines that had been trapping it. Before the furry monkey could capitalize on its freedom though, Bewter summoned her inner photosynthetic energy and lashed out at Mankey with Mega Drain. The fighting Pokémon was helpless to fight back as the spindly tendrils of ethereal aura worked to sap it of all the stamina Mankey had left. Seeing their time had come, Ash gave one final command. "Time to finish this, Bewter, use Stun Spore." She acted swiftly and began letting loose the paralytic yellow powder from her bud that quickly settled down over Mankey, effectively paralyzing the other Pokémon completely. Ash knew it was over when he saw the fighting type go still and went to congratulate Bewter for her win when, suddenly, she raised her head to the sky and called out, "Bud." In that very moment, something occurred that Ash was not counting on, especially so soon. Bewter began to glow blue and white, signaling her evolution. As he watched in amazement, his first grass type started to change and morph before his very eyes until, within a matter of seconds, a totally different and considerably taller Pokémon stood before him. The newly evolved Hoenn native only remained motionless for a short time before raising her now flower-petaled hands and chanting smoothly while twirling gracefully on the spot. Roselia. Ash himself could only stare in shock for a few long moments before his brain finally caught up with him and he ran over, sliding to his knees to hug his newly evolved Pokémon. I'm so proud of you, bud, I mean Roselia. That was a great battle you had against Mankey. Roselia I smiled happily in her trainer's arms and hugged him back. Roselia. After spending a few moments congratulating and embracing her, Ash finally returned Roselia and then walked over to the paralyzed Mankey. Bending down, he pulled out an empty Pokeball and then tapped it gently upon the primate's head. Holding the ball in his hand, he watched it roll around a few times before going still and giving the signature star burst to show a successful capture. Afterward, he turned around and smiled as Pikachu leapt from Misty's arms and bounded over to him. Whatcha think, buddy? Bending down, Ash held up the now occupied Pokeball. We got another new friend and Mewtwo evolved. Smiling in joy for their team's newest accomplishments, Pikachu gave a peace sign and then jumped back onto his favorite perch. Pikachu pie Pikachu. I'm happy for you and everything, Ash, but you're not gonna release Mankey right now, are you? Misty asked nervously as she walked over to them. I bet you it's still gonna be really mad at the moment. Even if it is paralyzed. Pulling out his Pokédex to perform the transfer he was going to need to do if he wanted to keep Mankey with him, since he already had 6 Pokémon, Ash shrugged. Nah. I want to get Mankey healed up, but I'll wait until we go to the Pokémon Center at Pewter City. It'll give it time to calm down. She nodded, appearing immensely relieved, before looking back up at the tree Mankey had been in. I wonder where it came from though. Mankey aren't normally found around here. Deciding to send Rattata back to the lab as he placed its ball onto the teleporter pad, the young rookie focused on what he was doing. I don't know, Pokémon do strange things. After Rattata's Pokeball was sent off, Ash put his Pokédex away and then shrunk and clipped Mankey's ball to his belt. Come on, let's get going, Mist, Pewter City's pretty close from here. We'll talk about it on the way. She was in agreement with that suggestion and thus, they were soon setting out once again for the stony city of Pewter. You're really not gonna challenge the gym for a whole week? Misty asked as she and Ash stepped through the last bit of woods they had encountered before reaching Pewter City. Though the Vidian forest had technically ended some ways back along the way they had come, the sparse bit of woodland and forest between Vidian Forest and Pewter City were considered loosely connected to the former. I wanna spend one more week training with my team before we challenge our first gym leader. The messy-haired boy crossed his hands behind his head. And I have Mankey now. If I want to use him in the match, then it's gonna take some pretty rough training between now and then. At that moment, they finally came within view of Pewter City itself. Walking out onto a large rock at the top of a woody hill that overlooked the city below, Ash smiled and put his hands on his hips. Awesome. We're finally here. Misty brushed her arms off. I'm just glad to be out of that creepy bug forest. Stepping off the rock, Ash put a hand over his eyes and hummed. Looks like the road cuts down through these trees and into the city. It looks like a pretty big place. I think I can even see the contest hall from here. Misty smiled. It's funny, from here a bunch of the buildings look like they're made of stone. Suddenly, from somewhere below the hill they were standing upon, a rugged male voice spoke stoically. Pewter City is gray, the color of stone. A slight pause. This town has always been famous for stone. Looking down, Ash and Misty saw a man sitting beside some steps that they just noticed had been built into the side of the hill. Strangely enough, there were plain gray rocks of various sizes and shapes sitting on the steps. And each one of them were labeled with a certain credit amount, showing they were for sale. The man himself was sitting beside the steps cross-legged. He had a long dark brown beard, tan skin and was wearing a red toboggan hat, a yellow shirt, long green briefs, dark boots and white gloves on his hands. Further on, some distance away to the right of the man, tucked back against the forest border, was a small wooden cabin. There were rocks all around the outside of the rustic lodgings, which also had credit tags on them, showing that it was most likely his home. Looking down at the man again as they reached the bottom of the steps, Ash blinked at him before glancing back at Misty, whom was still standing on the steps. Do you know this guy? She shook her head. Never met him. Looking at the two kids, he raised a hand and introduced himself. My name is Flint and you were just standing on some of my merchandise. The two young trainers looked back at the rocks he was gesturing toward, specifically the big one atop the hill, and then Ash asked. You sell rocks? Flint crossed his arms. Pewter City souvenirs. Wanna buy some? The boy shook his head. No thanks, we're on the way to the Pokémon Center. I'm gonna spend the next week training before I challenge the gym leader here. At that, Flint raised an eyebrow. You're gonna challenge Brock? Smiling, Ash nodded. That's right. The bearded man simply gave a grunting sound before standing up. Well, if you'd like I can escort you both to the Pokémon Center. It's not far in town. The friends shared a look between each other and Ash shrugged. Looks can be deceiving I suppose, he's a really nice guy. Misty went to nod in agreement before Flint leaned over and pointed. Oh, and by the way, that'll be a 2-credit charge for standing on my rocks. Hearing that, they both fell flat to the ground in a full-on face fault. When they finally made it to the Pewter City Pokémon Center with Flint leading the way, Ash and Misty stared up at the huge building towering before them. The bottom level was made up of multiple glass windows and the sides, foundation and middle section of the building were all crafted out of solid stone. The top of the center had a small circular tower resting on it, which was also comprised of glass windows and stone, and a large satellite was fixed atop of it like a flag on a sandcastle. On the middle stone section separating the bottom and top parts of the center there was a large black P that certified the building as a legitimate league medical facility. And on the very top of the center, on both ends, were 2 large Pokeball. Steps lead up to the center from the street and the lot was enclosed by finely cut grass and well-maintained, large green bushes, completing the neat and tidy look. Walking into the center, they entered a wide and open lobby, finely furnished and very clean. Though, it was apparent to see from size comparison that the Pewter Center lobby wasn't as large or spacious as the Vidian one had been. After thanking the mysterious rock merchant and seeing him off, Ash and Misty went up to the front desk where Nurse Joy was doing something on her computer. When she saw them, the pretty nurse smiled and gave a warm greeting. Well, hello and welcome to the Pewter City Pokémon Center, my name is Nurse Joy. How may I assist you today? Ash stepped forward. We just need a healing session and a checkup for our Pokémon please. Misty lifted her finger. And a room for the next week if you have any available please Nurse Joy. She nodded and chirped in reply. Of course, we have plenty of rooms available and you may stay as long as you like. Now about your Pokémon. With that, they handed their Pokeball into Joy and then, just before giving Pikachu up, Ash asked. I've been anxious to know, how are all the Pokémon doing that were sent here from the Vidian Center? Can you tell us please Nurse Joy? She tilted her head in confusion for a moment and looked at both kids. Well, how do you know about that? Did you see it on the news? Misty shook her head. No ma'am, we were with the Nurse Joy in Vidian City when the center there was destroyed. Hearing this, Joy's eyes widened. Wait. Are you two Ash and Misty? They looked at each other and then Ash nodded. Yeah, that's us. How did you know? Smiling brightly, the female nurse explained. Oh well, my little sister told me all about how you kids helped her. She said that if it wouldn't have been for you, the Pokémon at her center would have been stolen, or worse. You both are real heroes the way I heard it. Misty turned a tad red at the compliment and Ash rubbed the back of his neck. I wouldn't say that Nurse Joy. We just did what we could to help is all. Well, I appreciate your modesty, Joy began kindly. But you two really did an amazing thing and you have our gratitude for it. And I know the trainers of those Pokémon would feel the same way. Misty asked the question she knew was on both of their minds. Has any of those trainers come to get their Pokémon? Joy shook her head in the negative. No. My sister called me this morning and said that the Pokémon League will have a new transporter machine delivered and set up within the week. She managed to convince all the trainers to just wait in Vidian until it arrives and then she'll have me send all the Pokémon back to her. The city council already motioned to give her a temporary location to reopen her practice once the league restocks all of her supplies, so things are looking up. Ash and Misty both looked relieved to hear the good news and with all that said, Pikachu finally jumped up onto the counter. A Chansey pushing a cart soon appeared and, after getting all the Pokeballs situated on it, Ash said his goodbyes with Pikachu. Just before Nurse Joy followed the cart off, Ash stopped her with a raised hand. "Oh, wait, Nurse Joy. Can you please?" He began while reaching for his Pokédex clipped to his side. "Register me for the Indigo League before you go." The smooth-skinned woman looked at the black and red device being held out to her and then smiled before taking it. "Of course, Ash, give me just a minute." After that she instructed Chansey to take the cart back and wait for her in the medical ward. From there, she took Ash's Pokédex and slipped it into a slot on the side of her computer. Typing a few keys once she did that, it only took a few seconds before the green light on the small device blinked and a dinging sound registered from the computer. "Alright, there you go." Removing the Pokédex from the slot, she handed it to the boy and smiled again. "You're all registered for the Indigo League." Ash thanked her once he received his Pokédex back and then afterward, she nodded at both kids. "If you two need anything else while you're here, please don't hesitate to ask. It is a pleasure having you at my center." Feeling flattered by her kindness and gratitude, they graciously accepted her praise and then Ash turned to his traveling companion. "So, wanna go find a place to eat?" Misty offered him an agreeable smile. "You know I am pretty hungry, let's do it." With that, the two friends left the Pokémon Center and headed out to explore Pewter City and find a good restaurant to enjoy a well-deserved, relaxing meal. "Good. Mankey. Keep going." Ash grunted as he worked a series of jabs and kicks down the clearing they were training in. The weighted bodysuit and small, shiny silver dumbbells he held in his hands made it all the harder. Beside him, Mankey, whom was equally weighted down, was mirroring his trainer. They made it all the way to the end of the clearing and then turned around and started going the other way again. Though this time they did rolls, jumping kicks and other explosive combat techniques to do so. Nearby in the clearing, Ash's other Pokémon were in the midst of their own exhaustive training routines. Pikachu, Rosalia, Pidgeotto, Weedle and Caterpie. Each one was pushing themselves as hard as they could in their individual training routines. It had been 3 days since arriving in Pewter City and outside of sightseeing and spending time getting to know Misty better, Ash had spent a large amount of time training himself and his Pokémon into the ground to prepare for the upcoming gym match. Pikachu, Weedle and Caterpie were still performing the same all-encompassing training regimens they had been given, but Pidgeotto and Rosalia's own had to be slightly tweaked due to their evolution. While Rosalia's general plan and method of training was the same in terms of physicality, move drilling, combat practice and other related routines, the overall intensity had been increased. For one, Ash had increased the weight she wore, which made moving gracefully for her a difficult feat though she had been improving. He had also started drilling her much harder on her moves, especially her energy-draining ones. That meant she had been giving the trees in their small training area one serious workout, although she was careful not to harm them and drain too much energy at one time without returning it. Naturally, as a petite and gentle Rosalia, it meant that she wasn't made to take a large amount of damage at one time. Thus, Ash had naturally been drilling her hard on training methods and techniques that was meant to heighten and increase her overall durability and resistance. Pidgeotto was essentially in the same boat as Rosalia. Her training remained the same concerning its foundational principles, but Ash had considerably upped the weight she wore. He had also increased the amount of time she did flight training, as well as her ground running drills, her wing and talon combat fighting routines and her total body physical training. Out of everything, Pidgeotto had struggled the most with swimming drills. Since Ash was a proponent for attacking every potential weak spot one had, he had even been working with Pidgeotto on how to swim. Which was something he also wanted to get Spearow on as soon as he came back from the lab. While swimming for birds was a very foreign concept, it was the same in theory as someone with arms and legs. Mostly, Pidgeotto kept herself afloat in the water, moved through it and even dove by making use of her wings, tail feathers and feet. The body mechanics to the technique had been tough to get and Ash had struggled with her over the last 3 days. Yet, thankfully, there was a river that flowed near the forested clearing they occupied daily and it was perfect for just that type of training. Of course, Pidgeotto wasn't the only one Ash had been splashing around with in his newfound swim training routine. Pikachu, Rosalia and Mankey had been joining them as well. Alas, Weedle and Caterpie simply didn't possess the physical means to move around aquatically. Instead, they stuck to their rigorous ground training schedule. Overall, Pikachu and Mankey had picked up swimming the soonest, especially the latter. Rosalia had been a little slower going, but she too eventually got her petals and small legs working in the right manner. Pidgeotto had struggled the most for obvious reasons, yet she had been picking it up at her own pace. Ash could tell that with her water, ground and air training, the latter two being done while wearing heavy weights, the evolved flying type was already growing in terms of sheer physical ability. Her flight speed increased, as well as her endurance and stamina. Her durability had also made impressive gains, her moves were becoming more and more powerful and she had fully adapted to her evolved form. All things that would greatly aid her once she evolved into a Pidgeot. As for Mankey, Ash's newest Pokémon had begun a grueling regimen. Since he was a fighting type, Ash had been working with Mankey personally on imparting the same knowledge and skills that his own Pokémon fighting coaches had given him. Every day thus far they had been drilling on a vast array of fighting drills and techniques. Concerning the moves Mankey already knew, as well as the routines and combinations Ash had to teach him. On top of hardcore fighting and combat training, which was done with Ash and the other Pokémon, Mankey also did a punishing retinue of physical drills and moves to increase every level of his fitness ability. From strength, cardio, resistance, flexibility, and every other area of physical skill that could be improved upon. Ash had him do sprints, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, swimming, rock tossing and pushing, anything that could be done as a workout, he did. What was more, Mankey also did it while weighted down with a hefty bodysuit. Plus, since he had fingered hands, it also allowed him to do exercises and drills with dumbbells. Like Ash and Pikachu did. Thankfully, Ash saw that he had indeed made the right decision. In waiting for Mankey to calm down after his capture, he found that the spirited fighting type was far more amicable after being healed up at the Pokémon Center and given a night to rest. Since Mankey apparently loved fighting so much anyway, getting him on board with rough training and intense combat drills had been admittedly straightforward and simple. All Ash had to do was keep him satisfied each day with the special, individualized meal plan he had worked up just for the fighting type, and Mankey was a happy camper. Of course, the young man would admit to forever being mystified concerning why his newest Pokémon liked its food so much. The special food pellets, mixed with vitamins and other such enhancers, had been painstakingly worked upon by Ash, but the final recipe Mankey preferred had a very strong and bitter taste. The messy-haired trainer always tried his Pokémon food pellets once he was done making them, if only to ensure they were good, and normally they were not so bad. True, he found all Pokémon food gross, regardless of the different flavors he added into every batch for each Pokémon, but Mankey's was a whole different level of disgusting. At least to him. Once he was finished training with his newest Pokémon, Ash dismissed the hard-working fighting type from the long and intense workout they had been doing all afternoon. Afterward, he walked over toward the river, where Pikachu was practicing his thunderbolts on a big rock. Pika! Pika! Chu! Cried the small but powerful electric type as he emitted a massive bolt of thunder from his small body that struck the sturdy rock head-on. Utilizing the focused lightning component of his electrical attacks, Pikachu had launched a highly condensed and far more intense bolt of lightning at the boulder. His sole purpose being to shatter it with pure electrical power alone. As Ash watched, sweating from his brow after the hard workout, Pikachu's entire body glowed like it was a miniature generator. Hurrying up to his partner's side, he clenched his fists and egged the small Pokémon on. Come on, Pikachu. You've got this, buddy, you can do this. You can do it. Narrowing his eyes, Pikachu turned up the power and gritted his teeth while growling. Pika! Then, with his tail straight out like an arrow behind him, he pushed more force into his lightning bolt. Amazingly, the large rock started to crack and chunks of it began flying off in all directions like sharp little projectiles. Then, with a final loud cry of, Pikachu! The boulder gave way to the overwhelming force of condensed lightning and completely shattered into dozens of tiny pieces. After succeeding in his destructive endeavor, Pikachu powered down and relaxed. With a soft sigh of, cha! He sat down and breathed as the exertion of their long training session finally caught up to him. Hey Pikachu, that was great. Ash praised as he knelt next to the small electric type. You totally showed that rock who was boss, nice work. Coming along really well. Pikachu looked up at his trainer and smiled with a chirpy, Pika. Though their moment of celebration was soon cut off by a voice saying, "So you weren't kidding after all, huh?" Turning around at the sound of the voice, Ash saw the man he and Misty had met 3 days earlier, Flint, standing next to a tree near the edge of the clearing. "Oh, it's you. How are you, Flint?" the boy asked politely as the bearded man walked over to them. "Not bad. I was just taking a stroll through the forest looking for more rocks to add to my merchandise when I heard you and your Pokémon training." Flint looked around at Ash's Pokémon as they trained in the clearing. "Guess you weren't all talk after all." The rookie blinked at him. "Huh? What do you mean?" The older man crossed his arms and looked around the clearing. "Well, when you said you planned on challenging Brock, I thought you were just another upstart rookie who was getting in over his head. But after watching you train for a while, I can see you're serious. Your Pokémon look good, strong." Smiling at the praise of his Pokémon, Ash rubbed the back of his neck. "Aw, thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, we train like this every day. We just want to get stronger together." He glanced down at Pikachu. "Right, buddy. Hi, Pikachu," came his eager reply from down on the ground. Flint stared at Ash for a moment and then looked down at Pikachu before finally speaking again. "Tell you what, if you're interested, I'll show you a way you can make that Pikachu of yours even stronger. If you do something for me first." The messy-haired boy tilted his head to the side. "What's that?" Flint put his hands on his hips. "Beat me in a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle and I'll show you how to make Pikachu stronger." The only son of Delia and Richard looked surprised initially, but he quickly bounced back and grinned at the prospect of a battle. "That's it? All right then, you're on. Are you ready, Ash?" Flint asked as he and the younger trainer stood across from each other on either side of the clearing. All of Ash's Pokémon were now standing by behind him, waiting to see if they would be needed for the battle ahead. "Yeah, I'm ready, Flint," he called back. "Let's do it." Nodding, the bearded man pulled a Pokeball out of his pocket and then enlarged it before throwing it into the air. "Come on, Golem." From the ball burst forth, in a shining eruption of light, the spherical rock type and evolved form of Graveler. As it appeared on the grassy surface of the clearing, Flint's Pokémon extended its small arms upward and gave a low, grunting groan. "Golem." Seeing their first opponent, Ash narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. "Let's see here. Golem is a rock and ground type. I really want to work my Pokémon out against types they're weak against, so this might be the best of time as any." After thinking over his options for a few moments, he finally decided and looked back at his Pokémon. "Pidgeotto, you're up, girl." With a caw of obedience, she quickly took to flight and flapped her way into battle position, landing softly in front of her trainer in preparation for what was to come. Seeing the boy's choice, Flint raised a single eyebrow. "You're going to use a flying type against my Golem?" He raised his head and laughed. "Ahahaha. Maybe you're more of a rookie than I thought." Ash merely smiled and got himself ready. "We'll see about that." However, just before the battle could start, they suddenly heard, "Hey, what's going on here?" and turned to see that Misty had walked into the clearing. Seeing Ash and the strange man they had met days before facing off in what was obviously going to be a Pokémon battle, she called over to her friend. "Ash, what are you doing?" Looking her way, he waved back. "It's all right, Misty, me and Flint are just gonna have a real fast battle." Not understanding but deciding to simply go with it, she went silent and walked over to join Ash's Pokémon behind him. With her out of the way, both trainers finally began their match. Though Ash, wanting to play it safe and get a feel for Flint's battling style, waited and remained patient. Seeing this, the older man decided to make the first move. "Golem, use rock throw." Raising up, Golem chanted its name as a ring of glowing gray rocks appeared in a circle around it. They didn't stay that way though, since it immediately sent them all flying at Pidgeotto. "Get out of the way of those rocks, Pidgeotto," Ash commanded swiftly. Showing very impressive speed, she shot off to the right side in a fast takeoff maneuver and ascended into the air. Due to her fast movement, the rocks all hit the ground where she had just been and missed their mark. Flint, on the other hand, rapidly ordered his Pokémon to use the same move again. This Golem did, sending another barrage of large rocks hurtling at the now airborne bird. Without needing to be prompted, Pidgeotto swiftly rolled away to the other side and avoided the second salvo as well. Ash, for his part, still gave no command for an attack. Pidgeotto. Stay airborne and keep alert. Just use your speed and evasiveness right now. She nodded at his words without hesitation. Pidgeot. Shaking his head, Flint spoke on what he was seeing. You can't win in a battle if all you do is avoid and evade. Golem use Rock Slide. Hands up once more, the turtle-headed Pokémon called out in a voice that echoed throughout the clearing. Golem. From the power surge that the rock type utilized, several small blue portals opened up in the sky directly above the clearing. However, from those small portals fell far larger boulders that were considerably larger than the rocks Golem had earlier summoned. As the large slabs of stone fell to the earth above and all around Pidgeotto, Ash acted fast and called out. Pidgeotto used agility to get away from all those rocks. In a perfect way of demonstrating the speed and agile grace she had been obtaining through her intense training, the female bird disappeared into thin air. This caused the first large boulder to fall harmlessly to the ground and smash onto the grassy surface without harming one feather on her body. Displaying a feat of aerial evasiveness that was most impressive, Pidgeotto flew gracefully in, out and around each gray boulder that came raining down at her from above. Disappearing and reappearing at different points all across the airspace of the clearing, the swiftly flying Pokémon maneuvered her way precisely around the cascading avalanche to avoid getting it. Down she flew to avoid one, then in an upward curving ascent to narrowly miss another. With a cry of, Pidgeot! She banked sharply to the left to get around the next one and then took a rapid ascent down and up to move out of harm's way of the last rock. The clearing shook and trembled as each boulder hit the ground, but when Flint saw Pidgeotto flying low to avoid the last one, he took advantage of that. Golem used Takedown. Since their opponent was now closer to the ground, Golem took off running and then leapt into the air. Pidgeotto didn't see it coming since she had been focused on avoiding the hail of boulders, but when Golem reached her, she did notice. With all of its heavy mass, the sturdy rock type smashed itself into her and sent Pidgeotto falling out of the air with a cry of pain. Ash saw her fall, but he wasn't able to help her as she hit the ground hard. Following that up, Flint ordered his Pokémon to use a Mega Punch. Thus, capitalizing on its momentum, Golem ran at Pidgeotto as she lay dazed on the ground and then smashed a glowing fist straight into her chest. Crying out again, she flew through the air against her own will and landed once more on the ground with a painful-sounding thud. Misty cringed when she saw that and looked at Ash. Call Pidgeotto back, she can't beat Golem. The typing isn't fair. However, he remained calm and smiled. Don't worry Misty, it'll be alright. Once Pidgeotto got back to her feet, Ash spoke to her. Are you okay to keep going, girl? Looking back at him, she nodded without any doubt. Pidgeot. Deciding to end the battle quickly, Flint made the next move. I'll show you that your friend is right, Ash, sometimes you need to know when to play it smart. With that said, he ordered Golem to use Rock Throw again. However, just when the rock-bodied Pokémon summoned and launched a third salvo of glowing gray stone, Ash yelled. Pidgeotto used agility to get out of the way and then quick attack to get behind Golem. Narrowing her eyes, she waited until just the right moment and then disappeared in a blur of speed, easily avoiding the rocks that were shot at her. Then, in a burst of white, she managed to blitz around behind Golem and flew up above it. Good, now use Gust. On her trainer's command, she used her powerful wings to churn up a strong gust of wind that hit Golem head-on. Even though it wasn't enough to do any damage, it did cause the rock type to slide back across the grassy earth quite a few feet. Flint didn't understand why Ash had his Pokémon do such a thing, but he merely chalked it up to a rookie mistake as he ordered his own Pokémon to use yet another rock throw technique. Mostly since it was one of the only moves that could be used to reach Pidgeotto in the air. Confusing both he and Misty though, Ash simply called for Pidgeotto to dodge the attack and use Gust again, just like before. She did so, flying away from the rocks and whipping up another powerful windstorm that pushed Golem back even farther across the clearing. To make matters even stranger, it seemed to be a strategy Ash wasn't keen on abandoning. Flint continued to have Golem use Rock Throw in a vain attempt to hit Pidgeotto, but each time she would dodge and then use Gust again. Finally, after rinsing and repeating the same tactic over and over, Flint grew frustrated. If this is how you're going to battle Brock, then I'm afraid to say you're going to lose, young man. Golem used Rock Slide again. Just when the slow and stocky rock type was about to summon its energy to call upon another big rain of boulders, Ash smirked. "Gotcha." Quick as a flash, he yelled. "Pidgeotto, use quick attack to fly around Golem as fast as you can." Shooting downward like lightning, she started flying in a perfect circle around her opponent at speeds that took her in over a dozen rotations every few seconds. Golem became confused seeing this, but what really threw it off was the cloud of sand and dust that her actions caused to shoot up around it like a cloud. Unable to see, Golem's concentration was broken, and that was all Ash needed. "Now I want you to use Twister. Make it as powerful as you can, girl." Raising up into the air, Pidgeotto started to flap her wings at a rapid pace. The faster and harder she moved them, the more powerful and intense the windstorm she started to create. Chanting her name on every wing beat, the brightly colored bird kept at her action until, in the span of only a few seconds, she had managed to form a powerful and furiously spinning cyclone. One in which was fast and harsh enough that Misty and the other Pokémon had to root themselves to the ground. With a final pulse of her wings, Pidgeotto sent the whirling tornado spinning at Golem. Being caught utterly unprepared and off guard at the large cyclone speeding toward it, Golem leaned back and tried to get away. Unfortunately for both it and Flint though, Ash's strategy had now become clear. Looking back, Golem saw that all of Pidgeotto's gust attacks had pushed it across the clearing until it was now just a few feet away from falling back into the rushing river behind it. Eyes going wide, the now afraid rock type looked ahead again just as the large twister finally reached it and pulled Golem into its wildly spinning vortex. Flint and Misty both looked on in amazement as the now powerless evolved Pokémon was tossed and thrown around inside of the twister until, at last, Ash yelled over the noise of the wind. "Pidgeotto! Finish it with quick attack." Rearing back, she built up the tension in her body before rocketing forward in a blur of speed at the spinning cyclone. Then, with the precision of her trained and highly accurate eyes, she picked Golem out in the twister and slammed into it. The force of her strike was great enough that it forced the evolved form of Geodude out of the tornado and through the air. Sadly, the only place for it to go was right back into the river, and that was exactly where it fell. With a loud and sizable splash, Golem was moved into the element it hated the most and sunk some ways down beneath the current before managing to fight back to the surface. Acting as though it had been thrown into a scalding pot, Golem thrashed around madly in the water and somehow managed to paddle its way clumsily to the bank. From there, it very awkwardly lumbered up onto dry ground again. Sadly, the aquatic torture had been too much for it. Exhausted and done in by the unforeseen strategic attack, Golem fell down flat onto its front in the grass and laid there with swirls in its eyes. Stunned at what they had just seen, Flint and Misty stared for several moments, unable to react, while Ash cheered and pumped a fist into the air. "Yes. That's it, Pidgeotto, you did it, girl. You did it. Perfect." Holding his arms out, he happily caught the victorious bird as she flew into his arms and then started to nuzzle his face with her beak in a sign of affection. "Pidgeo. Pidgeo." Pikachu and the other Pokémon all burst into cheers for their teammates' victory, and Misty finally overcame her surprise enough to do the same. "Wow, that was amazing, you two. Ash, that was genius, and Pidgeotto, you did so well. I can't believe you actually beat Golem, great job." Flint himself finally returned his defeated Pokémon from across the clearing and then smiled comfortingly at the Pokeball before looking up. "I'll admit that was very impressive, Ash. I thought you merely had made a rookie mistake by using Pidgeotto against my Golem, but I see now that you had a strategy planned all along. You and Pidgeotto worked well together, nice work." With those words said, he put Golem's Pokeball away and pulled out another one. "Let's see how you fare against this one." Go dash, clicking the button to enlarge the ball, he tossed it while announcing, "Rhydon." With a loud and powerful bellow, the temperamental and bipedal evolved form of Rhyhorn exploded onto the scene in a flash of bright light and stars. RHYYYY. Seeing their next and final opponent, Ash examined Flint's last Pokémon closely. "Alright, so. Another ground and rock type. This is probably a good time to test out what me and Pikachu have been working so hard on." Thanking Pidgeotto for her help, he allowed her to join the other Pokémon and then gestured for Pikachu. "Come on, buddy, you're up." Smiling in pure excitement at the prospect of getting to battle, Pikachu eagerly bounded out in front of Ash and took a low battle crouch. With teeth bared, eyes narrowed and cheeks crackling, he looked not only ready for battle but almost as though he yearned for it. Pika. Though he didn't understand why Ash would have went with a second Pokémon that was even worse off against a dual ground/rock type than Pidgeotto was, Flint wasn't so eager to chalk it up to simple inexperience. There was something unusual and highly unorthodox about the young trainer and he wasn't going to rush into making hasty judgments about him. Rhydon used Earthquake. He took action quickly, not leaving in any room for the boy to start any wild strategies. Flexing its arms, Rhydon puffed itself up and then roared before slamming its hands down onto the ground. The forceful action caused the earth to begin shaking and trembling violently throughout the whole clearing. Pikachu, being so small, started to get bounced and shaken around, but Ash yelled out a command to assist his Pokémon. Pikachu, root yourself low to the ground and use your tail for stability. The small electric type dropped his body low to the ground and laid his tail out flat along its grassy surface for balance. Though he was no longer affected in such a way by the shaking, Flint gave another order of his powerful ground type. Rhydon used Stone Edge. Around Rhydon formed a ring of glowing, jaggedly pointed rocks that it sent flying on a collision course with Pikachu. Fortunately, the yellow mouse was as fast as he was agile and it enabled him to regain his bearings from the earthquake in time to spring himself to the side in a roll. As the stone missiles struck the ground where he had just been and left a deep impression in it, Pikachu leapt up and took off at a fast blitz toward Rhydon. This was on the direction of Ash, who yelled. Pikachu used Quick Attack. In a straight line of white energy that made him look like a STRKNG comet, Pikachu ran across the clearing at speeds nearly too fast to keep up with. He was nearing Rhydon too when Flint preempted the incoming strike. Use Rock Blast. Rhydon snorted and held its stocky arms out as a swirling circlet of small, glowing silver rocks appeared like a barrier around it. Then, when Pikachu was within a few yards of it, the powerhouse rock type unleashed its defensive counter. As the dozens of small but sharp rocks flew at him, Pikachu was lucky enough to have a trainer that could react on the fly. Jump and spin while using Thunder Shock. Not breaking stride, the little electric type leapt into the air and spun rapidly. As he did, he used the aforementioned electrical attack, but since he was spinning, it came out in a widespread, circular arc. The electric aerial defense acted like an actual shield around Pikachu and succeeded in zapping and deflecting all of the many small, sharp rocks that were attempting to hit him. Misty and Ash's other Pokémon all cheered when they saw this, but Flint only crinkled his nose up. Not bad at all. He then called out. Rhydon used Takedown. Since Pikachu hadn't yet landed back on the ground, the large and powerful dual type grunted heavily before charging across the field toward the much smaller Pokémon. Pikachu, look out! Ash shouted just before Rhydon came upon his airborne partner and then slammed its head into Pikachu. With a cry of, Pika! The evolved form of Piku flipped through the air and then landed on the ground hard enough to bounce back off of it. Keeping the momentum going in their favor, the bearded man told Rhydon to use a Stomp attack. When the horned Pokémon converged on Pikachu, Misty fearfully exclaimed. Pikachu, look out! Just when the trunk-like foot of Rhydon was about to descend down upon the electric mouse, Ash hurried to give a last-minute counter. Pikachu, spin on your back and use Thunder Wave. With no time to spare, the hardy little electric type started spinning himself in a fast circle on his back. At the same time, he began using Thunder Wave. In a tactic that was similar to his Thunder Shock defense from earlier, Pikachu created an arcing barrier of electricity around him. As Rhydon's foot was descending down onto him, one of the streams of electricity crackling around him struck the larger Pokémon's foot. The sudden surprise and pain of getting zapped caused Rhydon to stumble back a few paces. Out of danger but still very much in the running to win, Pikachu jumped up just as Ash commanded, use Quick Attack. Since Rhydon was stumbling from a loss of footing, the burst of yellow and white that came hurtling at it wasn't able to be stopped or slowed down. Thus, Pikachu slammed his whole body into the two-legged evolved form of Rhyhorn and sent it stumbling back even further. Deciding to try their hand now or let it pass them by, Ash narrowed his eyes and became serious. Pikachu, get ready. He raised his hand. I want you to focus all of your energy and let all of your power surge through you right now. Build up your electrical energy and then let it go. Use. He paused for a moment and then drew his hand in before pointing one finger into the air. Focused Thunderbolt. Pikachu widened his stance and gritted his teeth as his cheeks started to spark. Not only did they spark, but as he started focusing on calling forth all of his energy and electrical power, his fur stood on end, his tail went straight up and his entire body began glowing. Almost as if he had turned into a little yellow nightlight. Pai. Ka. Ash clenched his fist. Focus Pikachu. Focus. Condense it. Condense that electrical energy and focus it. You know what you want to do now, make it happen. Put all that training to use right here. Paikaika. Pika-ea. The louder Pikachu chanted, the more his cheeks sparked, the bigger those sparks became and the more his body glowed yellowish white. Rhydon, stop whatever Pikachu's doing. Flint ordered hurriedly, feeling more than a little anxious at what the small little rodent was about to do. Use Drill Run. Roaring loudly in a show of dems, Rhydon started running toward Pikachu, but as it ran, its horns started to rotate. Then, in only a span of seconds, the large Pokémon surprisingly leapt off the ground as its entire body started to spin. Soon, Rhydon looked like a living drill as it flew through the air at increasingly faster speeds while spinning more rapidly with each passing second. As Flint's Pokémon barreled toward them at full tilt, Ash yelled. Pikachu, we need that Thunderbolt. Let it go. Right now. At that very same moment, Pikachu's electrical energy reached its apex as the crackling sparks from his cheeks covered almost his entire body. Then, standing up on his hind legs, Pikachu brought his paws into his chest and closed his eyes. Pika. Pika. At last, just when time seemed to have run out, his eyes snapped open and it almost seemed as though electricity even passed through them. With that, he threw his arms out at the same time. A massive bolt of thunder erupted from his small body and shot straight up into the sky. Pikachu. The bolt of lightning that fell back to the earth was so powerful, so large and so glorious that it seemed to be the very definition of lightning itself. In fact, the thunderbolt was so intense that, unlike normal ones, this one seemed to actually have density and weight to it. Like a waterfall crashing down from high rapids. With precise aim, the unusual and far more powerful bolt of lightning struck Rhydon while it was spinning its way through the air toward Pikachu. Amazingly, especially to Flint and Misty, Rhydon became completely halted in midair. Even though a common electrical attack should have had no effect whatsoever on a rock and ground-type Pokémon, this one proved to be far different. Not only was Drill Run abruptly cancelled and ended without so much as one more rotation, Rhydon was brought out of its tight ball and became suspended in the air like a live-action dummy. As the thick, heavy, and almost golden bolt of thunder electrocuted Flint's Pokémon, all known logic of type matchups between species went right out the window. This was evidently and clearly seen by the way Rhydon's eyes were bugged out of its skull while its arms, legs and even tail was stuck out ramrod straight like a steel pipe. Even its mouth was left wide agape as the condensed bolt of thunder kept it suspended off the ground and electrocuted it down to its very core. Passing right through the brutes. Iron hard, tough skin, natural defense and shattering what type advantage that Rhydon had, only until now, enjoyed. When, at long last, the Titan-worthy bolt of lightning had run its course, Rhydon's whole body disappeared for a moment due to the sheer brightness of light that encapsulated it. Finally, when the thunderbolt died down, it went out with one final explosive bang. The smoke and dust cloud that shot up into the air was big enough to be seen from the city, and Ash, Flint, Misty, and the other Pokémon all had to look away initially. Even a small gust of wind was kicked up and blew through the clearing after the electrical explosion. When the dark cloud of smoke finally faded away and dissipated into the air, everyone got to see the results of Pikachu's final attack. Not only had the lightning bolt caused an explosion, but it even left a relatively deep and wide crater in the very ground itself. Yet, what shocked everyone the most was what was in the crater. There, in a crumpled and twitching heap, was Rhydon. The dual ground/rock-type Pokémon was laying unconscious in the crater. Swirls were in its eyes, its entire body was covered in scorch marks and a small electrical current was still passing through its body, visibly. Seeing this, Flint's mouth opened but he stammered to find the right words to speak. I don't believe it. How is that possible? An electrical attack shouldn't be able to do something like this. Misty herself even seemed stunned. No way. Rhydon was both a ground and rock type, Pikachu's Thunderbolt shouldn't have worked at all. let alone been able to do that. While Pikachu breathed in exhaustion from the long afternoon of training, the battle and the last attack he used, Ash jumped into the air and pumped both fists. Yes. Yes. It worked. It really worked, Pikachu, it worked. Running out to his first Pokémon, he knelt down and scooped the small electric type into his arms. Pikachu, you did it. He praised with a shining smile. You actually used focused lightning in a real battle. And it worked. Though tired, Pikachu was nonetheless very pleased with himself and voiced it with a wave of both arms. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu Pie Pie. Misty, whom had overcome her surprise at seeing Pikachu defeat a dual rock/ground-type Pokémon that he should have been weak against, and with an electric-type attack of all things, stepped forward and smiled. I'll admit to being a little skeptical about that special training you've been having Pikachu do, Ash, but after seeing that, I can't argue with the results. Flint, having returned his defeated Rhydon, spoke up while walking over to join them. I agree. That was a great match, kid. Ash stood up and still held Pikachu in his arms while nodding in response. Thanks, Flint, you were great too. We had an awesome battle. Crossing his arms, the bearded man gave a small smile of his own. When I first heard you say that you wanted to challenge Brock, I thought you'd just end up going to the gym and getting creamed. When I saw you train, it made me reconsider, but now that I've seen you and your Pokémon in battle, I really think you could take Brock on and win. Misty interjected at that point. Excuse me, but why were you two battling anyway? Ash looked at his friend and answered. Well, Flint told me that if I beat him in a match, he'd show me a way to make Pikachu even stronger. At those words, the man in question nodded. And I will, later on this evening. First though, I think we should take our Pokémon to the center and get them healed up, especially Pikachu. He'll need to be in tip-top shape before we put him through what I have planned. Agreeing that a trip to the Pokémon Center would be a good idea, Ash returned all of his Pokémon and then left with Misty and Flint to head into town. Later that evening, after receiving his fully restored Pokémon back from Nurse Joy, Ash and Misty could be seen walking behind Flint as he led them through the forest just outside of Pewter City. They were following alongside a branch channel of the main river, which had flowed beside the clearing that Ash and his Pokémon had trained in earlier. As they went, Misty leaned over and whispered. Are you sure this is a good idea? The black-haired boy smiled to reassure her. I trust Flint. He raised his Pokémon well and you could see he cared about them in that battle earlier. Besides, if I don't like what he's offering, we'll just leave. Placated, she nodded and went silent just as they finally came out into a wider area of the river with large rocky shoals on either side of it. Sadly though, since Flint had led them off course of the main river tributary that flowed near town, the secondary water channel they were currently following was dry. Further up the dry riverbed there was a watermill with a water wheel attached to the side of it. The building was sitting right next to the currently empty water channel and Flint pointed at it as they came into view. There, that's it. In there is how we'll increase Pikachu's electrical power. Ash and Misty shared a look before the former asked curiously. How are we gonna make Pikachu stronger in there? The bearded man looked back at them and explained. You see, that watermill has an electricity generator inside of it that's hooked up to the water wheel outside. Normally, when the water is flowing in this area of the river, that wheel turns. Of course, as you can see right now, it isn't. Flint looked up at the evening sky, which was dark with rain clouds since the local forecast had been calling for a potential lightning storm. We've been experiencing a small drought in this area lately. The main river channel you and I battled by earlier is almost always flowing because its source is in the mountains, coming straight down from Empty Moon itself. He gestured at the dry riverbed beside them. This is just an offshoot of that main channel. Why they put a water wheel here and not alongside the primary river, I'll never know. But regardless, if you're ready to do some hard work, Ash, this little setup might just benefit you and Pikachu. He then held up a hand. We'll hook Pikachu up to the generator inside and then you'll manually turn the wheel outside. The faster you get it to go is the more power Pikachu'll have. Ash looked up at his first Pokémon and asked. What do you think, bud, you want to try it? Excited at the prospect of attaining more power, he nodded firmly and clenched his small fists. Pikachu. With that decided, the boy looked at Flint and smiled. Cool Flint, let's give this a try. A short while later, Flint and Misty were inside the building kneeling next to a large electrical generator machine. Pikachu was standing next to it hooked up by two wires that were connected to his cheeks. While Flint finished preparing the machine for what they were about to do, Misty walked over to the open window and looked out onto the water wheel. There, Ash was standing on top of it holding onto a bar as he readied himself to turn the large wheel and power up Pikachu. Ash, are you ready? She asked of her friend. Yeah, he looked back at her. Tell Flint I'm ready when he is. Looking up at the increasingly blackening sky though, he could hear the rumbling of thunder and felt raindrops beginning to slowly fall onto his face. Might want to tell him to hurry up though, I think it's gonna break out in a storm soon. Misty looked back inside and relayed the message. In a few moments, Flint nodded and called back. Tell him he can start whenever he's ready. She did so and as soon as he received the go-ahead, Ash immediately began turning the wheel. He started off slow first, both to get used to it and also so as to not overwhelm Pikachu. Within only a short PRD of the wheel turning, electricity started to get generated by the machine. This in turn was fed to Pikachu, whose cheeks sparked to signify that he was receiving it. However, at first, the small Pokémon seemed not to notice anything as he blinked at Flint and Misty and looked around. As Ash continued to turn the wheel and his speed gradually quickened, so too did the rate at which the generator produced electricity and fed it into Pikachu. There was a small red bar on the front control panel as well that showed how much power was being generated. As the process continued and the time ticked by, Pikachu's cheeks continued to spark but he still seemed to be unaware. Seeing this, Misty looked at Flint. Why doesn't Pikachu seem to feel what's happening? The older man put a hand to his beard and hummed in thought. Well, it's just a guess, but after seeing Pikachu in battle I would say that he is able to store so much electrical energy that he simply doesn't feel the effects yet. It'd be like filling up a large bucket with only a small drizzle of water from a tap. She blinked and then looked at the energy meter, which was currently showing that the machine was close to producing half of its total output ratio. Are you kidding? The machine is already working to pump a lot of electricity into Pikachu, how can he not feel it? He's a small Pokémon, is this normal? Flint shook his head. No, I'd say not. A normal Pikachu should have felt the effects shortly after Ash started rotating the wheel. This one must be capable of storing a lot more power than I thought. He then yelled out. Hey Ash, you might want to turn up the pace, Pikachu still isn't feeling the flow. Outside on the water wheel, Ash, who had by now shed the outer part of his tracksuit, nodded with sweat starting to drip down his face. Alright, got it. Steeling himself, the young man grabbed tightly onto the bar and began jogging to spin the wheel faster. His jog gradually turned into a run and in no time at all, that run became an all-out sprint until he had the water wheel turning as fast as he could make it go. Inside, the generator experienced a massive power surge as the meter jumped up past 75%. At that, Pikachu did notice once the huge influx of electrical power was fed directly into his cheeks. Pie. His eyes opened wide and his ears perked up before he squeezed his paws into fists and closed his eyes with his tail going stiff behind him. There we go, now Pikachu is feeling it. Flint crossed his arms and leaned back while Ash kept spinning the wheel as fast as his legs could carry him. Come on Pikachu. He called out as rain started to fall heavier upon him and the wind also picked up. If I can do this then so can you. Stay focused. As more and more electricity was generated by the wheel, siphoned by the machine and fed into Pikachu, the small electric type's cheeks began sparking violently while his body began to tremble from all the energy being pumped into him. When the meter started to climb up to 90%, Flint spoke quickly. Alright, maybe we should stop now, Pikachu's got a lot of electricity pumped into him. However, before anyone could say anything, Pikachu himself gave a loud, Pika, and shook his head to signal that he wanted to keep going. Ash. Misty stuck her head out the window but almost withdrew it in again as she saw a bolt of lightning crackle in the sky some distance away. Pikachu is really getting a lot in here, maybe you should go ahead and stop now. Shaking his head as rain began falling heavily onto him, the boy yelled back over the increasing force of wind that was blowing. No. If Pikachu says he can handle it then I'm gonna keep going. As if for emphasis, he went a little faster, breathing heavily as his sweat mixed with the rain falling down onto him. Misty drew her head in and looked back to see that the machine was almost maxed out. Even more so, Pikachu was now beginning to glow as the electricity filling his body formed a visible aura of yellow energy around him. Flint actually had to stand up and back away as sparks of electricity flew out of the small Pokémon in random directions and a blue haze of static filled the air. His and Misty's heads soon jerked in the direction of the generator as the machine surpassed its maximum output and began smoking. Before either one could move, the machine started to rupture as holes erupted on several sides of it, electricity crackled on its surface and smoke sputtered out of the generator like a tailpipe. At the same time, the glow surrounding Pikachu's body became even brighter and expanded until it started to fill the inside of the watermill. The air got harder to breathe, the arcs of electricity coming off of Pikachu became bigger and more widespread and his cheeks crackled viciously until the wires on his cheek pouches were nearly knocked off. Noticing how out of control the situation was becoming and also realizing that Pikachu himself was losing all control over his own body, Flint pushed on Misty's arm. "Come on, young lady, we need to get out of here now. That generator could blow at any minute, but I'm more worried about Pikachu. He's taken in a lot of electricity and I'm afraid he might be fixing to release some of it." Even though she didn't want to leave the small electric type, Misty could nonetheless see how dangerous the situation was becoming. Thus, she nodded and reluctantly followed Flint outside. Once they were outside on the riverbank, she cupped her hands over her cheeks and yelled above the pouring rain. "Ash! You need to get down from there. Pikachu's about to lose control." The boy saw and heard Misty yelling at him, but he couldn't hear. Slowly, he stopped running on the water wheel and eventually came to a stop before shouting back. "What? What did you say?" However, he didn't need to hear her words to know what was going on since, suddenly, a blast of lightning shot through the roof of the watermill and into the sky. Turning his head upwards, Ash saw yet another thunderbolt blast through the roof and into the storming sky above. When he looked toward the building beside of him, he could just barely hear the sound of a loudly clanging generator, crackling electricity and sparks of lightning zapping everything they touched inside. Becoming concerned about his Pokémon immediately, Ash went to yell for him when a loud explosion went off inside. Compounding onto that, he saw several more large bolts of lightning shoot out of the watermill in random directions and soar into the sky. Each one exploding and smashing through the wood of the building like it were paper. The lightning blasts became so prevalent and hazardous that he had to duck down on the watermill every time a new one burst forth. Within seconds, the watermill had sustained intense damage with gaping holes all over its surface from where the lightning bolts escaped through. To make matters even worse, Ash noticed that actual lightning was now flashing straight overhead and he could only guess it was because Pikachu's continual electric discharge was attracting it. Just when he was about to try climbing down in through the nearby window and retrieve Pikachu to escape, he found himself too late. Just when a particularly loud clap of thunder sounded overhead, it was immediately followed by a massive bolt of natural lightning suddenly falling straight from the heavens and striking the watermill. When this happened, it was as if a fire type had launched a spout of fire onto a pile of gasoline jugs. To Misty and Flint's horror, when the bolt of lightning struck the building, not only did it utterly destroy the watermill in a massive explosion, but it also knocked Ash from the water wheel and far down into the dry riverbed. For his part, he saw the whole thing. Since one of Pikachu's earlier wayward blasts of electricity had blown a hole in the wall, Ash was able to see inside the watermill just before it was destroyed. Pikachu had been inside, totally consumed by the electrical power surge surrounding his whole body with arcs of lightning shooting in every direction. The generator was also on its last legs and appeared to be on the verge of exploding as well. When the bolt of natural lightning came out of the sky, Ash watched it tear straight through the roof before striking Pikachu. It was then the boy could tell that the lightning bolt had been attracted by all the electricity Pikachu had been emitting. Unfortunately, when the bolt struck him, it also made contact with the generator and caused it to finally explode. All of that combined together is what made the watermill go up in smoke and was also what sent Ash falling down into the riverbed. "Ash!" Misty cried out as she sprinted across the rocky shoals and up to the side of the dazed boy after the initial explosion had ended. "Hey, are you okay? Ash, are you okay?" Feeling her shake him, the messy-haired trainer's eyes slowly blinked open. What? Groaning, he sat up with a wince and felt the soreness in his body from the fall. "What happened?" "A bolt of lightning struck the watermill and you went flying off." She answered with worry in her voice and on her face. Are you alright? Does anything feel broken? He slowly shook his head in reply and then looked toward the watermill. Seeing that it was now nothing but a smoking pile of ruins, his eyes widened and adrenaline caused him to jump to his feet. No. Pikachu. Before Misty could stop him, he ran full tilt up toward the smoking building and started looking around for his missing Pokémon. Pikachu. Pikachu, where are you? Calling out frantically for the small electric type, Ash continued his search with haste and searched all around the premises for his friend. At last, he saw Pikachu laying on the rock several feet away from what remained of the watermill. Pikachu. Without any time to spare, he ran up to his Pokémon's side and dropped down next to him. Not seeing any visible signs of damage or injury on the small mouse, Ash quickly scooped him up. Though, when he did, he felt a strong electrical surge pass into his hands and through his body. Even though it was painful and caused him to wince, he nonetheless steadied himself and made sure not to drop Pikachu. As he pulled the electric type into his chest, Ash felt the strong static pull and electrical aura Pikachu was giving off, and it was like thousands of tiny needles pricking into his skin. Pi. Hey Pi, are you okay? Lightly shaking his Pokémon in his arms, Ash swallowed down the nervousness and panic he was feeling and just focused on trying to ascertain whether or not he was okay. Flint and Misty had rushed up to his side by then, but still he continued trying to rouse Pikachu. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally saw the little mouse's ears twitch and his cheeks spark. And even that felt strong enough to do the young man some level of discomfort and unease. At last, Pikachu's eyes slowly blinked open, and when they did, Ash could have sworn he saw what seemed like an electrical charge pass through them. Almost like yellow fire. Pi. Twitching his ears again, Pikachu blinked his eyes a few times and then looked around, confusion evident on his face as he registered his surroundings. Looking up at Ash soon, his nose wiggled and he tilted his head to the side. Pika Pi. Pikachu. Smiling broadly in relief, Ash hugged his first Pokémon tightly to his chest and laughed. I'm so glad you're okay, buddy. You had me worried. Still Pikachu seemed confused and he voiced it. Pikachu Pika Pi. Pulling back a little, Ash looked at the yellow electric type and asked while looking him over. Are you okay, buddy? Are you hurt? Do you feel hurt anywhere? That was really intense what happened to you in there. You actually got struck by a bolt of lightning and it destroyed the whole building. Pikachu's eyes widened and he quickly looked and felt himself over before glancing at the smoking remains of the watermill. Afterwards, he looked back at his trainer and blinked. Pikachu Pi. The boy nodded. Yeah, you did. Are you sure you're okay? You totally maxed out that machine and it blew up too. I can't believe you aren't even a little singed. Are you positive nothing feels wrong? With total sincerity, Pikachu nodded like nothing had happened to him, even though his entire body was still giving off a strong static pull. Almost to the point where his fur glowed. I don't get it. Misty murmured in amazement. Pikachu absorbed all of that electricity from the generator and he even got struck by a bolt of lightning. How does he look totally normal? Shouldn't he at least be struggling or something, or act just a little bit odd after all that? He's not even accidentally shocking Ash or any of us. How is that possible? The rain having slowed to a more steady and gentle fall, Flint crossed his arms and stroked his beard. It's just as much a mystery to me as it is to you, Misty. By all accounts Pikachu should either be fried or incapacitated right now. The fact it isn't leaves me at a loss for answers. Ash soon stood up while still holding Pikachu and then looked back at the other two. Pikachu seems fine, but I'd still like to take him to the Pokémon Center just so Nurse Joy can give him a checkup. They both nodded in agreement and then headed back to the city and the Pokémon Center. They left the scene of the ruined watermill behind without much thought since the rain had already put out what few flames there were. Now, if anyone were to ever wonder what happened to the old watermill, such a question would remain a new Pewter City mystery forever. I should really apologize to you for putting your Pikachu in danger like that, Ash. I had no idea it would get so out of hand. Flint sincerely gave his apology a short time later after they dropped Pikachu off at the Pokémon Center for an examination by Nurse Joy. They had only told her that he had been struck by lightning in the storm, though not how it occurred specifically. While Pikachu truly hadn't shown any signs of injury, by the time they reached the center he had fallen asleep in Ash's arms. Which was understandable given the intense strain his small body had just been put through. Now, with Misty in tow, Ash and Flint were taking an evening stroll through the city while waiting for Pikachu. The latter had formally given his words of apology to the former and the boy only shook his head. "It wasn't your fault, Flint, there was no way any of us could predict how that would end. I'm just glad Pikachu is safe and everything. It'll be interesting to see if that power-up did anything for him." At that, Misty spoke up. "Excuse me, Flint, I don't mean to change the subject, but why are we leaving the city and getting into what looks like the outer housing suburbs?" Indeed they were too. The larger buildings and busy streets of the city had gradually given way to nice, quiet, peaceful households and family dwellings that were all neat, tidy and well-maintained. However, after a time of walking and ending up on the far outskirts of town where there were few homes, Ash's eye was caught by a large building nearby. He couldn't see the detail of it well, but it appeared to be shaped a little like a big warehouse bunker. It seemed to have blue outer walls, a pinkish/purple roof, and the front of the building was shaped into a very unique design. Namely, it was made up of several different pieces of finely cut stone, some small and others gigantic. They were literally fitted and crafted together straight into the frontward-facing wall of the building, and there were also light brown painted steel beams set into the stone frame. The door that led into the building was also made of light brown painted metal, and it had two sides to it. Pointing to the building since he could just barely make out what looked like lettering carved into the big stone slab above the door, Ash asked curiously. "Hey Flint, what is that building?" Without breaking his stride, the man answered in his gruff tone. "That would be the Pewter City gym, you haven't seen it yet?" The boy shook his head. "No, we've been busy training ever since we got here." Flint didn't say anything else but continued to lead them on, down the road and past the gym for just a few hundred feet until they saw the lights of a house directly in front of them. Before long they found themselves standing in front of a large house in the middle of a field that had large rocks, trees and bushes dotted around the property. The house itself had a solid, gray stone foundation and white sheetrock siding. The roof had a standard peaked shape and was colored bright red. The front door was made of fine yellow tanned wood and had a long red roofed overhang suspended above it. The door itself seemed like it led into an entryway that also sported a red roof and had a single round window in the center of it. Beyond that was the first large area of the house, and it had another round window at the top with two narrow ones down below it. There was also a yellow section of siding beside the two small, rectangular windows that had another identical pair of windows set into it. Below the yellow square of siding was a red overhang roof that stretched out above a glass wall with a sliding door built into it. Around the side of the house there was a normal double glass window, and up on the roof was a small open section with yet another window. Although that particular one most likely led into an upstairs bedroom. The third divided section of the home was the largest by far and likely served as the main living area of the house. It had two sets of windows down on the ground floor, on the east side, and two more on the far west end. On the east-facing portion of the house, up on the roof, there was yet another large open alcove. This as well led to a large rectangular window, which probably also led to another upstairs bedroom. The entire perimeter of the large house was girded by a gray property fence, and within the yard itself there were planted trees and rows of neatly trimmed bushes. Oddly enough, there was a strange raised plateau of land to the west of the house, but it didn't detract from the quaint, neat and homely feel it projected. However, what really caught the eye of Ash and Misty was what they were able to see through the sliding glass door that was near the front door. At present, since it was a warm evening, the glass door was open, allowing them to see inside to what must have been the dining room and kitchen. Both were quite large, and from the furnishing and design of the home, it didn't look to belong to a poor family. Not a wealthy one either, but definitely not a poor family. In the dining room, seated around a big square table and even on the floor, were the biggest group of identical-looking children that Ash and Misty had ever seen. They appeared to range in multiple age groups as well, from young children no older than 5 or 6, to a few older ones who seemed to be between the ages of 8 and 12. Some of the youngest children were playing with toys down on the large red rug near the table, while a few of the others were seated at the table itself. It seemed that a few of the older ones were either helping the younger kids with different tasks, teaching them something or playing with them. By Ash's count, there were at least 9 children in the dining room. Each one was wearing a different outfit, had a slightly different hair color and or style, and a few of them even had faintly lighter or darker skin tone than the other. However, one common trait that they all shared and made them very noticeable as siblings were the identically squinty eyes each one possessed. As they continued to look inside of the home that Flint had apparently intended to bring them to, Ash and Misty soon spotted someone standing in the kitchen at the sink. The person in question was obviously a young man by his build and easily the oldest of anyone they had seen thus far due to his height alone. Although they couldn't see the front of him, they were able to see what he looked like from behind. The young man had dark brown hair that stood up in a messy spike all across the top of his head. From behind it looked like he was wearing a dark brown pair of briefs with a black belt around the waist. He was also wearing a beige t-shirt. Soon, they saw a little girl with long, dark purple hair dressed in a dark red dress and a light green undershirt run up to the boy at the sink. Pulling at his brief's leg, she spoke in a plaintive, distraught tone. "Big brother, please sew my dolly for me. Its dress ripped." The two peeking young trainers saw the boy turn around, and it was easy to see that he was related to the other children since his eyes were just as squinty as their own. Moreover, he appeared to be somewhere between the age of 14 and 16. From the front, they could see that he was also wearing a white apron over the front of his shirt. Though, what drew their attention the most was how he smiled kindly at the little girl and then knelt down to her level to speak softly to her. "Okay, don't worry, I'll sew it up for you." He then left the still sizable mound of dishes in the sink, which looked to be post-supper, and walked into the dining room. Sitting on the floor amongst the other children, he directed one of the older kids to get him something while the little girl that pleaded for his help placed a small doll into his lap. Before long, a girl with reddish-brown hair, appearing to be a year or so younger than Ash, ran back into the dining from somewhere in the house holding a red sewing kit. She was wearing a white dress with pink hearts on both sides of the chest. Within seconds, the young man had the sewing kit open, selected a needle and thread and began working on mending the torn doll in his lap. All while the little girl sat next to him looking teary and worried at the operation she was currently witnessing. "Flint. What is this?" Ash finally spoke up as he looked over at the older man. "Why did you bring us here?" The bearded rock merchant, who had not taken his eyes off the scene playing before them since arriving, replied forthwith. "That young man you see in there sewing the doll, that's the Pewter City gym leader, Brock Stone." Ash and Misty's eyes both widened. "What?" He nodded. "Those kids you see in there are all his younger brothers and sisters, and he takes care of them. All, by himself." Their shock remained as they turned back to see that two even littler kids were now kneeling next to him as well and kept asking their older brother to read them a story. However, instead of getting upset or frustrated at being demanded so much of at one time, Brock just smiled and agreed to do it as soon as he finished sewing the doll. He takes care of them by himself?" Misty asked like she couldn't believe it. Flint nodded once again. "Yes. He takes care of his little siblings, manages the entire household and provides for them exclusively off of what he makes as the full-time gym leader of this city." After saying that, Flint simply turned around and started walking down the road away from the house. Ash and Misty followed, and after catching up, the former asked once they were a good distance from the house. "So why does Brock take care of all his little siblings like that? Why doesn't their parents do it?" The bearded man looked straight ahead down the road as he answered. "They don't have any. Their good-for-nothing father left them years ago and their mother tried to keep everything going, but..." He paused for a moment and his voice seemed to become emotional for just a split second. "But she eventually got sick and passed away." "Why did their father leave?" Misty curiously inquired. "Yeah, and how do you know so much about Brock and his family?" Ash asked suspiciously. Reaching a bench that was along the side of the road, Flint sat down on it with a sigh. "That's because..." He then reached up and, in an act that shocked Ash and Misty, he removed the red hat he was wearing, along with his beard, revealing that it had been a fake. "I am their good-for-nothing father." The two kids stared at him in a mixture of disbelief and amazement. The truth was hard to deny though. Save for looking a lot older and more weathered in the skin and hair, Flint looked the spitting image of Brock. Right down to the spiky dark hair and thin eyes. But... Misty stammered with a pointed finger. "How? Yeah, you're Brock's father?" Ash exclaimed with wide eyes. "Why didn't you tell us that before?" Flint simply sighed and rested his elbows upon his knees. Well, to be honest, that's the whole reason I battled with you and showed you a way to make your Pikachu stronger. Seeing the boy's confusion, Flint explained. You see, I left when Brock was only 12 years old. I used to work at a stone quarry outside of town, and for a long time, me and my wife Lisa were happy with the way our lives were. He furrowed his brow. But once we started having more and more children, it started getting harder to make it financially. Even though my wife used to be a famous TV chef, she had to retire from it after we began having our children. She still got royalties, but when you have several children, it goes fast. And I didn't make much working at the quarry. At that, Ash looked surprised and held up his finger. Wait a minute. Lisa? Cooking star. Are you saying your wife was Lisa Stone? Flint looked at the young trainer and nodded before replying in a fond but somewhat remorse tone. Yes, she was. Why do you ask? The boy gestured at himself. My mom was a huge fan of your wife. When she and my dad first got married, it was her cooking videos and books that helped teach my mom how to cook. She then taught me what she knew before I left to go on my journey. Flint offered a small, amused smile and chuckled. Small world, eh? Well, I'm glad to hear Lisa made such a difference in your own family's life. His eyes went back to the ground again as he turned somber once more. She was good that way. Sensing the shift of mood, Misty tried to steer the conversation back on track. So you were talking about how you didn't make much at the quarry, Flint. Getting Jared out of his sorrowful thoughts about his wife, the squinty-eyed man got back on focus and continued his tale. Right. So as I was saying, I wasn't making much money at the quarry and Lisa was staying home with the kids. So, we talked it over and I decided to try my hand at becoming a successful Pokémon trainer. He held his hand out and expounded further. Before me and Lisa met, I had aspirations of becoming a trainer in my youth. I already even had the Pokémon I battled Ash with today when I met her. But when we decided to get married and raise a family, I gave up that dream and went into the quarry business. As if recalling long-made wishes of what could have been, he looked up at the moon. I hoped that by leaving home and doubling up on my training, I might be able to win 8 badges with my Pokémon and even enter the Indigo League conference. My hope was to win that tournament, take the prize money and come back home to start up my own stone-cutting business. I figured if I could do that, then our family's money troubles would be over forever. A small sigh escaped his lips. But it didn't happen that way. We couldn't manage to make our way into the Indigo conference, and before I knew it, almost a whole year had passed. I simply lost track of time. I was so focused on making my Pokémon stronger so we could win and achieve our goal that I lost sight of everything else. I didn't call or check in with my family very regularly, and most times I couldn't. Eventually I got a call and found out Lisa had fallen ill with a rare and aggressive disease that quickly took her life. I was completely devastated, my entire world fell apart. He reached up at that to rub 2 fingers into his eyes. I immediately decided to come home and be there for my children, but when I came back, I found out that Brock had become certified as an official gym leader in the one short year I had been gone. While his mother was sick, he opened up his gym, quickly became a successful leader and was providing for our family with the income he made from it better than I ever could. Misty frowned. So why didn't you go back to them then? Flint himself frowned deeply. Because I was a coward. I was afraid Brock and my other children would hate me for being away while their mother was sick and blame me for her death. Not that I would have blamed them. His head dropped a little lower. When I found all this out, I was scared of facing my family, but I also came up with a plan. I convinced myself that I would stay in the area and train my Pokémon as hard as I could. Then, I was going to show myself to Brock and my family and offer to take over gym duties from him by becoming a certified leader myself. A look of powerful shame crossed his face. So I built my small cabin, started selling rocks to tourists and began training my Pokémon. I didn't intend for it to take long, but eventually a whole other year passed until I ended up where I am right now. I haven't seen my family in 2 long years and they're only a few short minutes away. Flint's shoulder drooped as well. I told myself it was just to make sure I was ready to take the reins from Brock as gym leader, but really, I was just scared. Scared of their judgment, scared of their hatred, scared of what they would think of me. My shame, guilt and fear kept me away from my family all this time, and I'm even more ashamed to admit it. Finally, he looked up again. Brock is very talented and his skills could take him much farther than simply being a local gym leader, even if it has become one of the main 8 in Kanto. He needs to see the world and stretch his wings in order to grow, and after all I've saddled him with for 2 years, I want to be able to give my son that chance he so desperately deserves. Ash looked at Misty and then rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I appreciate you telling us all this, Flint, but why did you? I mean, why did you take an interest in us, in me? Why did you want to battle me and do what you did for Pikachu? The older man looked at him. Because in you I finally saw a chance, Ash. Seeing the boy's puzzled look, he explained. When I first saw you I thought you were just a jumped-up newbie that had high hopes but no talent to back it up. But after watching you train and then battling you myself, I saw that you have real skill and potential. The boy seemed surprised at his praise, but he went on. You don't remind me of myself at all when I first started out. You seem to have your act together and you know what you're doing. I think you might just be able to help me. Ash gestured at himself. Me? But how can I help you? Flint crossed his arms. If you can defeat Brock, then I'll reveal myself to him and tell him everything I just told you. I'll offer to take the gym from him and be the father to my children that I always should have been. It'll give him a chance to finally go fulfill his own dreams. Ash still seemed a little surprised at what he just heard, but eventually, he smiled and shrugged. That's it? Well, if that's all you need me to do, then of course I'll help Flint. I was already gonna challenge Brock anyway, this just gives me a better reason to do so. Misty smiled as well and spoke up. Yeah, I think it's really great you want to finally reconnect with your family, Flint. If Ash wouldn't be battling, then I would do it myself just to try and help you out. The older man seemed a little taken aback himself by the willing kindness both kids demonstrated in agreeing to help him, but he couldn't deny that it touched his heart. Thus, with a small smile touching his lips, he bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, both of you. You have no idea what this means to me. Ash grinned and clenched his fist. You just wait, Flint. By the end of the week we'll challenge Brock and we'll beat him. And you'll have a chance to get your family back. The dark-haired, squinty-eyed man felt his heart warm at the determined young boy's passionate and selfless proclamation and nodded. Yes, he knew Ash wanted to win his first gym badge, but he could also now see a fire in the young trainer's eyes to help him as well. And that seemed to give Ash even more determination to achieve victory. Feeling a sense of self-assured ease that maybe the boy before him could actually help get him back together with his family, Flint felt hope kindle in his belly for the first time in years. After a full week of solid and grueling training, Ash stood before the doors of the Pewter City gym with Misty at his right side, Flint on his left and Pikachu sitting atop his shoulder. Since it was daylight, the boy was able to see the gym clearly, and the front of it did indeed seem like it was made of the finest slabs of neatly cut stone. Though, as Ash looked at the large double doors before him, he reflected on how far his Pokémon had come in their week of training. While all of them had made solid improvements and strident gains in overall power and skill, Pikachu especially had made the most amazing gains. While the little yellow electric type has always been unusually powerful and strong for his young age and species, Flint's power upgrade plan had boosted Pikachu's electrical power from impressive to astounding. While it took a day or two to help him learn to control all the massive extra amounts of electricity in his body, Pikachu had quickly adapted and adjusted. In many ways it was almost as if he were a little rechargeable battery that never ran out and had an endless reservoir that couldn't be filled. His electrical attacks from Thunder Shock to Thunderbolt had increased in outright volt power by several times their original intensity. Which was almost unnerving given how strong they had already been before the power upgrade he received. While Ash knew that the watermill generator had definitely played a very large part in Pikachu's increase in power, he believed the lightning bolt that struck him at the end had done the most. After all, Pikachu had practically summoned down the lightning onto him by putting off all the electricity he had been discharging. Which essentially turned him into a small yellow lightning rod. Ash's assumption was that all the power from the generator, combined with the lightning bolt, had filled him with more power than even a dozen other Pikachu combined would be able to produce by themselves. Though amazingly, he hadn't been negatively affected by it. Even while at the Pokémon Center being examined by Nurse Joy, Pikachu showed no signs of ill side effects. Aside from a relentless sparking at his cheeks and a faint yellow aura glowing around him occasionally, which only lasted about 2 days, he had been totally fine. Of course, one thing that could have been considered unfortunate was how Ash had to keep him away from electrical appliances or anything else that took electricity during those 2 days. Anytime Pikachu was around something of the sort, it would either cause the appliances themselves to turn on and go haywire or shut down completely. Which was the case with lamp and ceiling lights, they would flicker madly before eventually turning off altogether. A few had even popped when Joy initially examined him. Aside from that and Pikachu needing to regain control over his overall volt power, everything had went relatively smoothly. The only thing Ash worried about now was his first Pokémon using too strong of an electrical attack on an opponent that couldn't handle it. After taking a deep breath, he looked over at Misty and nodded before turning to Flint. "Well, I guess we're gonna head in then." The once more disguised man crossed his arms. "Right. Well, I'm ready when you are." With that, the boy looked up at his first Pokémon and smiled. "Ready, buddy?" Pikachu nodded and sparked his cheeks energetically. Pika. Reaching out, Ash grabbed the door handles and then threw them open before stepping into the gym, Misty and Flint following behind him. As he walked inside, the black-haired boy looked around and found that the interior of the gym was quite plain inside. The walls were made of gray stone on the bottom, as a foundation, and metal the rest of the way up. The ceiling had a high arch design with metal beams supporting it, and on one side of the wall there was a large metal door that could be rolled up. Above that wall-length door there was an equally expansive stretch of windows that allowed sunlight to stream into the gym from outside. On both sides of the hangar-like room were catwalks risen high off the ground, and at the very back of the gym, elevated on a raised platform, was a flat sitting area surrounded by yellow rock. And sitting atop that platform was the same teenage boy Ash and Misty had seen nights earlier with Flint. While the boy was wearing the same tan briefs, beige t-shirt and black belt they had seen before, he now had on a dark green vest with 4 pockets stitched onto both sides. He also now had 2 red pouches, one bigger than the other, clipped to his belt. On his feet were dark gray and white shoes. After spending a few moments looking around and taking in Brock's appearance, Ash heard the young gym leader speak and his voice echoed across the building. "Are you a trainer come to challenge my gym?" Ash straightened up and nodded firmly. "Yes. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. And I have come to challenge you, Brock." The boy stood up and raised an eyebrow. "So you already know who I am. Very well then." With that, he leaped down from the pedestal and held up 2 fingers. "We shall each battle with 2 Pokémon. Forest." A few moments after Brock's command, they all suddenly heard the sound of a loud clicking, followed by the feeling of the very floor itself rumbling beneath their feet. Then, before their eyes, the floor in the middle of the gym started to separate and roll back like it was on a conveyor belt. Soon, from the large gaping hole that was left from the floor's vacancy, a huge rocky battlefield slowly ascended up out of the ground until it was set firmly in place. The yellow stone arena had boulders of all sizes comprising its material surface, and it easily took up the largest portion of the inside of the gym. Once the shaking finally stopped and the battlefield was in place, a door to the right of Brock opened up and a boy looking identical to him came running out. The boy was obviously younger than Brock and his hair was just as spiky, if not a tad longer. He was wearing dark blue jeans and a dark and light green striped shirt. When Flint saw the boy, one of his sons, it took all he had not to reveal himself on the spot, but he managed to control his urge to do so. The young boy ran out to the right side of the battlefield and took his place just outside of it, his actions obviously having been rehearsed and repeated many times over. At the same time, another door opened on the catwalk to the left of the room, and from it came all of Brock's remaining brothers and sisters to see the upcoming battle. Misty could see Flint's whole body twitch when he saw the rest of his children appear, but to his credit, he didn't blow his cover yet. Though she could only imagine the self-control it was taking for him to keep his identity a secret after so long. Once everything was ready, Forrest stepped forward and called out. "This will be an official 2-on-2 match between the Pewter City gym leader, Brock Stone, and the challenger, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Both trainers will battle until either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. There is no time limit and only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Trainers, choose your first contenders." With his little brothers and sisters cheering him on from above, Brock stepped forward and pulled a Pokeball out from inside of one of his vest pockets. Enlarging it, he reared back and then tossed the ball into the air. Geodude Go. As the small, double-armed, floating hunk of rock appeared hovering above the battlefield with a grunt of, "Geo." Ash looked at Flint and Misty. "Good luck, young man," the secret father put a hand on his shoulder and then Misty smiled supportively. "You've got this, Ash, battle hard." Smiling and nodding to both of them, the boy stepped up into his trainer's box and looked up at Pikachu. "I think I'm gonna try someone else for this first battle, alright Pi?" Chirping in understanding, the small yellow mouse hopped down beside of his trainer while Ash observed Geodude closely. Then, after a few seconds of deliberation, he made his choice. "Alright. Let's see how this works. Geodude is a rock type, so I'll go with." Picking his selected Pokeball, he nodded to himself and then yelled. "Let's show 'em how far your training has got you, Mankey." As the capture device snapped open, the brutish and fight-loving primate appeared on the battlefield and raised his lithe, furry and strong arms up to chant. "Mank Mank. Mankey. Mankey. A fighting type, huh?" Brock observed. "Well, at least you seem to know your basic type matchups." He then pointed. "Geodude, use rock throw. Mankey, dodge by flipping to the side." Ash called out quickly in response as the two-armed rock type formed and then tossed a large rock at his Pokémon. Mankey flipped out of the way just in time, but Brock was already giving another command. "Now use tackle." Geodude took off through the air at deceptively fast speeds for a Pokémon of its type, though Ash was prepared. "Mankey, slide under Geodude and then hit it with a mega kick while you're under it." The furry monkey acted fast and slid under Geodude just before the other Pokémon was about to connect with tackle. Then, while under it, he used Mega Kick to launch Brock's Pokémon high into the air. His trainer further capitalized on the move. "Great, now leap high in the air to meet Geodude and grab hold of it, then throw it back to the ground with seismic toss." Doing as told, the spunky fighting type jumped up high and met Geodude in the air before grabbing the rock Pokémon. Then, as they both fell, he started spinning it around before throwing the small but heavy rock type back toward the ground. Brock saw the danger incoming, however, and quickly called out, "Geodude. Use defense curl to tuck yourself into a ball and lessen the impact." The pre-evolved form of Golem curled into a tight sphere just before it hit the ground, which saved it from serious damage. It then rose back into the air quickly with only a few scrapes and bruises on its body. Geodude, use rock slide. On its trainer's command, Geodude chanted its name while raising its arms skyward. As it did this, several small portals appeared above Mankey's head with large rocks falling from them. Once more though, Ash was ready. Mankey, shatter all of those rocks with Brick Break. The boy found himself quite glad that he had trained his newest Pokémon so hard. Mankey had learned quite a few new fighting-type moves that were now proving their worth. Which was evidenced by the lively monkey jumping up and powerfully shattering each rock that fell with a well-timed series of brick breaks. "Now." He shoved his arm out and pointed. "Run at Geodude in zigzag patterns and then start hitting it with multiple karate chops. Then end it with Mega Punch." Taking off like a sprinter, Mankey began zipping toward Geodude in a weaving pattern that confused the rock type so badly, it couldn't react. When the fighting type finally got in range of Geodude, Brock could do nothing but watch as Mankey began assaulting his Pokémon with karate chop after karate chop. He then finished the brutal combo with a well-placed Mega Punch, which knocked Geodude back into a nearby rock and then down onto the ground. Frowning, Brock called to his Pokémon. "Geodude, get up. Don't give up, you can do it." Opening its eyes with a groan, the battered rock type slowly floated back up and then focused its gaze on Mankey with determination in its eyes. At that very same moment, Geodude raised its arms and gave a loud cry of, "Geo-Dude." Then, before all those watching, the hunk of rock started glowing bluish-white as it began evolving. Brock looked on at his Pokémon in surprise, and Ash himself appeared to be in a similar state of mind as he thought to himself. "Ha! Now this is gonna be interesting." When Geodude was finally done evolving, a strong-looking Graveler had taken its place, now on 2 legs. And the 4-armed rock type announced its new form with a gruff-sounding, Graveler. Brock stood in shock at what had just happened for only a moment or two longer before he smiled at the change of events and then ordered his Pokémon, "Okay Graveler, use a continuous takedown attack." The newly evolved rock-type bellowed fiercely before lowering its rocky body down and charging at Mankey like a steamroller. Acting swiftly, Ash shouted, "Mankey, start jumping from rock to avoid Graveler." Moving on. Command, the agile little monkey began jumping from rock to rock that made up the battlefield. Graveler, for its part, was like a wrecking ball, smashing into and destroying each rock as it went, with ease. Unfortunately, Mankey eventually made a slip-up and tripped off of a rock, falling right into Graveler's path. With no lapse in intensity, the newly evolved Pokémon hit him hard and sent the fighting type flying into the air with a cry of, "Mankey." Ash's Pokémon soon fell back to the ground, landing hard, and then Brock ordered Graveler to continue hitting Mankey with takedown. Over and over again he was slammed into and tossed around ruthlessly before he was finally sent careening into a nearby boulder. Upon impact, he smashed the rock to pieces and lay there in a pile of shattered pebbles, very dazed. "Come on Mankey, you can do it. Get up and show them what true strength is." Ash cheered loudly while Pikachu did the same down next to him. "Pikachu." Hearing the words of encouragement, Mankey regained his wits and then slowly got back up. As he did he began fuming in anger, the veins around his face and forehead became visible, even through the fur, and his eyes actually turned red. Seeing the change in his Pokémon's appearance but knowing immediately from the signs what it was, Ash realized that his newest Pokémon had just activated one of his 3 abilities, Anger Point. Knowing it was their chance for a turnaround, the boy shouted, "Mankey! Wait until Graveler gets right on top of you and then jump into the air." Even though Anger Point had come into effect, the ability hadn't taken so strong a hold that Mankey was unable to act with reason. Thus, because of this, the angry Pokémon did as he was told and waited until Graveler was right on top of him before jumping high into the air like a real primate. This sudden, swift move ended up causing the still charging rock Pokémon to ram itself accidentally straight into a boulder. There, it hit the rock and, like a car striking a speeding train, its momentum was efficiently stopped. Smirking, Ash yelled, "Now get in close to Graveler and start using Karate Chop, Fury Swipes and Mega Punch." Brock saw the danger his Pokémon was soon to be in and he urgently attempted to avoid it. "Graveler, try and get up. Hurry." The rock type heard its trainer but could not move due to one of its arms being stuck inside of the rock it had struck. Mankey, seeing his chance, moved quickly and got right up on the inside of Graveler, between it and the rock. From there, he began delivering a punishing onslaught of combination attacks that all struck the rock type dead on each time. The evolved form of Geodude cried out in pain as it was struck repeatedly by Mankey's powerful blows, Karate Chop, Fury Swipes and Mega Punch. Brock himself knew that there was only one way out now and it was a tactic he hated using. The current match was pushing him to his limits and he needed to act fast. "Graveler. Use self-destruct." Ash heard the hasty and last-ditch attack being called for but he couldn't say anything before Graveler was quickly consumed in a blinding white light that soon exploded with a thunderingly loud boom, shrouding both it and Mankey from the eruption that came. After the loud and powerful explosion, everyone in the gym waited with bated breath as the smoke cleared and the dust settled. When it did, it showed Graveler laying unconscious in a small hole created by the force of the blast. What really surprised everyone though was Ash's Pokémon. Mankey was still standing where he had been prior to the explosion. He was covered in smoke and dust and was badly battered and bruised, though he remained upright. Fortunately, the blast had shaken him out of Anger Pointed and was part of the reason he was still standing, albeit barely, and his breathing came in heavy breaths. Brock's little brother Forrest saw that Graveler was unconscious and went to raise his arm while saying, "Graveler is una dash," however, he was stopped short by Mankey suddenly going down to both knees before he fell to the ground unconscious as well. Blinking at the turn of events, he rephrased his wording quickly and continued. "Both Pokémon are unable to battle, that means the leader and challenger are now down to their last contestants. Trainers, please choose your final Pokémon." Ash smiled and recalled Mankey into his Pokeball. "You did a great job Mankey, thank you so much. Very few Pokémon could stay standing for so long after an attack like that." Accepting the outcome of their first battle, Brock returned Graveler to its ball and then smiled at it. "Thanks Graveler, you did a great job. Now take a nice rest." Afterward, the squinty-eyed teen pulled out his last Pokeball while thinking to himself with a nervous sweat drop. Man, this kid is good. My Geodude evolved into Graveler and his Mankey still ended up practically beating him. If I hadn't made him use self-destruct, then his Pokémon would still be standing and Graveler would be out regardless. After a few moments of internal reflection, he enlarged and then threw the ball containing his last battler with a loud shout of, "Onix! Let's go!" As the small Pokeball snapped open high in the air, it released from within the truly massive form of one of the biggest species of Pokémon found, especially in Kanto. Its long, imposing and rocky body looked hard and powerful enough to tangle with a semi-truck, but its somewhat serpentine shape made for a very unique contrast. Fully appearing on the battlefield in all its dynamic glory, the rock snake Pokémon released a loud bellow of, "Onix!" Misty recoiled back when she saw the huge Pokémon and then nervously advised from her place on the sidelines. "Be careful, Ash. That looks like one powerful Pokémon." Glancing back at her, he grinned and gave his worried friend a thumbs up. "Don't worry, Misty, this match is well on its way to being over, trust me." The slightly older girl furrowed in brow confusion at his strange statement, but she nodded anyway, trusting his judgment and hoping that he really did have something planned. With his piece spoken, the black-haired boy knelt down to Pikachu's level and smiled at him. "I'm sorry, buddy, I'd like to use you for this last battle, but I think you need to do a little more training before we have you fight. Just to make sure your electrical attacks are really under control again. Do you think he's ready for this though, like we talked about earlier?" Understanding his trainer on both counts, the lively electric type nodded and then held his arms out. "Pika Pikachu! Pika Pi Pikachu!" The young rookie grinned at the response he received. "You're right, buddy, I think he is ready." Ash then stood up before turning and drawing another Pokeball from his belt. He then enlarged it while calling out, "Hey Brock. This has been a great battle and you and your Pokémon have done a great job, but it ends here." The older boy raised his eyebrow. "Well, let's see what you've got then, or if it's all just big talk." Smirking, the messy-haired trainer threw the ball while yelling, "All right, let's win this match." With those words spoken, the Pokeball snapped open and out came a small, purple and rodent Pokémon. Rattata. "What?" Misty screeched loudly as she saw Ash's Rattata materialize on the field. "You're using Rattata, a normal type, against Onix, a rock type. Ash, what's wrong with you?" The boy merely waved his hand back to calm her down. "Misty, chill would ya? I have a plan. You don't think I'd just send Rattata out there with no strategy in mind, do you? Come on." The orange-haired girl gawked at him disbelievingly and then shook her head. "I really hope you do know what you're doing or this match is gonna be over." The raven-haired boy winked over his shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. "Watch and learn, Misty. You're about to see the benefits of hard training firsthand." He then turned back to the matter at hand and looked down at Rattata. "You ready, buddy?" In reply, he quickly got a very enthusiastic affirmation from the small, big-toothed rat. Rattata. He smiled proudly at his Pokémon's determination and then looked over at Forest, who apparently got the hint as he held both hands up and yelled. "Trainers ready? Go!" With the green flag proverbially given, Ash ordered his Pokémon before Brock could even open his mouth. "Rattata, use quick attack and get up to Onix as fast as you can. From there, you know what to do." He had a whole strategy planned out and he knew all about Onix. Once he found out that Brock had won after using the internet earlier in the week to research him for the match, Ash immediately began training Rattata for the upcoming strategy they were about to use. The small but fast normal type started running in a blur of speed until he was soon leaping across the pointy rock spires dotting the battlefield. Brock didn't know what was going on, but he wasn't going to wait to find out. Thus, he commanded Onix to begin sweeping the entire battlefield with its tail to try and hit Rattata. The mouse Pokémon wasn't about to be deterred from his target, however, and jumped up on top of the rock snake Pokémon's rocky tail. From there, he got around on the rock type's other side, bypassing its defenses and attacks entirely. The squinty-eyed gym leader didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling that was telling him not to let Rattata do whatever it was planning. "Onix, dive bomb it with your head. Hurry!" As quick as the large Pokémon could, it smashed its head down into the ground right where Rattata had just been standing. A dust cloud was kicked up by the attack and no one could see the outcome of the strike. Brock himself felt certain that Onix had hit his target. He felt confident that there was no way a small Pokémon like Rattata could have endured such a crushing attack from a far larger opponent. With that thought in mind, he spoke on it. "Well Ash, you battled hard but it looks like I win, better luck next time." He didn't say it but battling the black-haired boy had been one of the toughest matches he ever fought. If only the rookie in question would have been a little better on who he had chosen as his last Pokémon, it very well might have ended quite differently. Forrest was smirking at his brother's supposed win, Brock's other siblings were cheering, Flint hung his head remorsefully at his lost chance to reconnect with his family, and Misty herself seemed distraught at Ash's loss. The strangest thing, however, was that when she looked at him, he didn't have the look of someone who had just lost. Instead, he had the look of someone in deep concentration and focus. Pikachu also seemed to have his eyes locked onto the slowly dissipating dust cloud that was obscuring Onix and Rattata from sight. Misty seemed confused until she looked toward the hazy cloud as well. At last, when the dust finally cleared, everyone's expressions took a turn of absolute shock. All except Ash for that was, who had the widest grin on his face possible. It soon became very clear that Rattata was nowhere to be seen. Where the small Pokémon should have been, which was laying unconscious in the crater that Onix had left with its head, he was not. The diminutive rat had quite literally disappeared without a trace. Misty spoke on the unusual turn of events first. Where did Rattata go? He's not trapped under Onix, is he? Her voice had turned panicky by that point and Brock himself seemed worried too. The older boy was just about to have his Pokémon move so that they could see if Rattata really was trapped under Onix's heavy body or not when Ash began to do something that made them all look at him as if he were crazy. He chuckled. He, I'm sorry to say this Brock but you just lost the match. Everyone still stared at him like he really had lost his mind. Brock began to think that maybe the young trainer was in denial and just couldn't accept that he had lost. That his inability to face reality was now causing him to spout off nonsense. Ash, what are you saying? Are you okay? Misty asked of her friend in concern, worry for him now truly setting in. Yeah son, it's okay to admit you lost, there's no shame in it. Flint tried to say consolingly even though his own hopes felt dashed to pieces. The boy finished chuckling to himself and then finally looked back at them. I'm better than okay you too. And here in a second, you'll see why. The small watching crowd still remained oblivious to the meaning of his words until he pointed up at Onix and shouted. Now Rattata. Brock, Misty, Flint, Forrest and the rest of the stone children all looked toward Onix and saw nothing happening. Misty, eventually, went to break the silence by asking, Ash what are why dash, but that was all she managed to say. At that very same moment, Onix started writhing around in what seemed like pain. Twisting and turning, it thrashed its large body around like mad while bellowing in apparently agonizing torture. Onyx. Oonix. Oon Onyx. The massive rock-type Pokémon continued thrashing and flailing itself around the entire battlefield without control. Onix was swinging its tail like a rocky WHP and its head was being flung around wildly, crashing into and destroying almost every rock on the field. Brock, perplexed at what was happening, tried to intervene. Onix, what's wrong? Stop this. Stop it now. The distressed rock serpent didn't hear its trainer though and continued to thrash around with reckless abandon. It then began smashing its head into the gym floor, over and over again, bellowing in pain the entire time. Everyone but Ash just stood and stared in undisguised shock at what they were seeing. The young man had a calm and cool look on his face as he watched the scene unfold. Brock, on the other hand, stood where he was, mouth practically agape and unable to do anything to help his Pokémon. All he could do was watch it beat itself into oblivion. Finally, at long last, Onix stopped banging its head into the floor and raised itself back up to full height, now looking exceedingly battered and heavily damaged. After a few seconds it gave one weak call of Onix. Before falling to the ground, unconscious, with swirls in its eyes. Everyone in the gym was utterly dumbstruck at what had just occurred. Then, all of a sudden, a small purple body came jumping out from between the boulders that made up Onix's stony body. Seeing this, they all stared blankly as Rattata ran back across the battlefield and came to stand in front of Ash. He then turned around and faced down the unconscious Onix, not so much as one scratch on him. Misty, of everyone, eventually managed to stutter out. Ash. Rattata. What just happened? Smiling proudly at what had just happened, Ash took a moment to revel in the unexpected outcome before he crossed his arms and started to explain. Well, I studied about Pokémon for quite a few years before my journey began. And in that time, I learned a lot about Pokémon. Naturally, I also learned about Onix. At that, he looked toward Brock. So, when I found out you used an Onix, Brock, it was just a simple matter of finding the best strategy to beat it. They may be extremely tough Pokémon on the outside with their rock skin, but, just like with many other rock types, their internal anatomy is extremely vulnerable and sensitive. The intelligent young trainer pointed down at his victorious Pokémon. I taught Rattata that he could get inside of Onix by going through the spaces between the boulders on his body. Once he got inside, Rattata started tackling, biting and hammering away at Onix's soft inner tissues. That's what caused it to writhe around in so much pain and begin beating itself up. He then gestured at Brock's unconscious Pokémon. Onix wanted Rattata out of it and was willing to do anything to make that happen. It started beating itself up so badly that Rattata didn't even have to fight it head to head. He just attacked it from the inside, which caused Onix to beat itself into unconsciousness, allowing Rattata to stay safe inside of it all the while. Ash shrugged. As for me, I was able to just stay back and wait while Onix defeated itself. I admit I was a little concerned there at first that it had hit Rattata with that head smash earlier, but it just wasn't fast enough. Rattata is super quick and really agile. So, there you have it, my strategy in a nutshell. Everyone was totally silent and had nothing whatsoever to say for a short while after he finished explaining. Eventually, Misty became capable of murmuring only one word. Wow. That was totally genius. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and smiled. Well, I really got the idea from reading stories about how the same thing happens to Onix in the wild. Smaller Pokémon are always getting lodged inside of them when they're out tunneling. If that happens, Onix feels a lot of pain and can even be set off into a terrible rage if the problem isn't quickly resolved. Ash held up his hand. Professional league trainers are usually called out to subdue the situation and help remove the smaller Pokémon from inside of Onix. That's where I really got the idea from. I just implemented it into a sound strategy that can be used against any Onix in battle if you have a small enough Pokémon to do the job, like Rattata. While everyone processed what they had just been told, he went up to Rattata and knelt down. You did a great job, buddy, and I'm really proud of you. You pulled off that strategy perfectly, and I can tell that all of your training is really paying off. Give it a few years and you'll become one heck of a powerful Pokémon. Smiling, he pointed towards the defeated Onix. You took down that huge Pokémon and it easily makes up 100 or more of you. You should feel very proud of yourself, Rattata, I know I am. The small purple rodent beamed proudly at his trainer's praise. Rattata. Rattata. However, right at that very same moment, a look of confusion passed across his face before, suddenly, he started to glow and slowly change shape. Ash instantly knew what was happening and smiled brightly. Hey, alright, Rattata, you're evolving. After a few seconds of transforming within the bright light, the process of evolution finally ended and left a larger, taller Pokémon in place of Rattata. One in which announced its new identity to its trainer with a gruff-sounding, Rattata. Grinning from ear to ear, Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his newly evolved Pokémon. Pokédex entry number 020. Rattata, the mouse Pokémon. Its whiskers are essential for maintaining its balance. No matter how friendly you are, it will get angry and bite you if you touch its whiskers. Its hind feet are also webbed. They act as flippers, so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. This Pokémon is male and knows the moves: Headbutt, Quick Attack, Hyper Fang, Focus Energy, Pursuit and Scary Face. After the readout was done, he put his Pokédex away and then began rubbing his evolved Pokémon on top of the head while smiling again. Well, Rattata, it looks like you just got one step closer to becoming super strong someday. Rattata clicked his long teeth happily at his trainer's praise and then jumped up into his arms. Riffy. Even Pikachu congratulated his fellow rodentkin by waving his arms around and cheering, Pikachu Pi Pikachu. After he finished congratulating and hugging Rattata, Ash let him down and then stood up and looked at Brock, who had just now returned his Onix. The defeated gym leader looked over at Forrest, and his younger brother seemed to get the message. Therefore, the boy finally broke free from his shocked stupor that his big brother had been defeated in such an unorthodox manner and did his job as referee. Raising his hand, he pointed in the direction of Ash and Raticate. Since the gym leader's Pokémon are all unable to battle, the victory hereby goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and his Raticate. The young, victorious rookie broke out into a quick moment of cheering celebration with Pikachu and Raticate, while Misty, and even Flint, joined in by clapping and congratulating them. Especially the latter, who knew that his time had almost come. "Great job, Ash, you did it. You and your Pokémon were amazing." Misty gushed proudly of her friend. "I agree, young man," Flint began. "That was a very exciting and incredible match to watch. You and your Pokémon worked like a real team, and your strategies were unique and very effective. Nice work." It was after they were done celebrating that a happily smiling Ash looked over to see Brock walking up to meet him. "Ash," the older boy began. "That was, without a doubt, the best match I have ever had. You used some amazing and off-the-wall strategies I never would have imagined, and you worked with your Pokémon incredibly well." The spiky-haired teen smiled. "You were like stone, sturdy and immovable. I learned so much from battling you, and for that alone, I am very grateful. With all that said, I believe you have earned this fair and square, no questions asked." Brock then held up a shiny silver badge that was shaped a little bit like a boulder. As he presented it, the boy smiled and held it out between two fingers. "Ash, I hereby give to you the boulder badge. This is official proof that you defeated my gym in the eyes of the Pokémon League and is one of 8 badges needed to compete in next year's Indigo League Conference." Ash slowly reached out and took the badge before holding it up so that Pikachu and Raticate could see it better. "Well guys, we just took our first step toward the Indigo League." Pikachu smiled and pumped his small fist, chanting, "Pika Pi Pi Pikachu." While Raticate I smiled and did the same. "Riffy. Raticate Kate Raticate." The boy then knelt down and opened up his backpack before pulling out, from the main section, a silver-plated badge case that looked like a square metal box and had different designs on it. The case had an insignia etched into its surface for every type of Pokémon there was. Such as fire, grass, water and flying, only to name a few. The inside of the case was quite large and was covered in fine red, velvet lining that would mold to each badge, keeping them in place. It had been yet another gift from his mother. The victorious young trainer placed his first badge into the case, on the red felt covering, and then put it away before standing back up to face the gym leader again. "Thank you, Brock, that was a great match." The older boy shook his head. "No, Ash, thank you. You showed me so much in that match and reminded me of just how many things I still have to learn about Pokémon." Brock paused for a second and looked away, staring out one of the big windows of the gym. "You know, I've never really cared much about Pokémon battling and making my own stronger just to fight. I've always loved taking care of Pokémon and grooming them, making them the healthiest they can be. My dream isn't to be a gym leader like I am right now. I want to become the world's best Pokémon breeder." He then turned solemn. "But I'll never realize that dream. Ever since my mother died and my father left to go on his own Pokémon journey, I was left here to take care of my younger brothers and sisters. They count on me and I could never leave them." At that very same moment, the door near the back of the gym, the same one Forrest had come through, was flung open and all of Brock's remaining siblings came running out. "Big brother! Big brother!" They all seemed to cry in unison as they ran to the teenager and surrounded him. Altogether, each one seemed to grasp at a different part of his body while pleading. "No, big brother, you can't lose. Yeah, that battle wasn't fair. That boy must have cheated somehow. We know how much you love your Pokémon, he shouldn't have hurt them." Ash and Misty blinked and stared in confusion at the display they were seeing. Brock, though, just smiled in amusement and knelt down. "All right, you guys, listen up." He began softly and patiently. "I know you're upset and I feel really flattered, but nothing bad happened and Ash didn't cheat. This was an official gym match and he beat me fair and square. He was just the better trainer today. And besides, don't you worry about my Pokémon, they'll be fine after a quick trip to the center in town." Their confusion was replaced with warmness in their hearts as Ash and Misty observed the scene before them. A scene of several concerned children coming to the aid of their beloved big brother when they thought he had been unfairly treated. However, even though the kid seemed placated somewhat by Brock's words, the moment didn't last as Flint finally stepped forward. Too moved at seeing all of his children so close to be able to keep it to himself anymore. "No, Brock, you listen to me. The older man spoke as everyone looked toward him. "I want you to go out and achieve your dream. I owe you that much at least and so much more." With that said, he removed the beard and hat from his head, which immediately caused Forrest to gasp and Brock to shoot to his feet. "Dad?" The younger boy stammered. Is that really you?" Brock's younger brother and sisters appeared incredibly confused as they looked from Forrest to Flint while the latter nodded. "Yes, it's me, son." The acting referee stared in awe at the man standing before them, but Brock simply glared hard at Flint with furrowed eyebrows. Ash and Misty both stepped back, feeling it best for them to take a rear seat for now. Finally, after several long moments of silence, the eldest of the stone children spoke and his voice was harsh. "What are you doing here?" Expecting such a reaction from his oldest son, Flint replied without breaking eye contact with his child. "I know how you feel about seeing me right now, Brock. You hate me and you have every right." One of the smaller children looked up at him and spoke in wonder. "Daddy?" Though just before stepping forward, Brock held his hand out to stop the little girl, Cindy. "You abandoned us," he stated flatly without looking away from his father. "You left us for 2 years and we never heard anything from you, not even after Mom died. Why in the world should I welcome you here?" Flint remained calm. "You don't have a reason to. And honestly, if you told me to get out and never come back, I wouldn't blame you. There is absolutely no excuse I can give to make things right." The wayward parent held an arm out. "I could tell you that I left to go on my journey with hopes of entering and winning the Indigo Conference. That I was hoping I could take that prize money and then come back home and start a better life for all of us. That I did what I did with the best of intentions." He then frowned. "But none of it would matter. Because the fact of the matter is he gestured at himself. I screwed up. After your mother passed away, I should have come straight home to take care of you kids, but I didn't." Brock demanded forcefully. "Yeah, and why didn't you?" Flint finally broke gazes as he looked down at the ground. "I could tell you that I stayed away because I heard you had become a gym leader and were providing better for our family than I ever thought I could. I can say that I came back home and stayed in this area for a whole year without contacting you because I wanted to train my Pokémon to become stronger. That I wanted to reveal myself to you only once I was good enough to take the gym from you and start being the responsible father I always should have been. So that you could finally start out on your own journey and fulfill your dreams." Flint looked back up. "But that would still be an excuse. The fact is, regardless of what I told myself, and no matter how much any of it may be true, I was scared above all else. I was scared none of you would accept me. I was scared you would blame me for your mother's death and for everything that's happened, even though you'd be totally right to do so. I was simply too scared and cowardly to come back and do what I should have been doing all along, and that's the real truth. I have been hiding away and shirking my responsibilities like a pathetic loser, and I can admit that with far greater shame than I hope you ever have to experience yourself." Flint held his hand out. "The fact is, Brock, you would call me a loser, a worthless father and a coward, and you would be right on every single count. And every day for 2 years I have wallowed in my own misery and hated myself beyond any hope of conciliation. Laying awake most nights loathing myself. The truth is." He gestured at Ash finally. "I am here today because of this young man." Brock and the others looked toward the boy, who froze up awkwardly, while Flint continued. "I met Ash earlier this week when he told me that he planned on challenging you." The older man gave a small smile. "I admit, at first I was skeptical. I thought he was just another dewy-eyed rookie. But then I watched him train and afterward I actually battled him myself. And when I did I learned something." Flint nodded. He was the real deal. He wasn't just some loudmouth with no talent to back it up. This boy had both the skill and the determination to do what he said. Unlike me, a hopeless fool when I first started out, this kid had his act together. He was firm, well-organized, smart, and he possessed a bond with his Pokémon that I could never hope to match. He then looked back at his son. "In short, Ash taught me what it was like to be bold and courageous. He taught me the shameful error of my cowardly ways and he made me realize how unforgivably foolish I have been. Flint gestured at the boy in question again, who now seemed rather embarrassed by all the praise. Ash taught me what it really means to face your fears and not hide yourself away in shame and regret. Meeting and battling this kid taught me that I needed to stand up and act like the man I should have been behaving as all along. At that, Ash finally spoke himself. Brock, your dad told me Misty about everything to do with your family. He also told us that if I defeated you, he was going to finally reveal himself to you guys and try to make amends for the mistakes he's made. Misty nodded and looked at the older boy. Yeah, Brock, trust me, I know how you must feel. I was upset at your dad initially when he told us everything too. But when he told us how much he wanted to make things right and correct the mistakes he made with all of you, I was able to respect him for that. It isn't easy and I know how scary it must be for him. Ash chimed in again. I hope you're not mad at us as well, Brock, but we did what we felt was right too. Your family has really suffered and if anything we could do would help fix that, we wanted to do our part. Flint stepped forward. Listen, son, you have every reason to hate me and no reason to forgive me. I know what I did was terrible and I wouldn't blame you if you never wanted to see me again. The fact is though. He gestured at all of the other children. This is my family and I am their father. I failed them before but I don't want to fail anymore. I want to right the mistakes I've made and be the father I always should have been. I want to make it up. To you, to your brothers and sisters, and to your mother. Brock was totally silent and unmoving when Flint reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. He stared at his father with a solid gaze while the equally firm man spoke bluntly but truthfully. Brock, you're a talented Pokémon trainer, more so than I could ever hope to be. Your skills though will only get you so far in this gym, here in this town. You deserve to stretch your wings and go out into the world. To test yourself, grow and become whatever your heart desires. You deserve a chance to achieve your own dreams. He then patted his own chest. Let me be the father to my children I always should have been and make it up to you in the only way I can. Let me take care of my family as is my responsibility and allow yourself to have the freedom you've more than earned. You have done more than you ever should have had to do, Brock. Let me take over from here as I should have long ago. The young man looked at his father intently for a time before he slowly looked away to the side. After everything, after all the time you've been gone, I don't know if I can trust you now. I've raised and looked after my own brothers and sisters for 2 years. I've kept this whole family going by myself and I just don't know if I can trust you to take care of them. Flint nodded and looked down. I know how you feel. I understand. You have every right to feel this way. After a few seconds, Forrest suddenly spoke up. Hey. Can I please say something? Everyone looked at him and he then glanced toward Flint. I may have been younger than Brock was when Dad left, but I do remember why he did. It may not have been right what he did in being gone all this time and I won't excuse how he acted in staying away for so long, but... At that, he looked at Brock. Big brother, Mom is gone. I know you've done the best you can to take care of us and you've done a great job, but as hard as you try, you can't take the place of Mom or Dad. And you have a life you have to live with dreams of your own. You can't achieve them staying here looking after us. The young man looked at his father again. Dad may have made a mistake but he's realized it and now he's trying to make it right. To me, that means a lot, way more than if he would have just stayed away. I think we should give him a chance. Flint appeared taken aback by his younger son's words while the other children started to slowly speak up, one after the other. Is that really Daddy? I've missed Daddy. Dad, did you really come back to take care of us? Can Daddy stay? Please don't go away again, Daddy. Dad, I forgive you for leaving, I'm just glad you're back again. Brock looked amongst his siblings and listened to their words before he focused his gaze on Flint again. Finally, he slowly approached his father and stopped just a few inches from him. I'm not going to say that it will be easy to forgive you or forget what you did. He began slowly. But I want the same thing you do. I just want what's best for our family, and if you're really back to be the father that you say you want to be, then I can support that. A gleam of hope entered Flint's squinty eyes as, at long last, a small smile crested Brock's lips. So with that said, Welcome home, Dad. The long-missing father felt his heart grow warm with affection and relief as his oldest son finally accepted him home. And with that came the breaking of the floodgates as Forrest and all of the other children rushed their returned parent and quite literally tackled him to the ground. Before he knew what was happening, Flint found himself getting tightly embraced and hugged by all of his children, who were cheering excitedly over his return. As he was glomped and practically mobbed by his enthusiastically pleased children, the shock eventually faded and gave way to a breakdown of emotions. With tears now in his eyes, the reformed father embraced all of his children back just as tightly, kissing each one and holding them as if he were afraid to let go. All while his tears flowed down his cheeks in joy, laughter, the first in years, came from his mouth. It was a gravelly and rough sound, but there was no mistaking its joyful and exuberant undertone. As he hugged, he laughed, and the joy he felt at being reunited with all of his children, who were now swarming him, could be seen and felt by everyone else. Seeing this, Brock smiled. Though he knew it would take time before he could fully forgive his father, seeing the joy on his little siblings' faces as they reunited with their long-lost parent was more than worth it to him. And seeing the visible joy and relief on Flint's face as he tearfully embraced and greeted each of his children made Brock believe that his father was really sincere after all. Ash and Pikachu were watching the heartwarming moment with smiles of their own, and even Misty was in the same position. Though she did have a little wetness in the eyes that showed she too was moved by the NTMT reunion. Eventually, Brock looked over at the two visitors and he wiped a hand over his own eyes as well. While he may not have felt comfortable enough yet to show affection toward his father, seeing the sheer happiness of his beloved little siblings did manage to touch him in his heart. "Well, Ash," the older boy began. "If what both of you and my father says is true, then I suppose I have you to thank for this happening." The boy in question looked at Misty and then back at Brock before modestly smiling and shaking his head. "Ah, come on, I didn't do much, Brock." It sounded like he was waiting to do this anyway. It could have been anybody. Flint finally managed to stand back up after his children let him go, and when he did, he was holding one of the little girls in his arms, Susie. Looking at Ash, he smiled and shook his head. "No, Ash, I do have you to thank. We all do." All the kids old enough to understand seemed to look at Ash in a different light, with gratitude and appreciation, as Flint went on. "You helped give me the courage and the resolve to finally reunite with my family, Ash. You and Misty. If it wasn't for you two, none of this would have happened." This time they both turned a little red at the praise while Brock smiled. "Well, Ash, and you too, Misty, I want you both to know how grateful I am. You two helped give us back our family, and I'll be forever indebted to you for that. You're more than a talented trainer, Ash, you've proven yourself to be a good person. And that to me speaks more about you than battling ever could." He then looked toward Misty. "And thank you, Misty, for supporting all this and being willing to help if Ash couldn't. I never would have expected this sort of kindness from two complete strangers I never met before." Before either one could respond, Flint looked over at his son. "I have an idea then, Brock. Since they're on a journey anyway, why not go with them?" The vest-wearing teen looked at his father in surprise. "What? I can't do that, Dad. I have to stay here and run the gym and help you take care of the kids." Flint shook his head. "No, you don't, son, I'm here now. It's my responsibility and mine alone to take care of my family, and that is exactly what I plan on doing now. And as for the gym, I'll work at becoming certified to replace you as soon as you leave." He looked down at his children and smiled. "I have enough money that I've saved up from my rock business over the last year to take care of things until the league gets me certified. Trust me, son, I can handle this." Ash, for his part, spoke up in a carefree manner. "I'd be more than happy to have you along with us, Brock, more the merrier. Right, Misty?" The orange-haired girl smiled and nodded. "Yeah, Brock, why don't you come along with us?" The young man still seemed undecided until Forrest spoke up too. "Big brother, I think you should do it. You've always taken care of us, now it's your turn to go out and make your dreams come true." Brock remained silent for a time and said nothing at all for the longest while. He postulated and considered the decision before him with deep thought and scrutiny before, finally, he looked at Ash and Misty and smiled. "You know what? Sure, why not? As long as you two really don't mind, then I'd love to come along with you." Both younger trainers quickly reaffirmed their commitment to the offer with Ash grinning. Of course we don't mind. Right, Pikachu? He looked to his shoulder where Pikachu had climbed back up, and the small electric type smiled cheerfully before looking at Brock and nodding. Pikachu pie. Misty gave a small laugh. It'll be fun having someone else along. I can already tell traveling with Ash is gonna be one interesting experience. The spiky-haired teen shared in the laugh as he placed his hands on his hips. Yeah, somehow I can see that too just from our match. However, he quickly turned serious again after that light-hearted moment and looked back at his father. The intensity on his face was only matched by his voice when he opened his mouth to speak. I'll go and do this, but before I do, there are just a couple of things you should know. Flint nodded and put his daughter down before replying somberly. I'm sure there are a lot of things about me you want to say and get off your chest, so go ahead son, I'm listening. He was fully expecting a long list of complaints and maybe even an emotional speech from his son about how he had walked out on them and been gone for so long. However, his face showed his surprise when, instead of that, Brock reached into his pocket and pulled out a needle and thread, which he gave to his father. What's this? Flint began to question just before his eldest child started rattling off, rapidly, a long list of things that needed to be done for all the rest of the children. Susie always rips her dresses, so you better learn how to sew, and Timmy only eats eggs made sunny side up for breakfast with slightly burnt toast. Tommy hates red meat, so whatever you make for dinner or any other meal better have some light meat in it. In the midst of Brock's ramblings, Flint was jolted into action and quickly reached into his briefs pocket, where he produced a pen and pad of paper, which he always carried with him when he went looking for new rock inventory. Then, while quickly beginning to scribble down all his son was telling him, so as not to forget anything, he pleaded desperately. Slow down son, slow down. I can't write that fast. However, undeterred, and perhaps to even help his father prepare to look after 9 children of various ages, Brock kept going a mile a minute. Cindy sleepwalks, so you have to tie a bell on her wrist before bed. Billy and Tilly never want to take a bath, so you have to get them right before bedtime when they're tired. Yolanda likes to go shopping on the weekend, so you better make time, and I've caught Salvador and Forrest trying to take the child block off the computer before, so keep an eye on them. Now when it comes to the gym and the house, you need to dash. Ash and Misty both watched Brock continue to offload the list of responsibilities Flint would be inheriting while the older man sweated and wrote as fast as he could. In amusement, she looked at him and asked, "Think Flint can handle all that?" Ash shared an amused grin with her and chuckled. "I don't know, but I guess he'll find out after the first week." The two of them then turned their attention back to the scene playing out before them, and even though it was comedic, there was still a happy and cheerful undertone to be felt in the atmosphere, since a long-fractured family had finally been made whole. Whether or not Flint would rise to the occasion of taking on such massive responsibilities so that Brock could follow his dreams remained to be seen. However, by the determined and focused expression he maintained while writing down everything Brock was saying, nodding and asking questions all the while, it definitely seemed that he had enough love for his children to become whatever he needed to be. And that was more reassurance than anything else could give. Episode 4, End.